What if the real rulers of Earth aren't human at all? Some theories claim that two powerful alien species, the Alpha-Draconians and the Reptilians, have been secretly influencing our world for centuries. Described as highly intelligent and operating behind the scenes, these beings are said to exist within hidden hierarchies, possibly shaping global events without ever being seen. But are they working together or competing for control? And if these claims are true, why has no clear evidence ever surfaced? In this video, we explore the mystery of the Alpha-Draconians versus Reptilians and the theory that hidden forces may be influencing life on Earth. There is a question that has haunted the edges of human consciousness for as long as records have been kept. It is not a question born of superstition, nor one manufactured by the paranoid imaginations of the fringe. It is a question that appears in Sumerian clay tablets, in the pyramid texts of Egypt, in the oral traditions of the Dogon tribe of West Africa, in the Vedic scriptures of ancient India, in the mythologies of the Mesoamerican civilizations, and in the private testimonies of military personnel, intelligence officers, aerospace engineers, and world leaders who have spoken, often at great personal cost, about the things they have seen, the briefings they have received, and the truths they were told to deny. The question is deceptively simple. It is this: are we alone? But to frame it that simply is to already miss the point, because the accumulated weight of evidence, suppressed, dismissed, ridiculed, and yet persistently re-emerging across centuries and continents, does not merely suggest that we are not alone. It suggests something far more specific, far more structured, and far more unsettling. It suggests that among the many intelligent non-human civilizations that exist in this universe, some of them have been here, on this planet, interacting with this species for a very, very long time. And it suggests that among those civilizations, two particular races have played a role in human affairs that dwarfs all others in scope, in influence, and in consequence. Those two races are the Alpha-Draconians and the Reptilians. These are not interchangeable names. They are not synonyms. They do not refer to the same beings, though they share certain biological and philosophical commonalities that have caused generations of researchers, contactees, whistleblowers, and investigators to sometimes conflate them. The confusion is understandable. Both are reptilian in nature. Both operate with an agenda that places human sovereignty in a secondary or subordinate position. Both have connections to underground facilities, to secret human power structures, and to the deepest layers of classified government knowledge. But they are in origin, in hierarchy, in methodology, in cosmic history, and in their relationship to Earth and to our species, profoundly and consequentially different. This documentary is the definitive exploration of those differences. It is also an exploration of those similarities, of the points where the two civilizations overlap, cooperate, conflict, and operate in parallel. It is built from decades of research gathered from contactees whose testimonies have proven eerily consistent across cultures and continents without mutual communication, from whistleblowers who risked careers and lives to speak what they knew. From ancient texts re-examined through the lens of modern exopolitics, and from the growing body of scientific, archaeological, and astronomical evidence that quietly, persistently supports the notion that the history of intelligent life in this universe and on this planet is vastly older, vastly stranger, and vastly more populated than any official source will currently admit. We begin where everything begins, in the dark between the stars. The cosmic context, a universe far more populated than advertised. Before we can understand either the Alpha-Draconians or the Reptilians in any meaningful depth, we must first understand the cosmological framework within which they exist. Human civilization has been conditioned, through the mechanisms of its own educational and scientific institutions, to perceive the universe as vast, cold, mostly empty, and almost certainly devoid of complex intelligent life beyond our own pale blue dot. This conditioning is not accidental, and it is not honest. The universe is, by every emerging indication from whistleblower testimony, ancient records, and even reluctant acknowledgments from within the intelligence community, extraordinarily populated with intelligent life. Not possibly populated, not probably populated, populated. The number of star systems within the Milky Way galaxy alone has been revised upward repeatedly by mainstream astronomy. Current estimates place the number of stars in our galaxy at somewhere between 200 billion and 400 billion. Of those stars, the majority are now understood to host planetary systems. Of those planetary systems, a significant fraction contain planets within what astronomers call the habitable zone, the range of orbital distance from a parent star within which liquid water can exist on a planetary surface. Even applying the most conservative statistical filters, the number of planets in our galaxy alone capable of supporting complex life runs into the tens of billions. And that is just the Milky Way. There are estimated to be somewhere between 2 trillion and 10 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. The universe has been old enough for carbon-based life to develop, evolve, achieve technological civilization, and expand across stellar distances for billions of years before the Earth even formed. The notion that humanity is the first, the only, or even the most advanced form of intelligent life in this context is not a scientific position. It is a cultural mythology, and a recent one at that. What the researchers, contactees, and whistleblowers who form the evidentiary backbone of this documentary describe is a galactic community, a complex, layered, often fractious, and deeply hierarchical network of civilizations that have been exploring, colonizing, trading, warring, and interacting with each other across stellar distances for timescales that make human recorded history look like the blink of an eye. Within this community, there are civilizations of extraordinary benevolence and civilizations of extraordinary ruthlessness. There are civilizations that operate according to principles of service to others, expansion of consciousness, and the sovereign development of younger species. And there are civilizations that operate according to principles of domination, resource extraction, genetic engineering, and the subjugation of less technologically developed worlds. The Alpha-Draconians are among the oldest and most powerful of the latter category. The Reptilians, in various configurations and subgroups, are among the most widespread and earth-entangled of the same general disposition. Understanding how they differ in origin, in power, in method, in intention, and in their relationship to human history is not merely an academic exercise. It is, according to the growing body of testimony and research that supports the reality of the extraterrestrial presence on this planet, one of the most practically important pieces of knowledge a human being can possess in the world we currently inhabit. The research lineage where this information comes from. This documentary draws from a research lineage that is long, documented, and remarkably consistent. The principal sources fall into several categories, each with its own strengths and limitations, and intellectual honesty requires that both be acknowledged. The first category is the contactee tradition. This refers to individuals who, beginning in the 20th century, but rooted in a much older tradition of anomalous human-non-human contact, have claimed direct communication or interaction with non-human intelligences. The mid-20th century produced a wave of such individuals, George Adamski, Howard Menger, Billy Meyer, whose claims were largely dismissed by mainstream institutions, but whose described contacts contained information about other civilizations, galactic politics, and the nature of human origins that has only grown more internally consistent as the decades have passed and the testimonies of diverse, unconnected individuals have been compared. More recently, and more specifically relevant to this documentary, the contactee tradition produced researchers and experiencers whose accounts of the Alpha-Draconian race in particular became foundational to our understanding of that civilization. Chief among these is Alex Collier, a contactee whose interactions with Andromedan extraterrestrials beginning in the 1980s produced detailed accounts of the Alpha-Draconian civilization, their history, their biology, their agenda, and their relationship to the reptilian races that have been cited by researchers across the field for decades. Collier's accounts, while they cannot be verified through conventional scientific methodology, have proven extraordinarily consistent with other independently derived sources and have been corroborated in numerous details by subsequent whistleblower testimony and archaeological research. We will draw on his work extensively throughout the sections on the Alpha-Draconian civilization. The second category is the whistleblower tradition. Individuals who worked within military, intelligence, aerospace, or government structures and who, upon retirement, under deathbed circumstances or through conscience-driven disclosure, revealed classified information about the extraterrestrial presence and the nature of the beings involved. Phil Schneider, a geological engineer who claimed to have worked on the construction of deep underground military bases and survived a violent encounter with non-human beings during a tunnel drilling incident in Dulce, New Mexico, is one of the most extensively documented of these individuals. William Cooper, a former naval intelligence officer whose briefings included UFO-related materials at the highest classification levels, is another. Bob Lazar's testimony about reverse engineering programs at the S4 facility near Groom Lake, while focused on technology rather than on the nature of the beings themselves, provides important corroborating context for the reality of non-human craft in government possession. More recent whistleblower testimony from individuals like Corey Goode and David Wilcock, while more contested, adds additional layers of detail about the interspecies political dynamics at play in and around Earth. The third category is the academic and archaeological research tradition. Scholars, linguists, archaeologists, and historians who have examined ancient texts and cultural records through a lens that takes seriously the possibility that those texts describe literal rather than mythological encounters with non-human beings. Zecharia Sitchin's translations of Sumerian cuneiform tablets, while controversial among mainstream academics, identified extensive references to beings called the Anunnaki, whose descriptions, capabilities, and relationships to humanity bear striking resemblance to what modern researchers describe under the umbrella of the reptilian and Alpha-Draconian presence. Michael Sala's academic work on exopolitics, the political dimensions of the extraterrestrial presence, brings a framework of institutional analysis to a subject that has long been discussed only in terms of individual encounters. Lloyd Pye's research into human genetic anomalies and the comparative morphology of hominid skulls opens avenues of investigation that intersect directly with the question of alien genetic involvement in human evolution. The fourth and most controversial category is the work of David Icke, whose multi-decade investigation into the reptilian presence on Earth has been simultaneously the most widely read, the most viciously attacked, and the most persistently influential body of research in this field. Icke's synthesis of ancient mythology, political analysis, bloodline genealogy, whistleblower testimony, and occult history into a comprehensive theory of reptilian infiltration and control of human power structures remains the most detailed available treatment of the reptilian agenda on Earth, and this documentary draws on it while also engaging critically with its claims and distinguishing between those that are well corroborated and those that remain in the realm of speculation. These sources, taken together and cross-referenced with each other and with mainstream historical, astronomical, and biological evidence wherever possible, form the evidentiary basis for what follows. This documentary does not ask you to believe everything it presents. It asks you to consider it seriously, to follow the threads of evidence where they lead, and to make the judgment that the quality and consistency of the accumulated testimony demands be made, which is that the question is not whether non-human intelligences of reptilian nature have played a role in human history and currently play a role in human affairs, but rather what the precise nature of those roles is, how they differ between the two civilizations in question, and what that difference means for understanding the situation humanity finds itself in at this particular moment in its development. Setting the stage, why both races matter right now. There is a reason this documentary is being made now. The 20th century produced the technological infrastructure through which suppressed information could finally circulate faster than the mechanisms of suppression could contain it. The internet, whatever its many problems, is a tool of information democratization that has no historical precedent, and its effect on the dissemination of knowledge about the extraterrestrial presence has been transformative. The early decades of the 21st century have produced a cascade of official acknowledgments that would have been dismissed as fantasy 30 years ago. The declassification of UFO files by governments around the world, the formal acknowledgement by the United States Navy, and later the Department of Defense of the reality of unidentified aerial phenomena exhibiting capabilities beyond any known human technology, the congressional hearings on UAP that have produced, for the first time in the modern era, a semi-official admission that some of these phenomena may represent non-human technology, and the growing chorus of former officials, intelligence officers, and aerospace industry insiders whose testimonies are no longer being met with the same dismissive contempt that characterized the institutional response to such claims throughout the Cold War era. This is the context in which the difference between the Alpha-Draconians and the Reptilians is not merely an academic curiosity, but a practically urgent question. If humanity is, as the preponderance of the testimony and evidence suggests, approaching a moment of forced or facilitated disclosure, a moment at which the reality of the non-human presence can no longer be concealed from the general population, then understanding who these beings are, what they want, how they operate, and how they differ from each other will be among the most important pieces of knowledge the average human being can possess. Because the answer to the question, what do we do about the non-human presence, depends entirely on first answering the question, which non-human presences are we dealing with, and what are each of them really after? The Alpha-Draconians and the Reptilians have, in the testimony and research literature, different agendas, different methods, different relationships to human institutions, and different positions within the larger galactic community that surrounds this planet. Conflating them, treating them as the same entity, the same agenda, the same level of threat, or the same level of understanding, is a mistake that leads to both analytical confusion and practical misorientation. This documentary exists to remedy that confusion by providing the most comprehensive, detailed, and carefully organized comparison of these two civilizations currently available in the public domain. First impressions, the moment these two races enter human consciousness. There is a moment, and virtually everyone who has seriously investigated the non-human presence has experienced it, when the scale of what is being revealed begins to reorganize the architecture of one's entire worldview. It is not always dramatic. Sometimes it happens quietly, in the middle of reading a passage from a Sumerian text, and suddenly recognizing that the beings described therein do not sound mythological. They sound physical. They sound technological. They sound like something that was actually there, that actually interacted with the people who recorded it, and that was not understood through the framework of mythology, but was subsequently placed into that framework by the scholars and priests, and later the academic historians who could not fit the literal interpretation into the consensus model of human history. For many people, the Alpha-Draconians enter consciousness through the work of Alex Collier, whose 1990s lectures and later books described a race he called the Chia-Kahar, the true name, according to his Andromedan contacts, of the beings known in the research community as the Alpha-Draconians. These are beings of extraordinary antiquity, described as the oldest reptilian race in the known galaxy, beings who view themselves as the original royalty of the universe, and who regard other species with a mixture of cold assessment and thinly veiled contempt. They are large, in some accounts, enormously large, winged, armored in natural biological scales of extraordinary hardness, possessing a level of psychic and technological capability that places them among the most formidable civilizations in the known galactic community, and operating according to a philosophy of domination and hierarchical order that is as alien to the humanist tradition as anything one can imagine. The Reptilians, in contrast, entered modern human consciousness through a more diffuse set of channels. Ancient mythology is saturated with serpent beings, the Nagas of Hindu cosmology, the Anunnaki of Sumerian tradition, the serpent of Eden, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl, the dragon lineages of Chinese imperial mythology, the serpent priests of Egypt. Modern accounts of reptilian encounters began appearing with greater frequency in the abduction literature of the 1980s and 1990s, where experiencers who had been through the standard gray-dominated abduction experience sometimes reported encounters with taller, more aggressive beings of distinctly reptilian reptilian appearance who seem to be overseeing or directing the gray beings. David Icke's synthesis of these accounts with his research into elite bloodlines, secret societies, and the hidden structure of global power produced, beginning in the 1990s and accelerating through the 2000s, the most comprehensive public framework for understanding the reptilian presence on Earth that has yet been assembled. Both races, then, arrive in human consciousness trailing an enormous weight of mythological, historical, and contemporary testimony. Both are real, both are active, and they are not the same. The central distinction: cosmic primacy versus terrestrial entanglement. The single most important distinction between the Alpha-Draconians and the Reptilians, the one that shapes everything else about their difference, can be stated simply: the Alpha-Draconians are a cosmic empire. The Reptilians, in most of their relevant manifestations, are a terrestrially entangled presence. The Alpha-Draconians operate on a galactic scale. Their civilization spans star systems. Their political and military reach extends across sectors of this galaxy that dwarf the distance between Earth and its nearest stellar neighbor. They are, in the cosmological framework described by nearly every researcher who has studied them, the apex predator of their particular evolutionary and civilizational type, the civilization that other dominator-oriented races look up to, fear, ally with, or serve. They are not primarily interested in Earth in the way that a colonizer is interested in a territory. They are interested in Earth the way a corporate CEO is interested in one particular factory, in one particular subsidiary, in a vast multinational empire. Earth matters to them for specific reasons that we will examine in detail, but it is not the center of their operational focus. The galaxy is. The Reptilians, in their most Earth-relevant manifestations, are the opposite. They are deeply, intimately, intricately entangled with this world. Some subraces appear to have been present here for hundreds of thousands of years, predating modern humanity, living in subterranean environments, breeding programs, intermarrying with human elite bloodlines, operating through human proxy structures in ways that have shaped politics, religion, finance, and culture across the entirety of recorded human history. They are not managing Earth from the outside. According to the most detailed accounts, the relevant reptilian groups are, in a meaningful sense, here. They are embedded in this world in a way that the Alpha-Draconians are not. This embeddedness is both the source of their specific power over human affairs and the key to understanding why their agenda and their methods differ so dramatically from those of the ancient Draconian Empire. This distinction, cosmic empire versus terrestrial embeddedness, will recur throughout this documentary as the organizing principle through which all other differences between the two civilizations can be understood. It shapes their biology, their social structures, their technology, their relationship to human institutions, and their long-term intentions for this planet and this species. Understanding it deeply is the foundation on which everything else in this documentary rests. The shape of the silence. Why this information has been suppressed. Before we move into the detailed examination of each race, a final word on why this information has been systematically suppressed, ridiculed, and made culturally invisible for so long. The answer is not simply that governments have chosen to conceal the extraterrestrial presence for fear of causing mass panic, though that explanation has been offered and contains some truth. The deeper answer, according to the whistleblower and contactee tradition, is that the suppression itself is part of the agenda. Not the agenda of human governments acting alone, but the agenda of the terrestrially entangled reptilian groups acting through those human structures. If the reptilian presence on Earth is, as the research suggests, deeply embedded in elite bloodlines, operating through financial, governmental, military, and media structures, then the suppression of knowledge about that presence is precisely what one would expect. A colonizing intelligence operating through human proxies would naturally use every available mechanism to prevent the colonized population from understanding the nature of its colonization. This does not require a centralized conspiracy meeting in a room somewhere and deciding to suppress alien information. It requires only that the beings and human institutions whose interests are served by the suppression have sufficient influence over the mechanisms of public information, education, media, science funding, official government communications, to ensure that the subject remains permanently in the territory of the ridiculous. The Alpha-Draconians, operating at a cosmic rather than a terrestrial level, are less directly invested in the day-to-day mechanics of the suppression, though some researchers argue that the overall framework of human domestication, the maintenance of a controlled, resource-producing, spiritually managed human population on a planet within their sphere of influence, is ultimately a draconian project that the reptilian Earth-based groups serve. This argument will be examined in depth when we compare the two civilizations in Part 11. For now, the shape of the silence is simply this: the information you are about to receive has not reached you through conventional channels because the conventional channels have been managed for reasons that will become clear to prevent exactly this kind of comprehensive, comparative, honest examination of the two most significant non-human civilizations in Earth's sphere of influence. It has reached you here, now, through the accumulated weight of testimony, research, and persistent human curiosity that no suppression mechanism has ever been able to permanently extinguish. With that established, let us turn to the first, and in many ways, the most extraordinary subject of this investigation. Let us meet the Alpha-Draconians. Alpha-Draconian origins, cosmic history, and the Draco star system. In the southern sky, visible in the northern hemisphere year-round due to its circumpolar position, lies one of the oldest and most storied constellations in the human astronomical tradition. The constellation Draco, the dragon, winds across the northern celestial pole in a sinuous curve of stars, its head marked by a trapezoid of 4 bright stars, its body spiraling between the Great Bear and the Little Bear as though coiling around the axis of the heavens themselves. Ancient astronomers did not choose this configuration arbitrarily. Across cultures, Babylonian, Greek, Egyptian, Persian, Indian, Chinese, the serpentine or dragon form recurs at this same location in the sky, assigned to the same region of space by civilizations that had no direct contact with each other. The symbolic weight placed on this constellation is extraordinary and almost universally associated in the ancient record with beings of great power, great age, and a relationship to human civilization that was simultaneously generative and threatening. The principal star of the Draco constellation relevant to the Alpha-Draconian civilization is Alpha Draconis, also known as Thuban. Thuban is a binary star system located approximately 310 light-years from Earth, and it holds an astronomical distinction of remarkable historical significance. Approximately 4,000 years ago, Thuban was the pole star, the star around which the entire northern celestial sphere appeared to rotate. It served this function at the time the Great Pyramid of Giza was being constructed, and some researchers have argued that the descending shaft of the Great Pyramid was aligned with Thuban during this period, suggesting that whatever civilization was involved in the construction of that monument had reason to maintain a direct astronomical relationship with the Alpha-Draconis system. The implications of this alignment, in the context of what we are about to describe about the Alpha-Draconian civilization, are not incidental. But Thuban is not the only relevant star in the Draco system, and the civilization we are discussing did not originate only in that single location. The Alpha-Draconian civilization, as described in the research and contactee literature, originated in the Thuban system and subsequently colonized numerous other star systems within and beyond the constellation Draco. Their empire, at its height, is described as encompassing multiple stellar territories across this sector of the Milky Way, with the Thuban system serving as the ancestral homeland, the Eden of their species, in a sense, from which their imperial expansion began. The age of the Alpha-Draconian civilization, the oldest empire. The most staggering single fact about the Alpha-Draconian civilization, the one that shapes every other aspect of how they must be understood, is their age. According to the testimony of Alex Collier's Andromedan contacts, beings from the Andromeda galaxy who had access to what they described as a comprehensive record of galactic civilizational history, the Alpha-Draconian civilization is approximately 4 billion years old. 4 billion years. Let that number sit for a moment. The Earth itself is approximately 4.5 billion years old. The oldest single-celled life on Earth is estimated to be approximately 3.5 to 4 billion years old. At the time, the first microbial organisms were beginning to appear in the warm, chemically rich seas of the early Earth. The Alpha-Draconian civilization was already beginning to form, or depending on which timeline one accepts, was already well established. Human civilization, by contrast, is at most 12,000 years old by the most expansive definitions of the term, and barely 6,000 years old by the conventional historical record. The Alpha-Draconians are to human civilization as a grown redwood forest is to a seed that was planted this morning. This age is not merely a fact of temporal curiosity. It is the foundation of everything about the Alpha-Draconian worldview, their psychology, their social organization, and their relationship to other civilizations. A species that has been technologically advanced for 4 billion years does not think about technology, about warfare, about genetic engineering, or about the management of younger civilizations, the way a species that has been spacefaring for a few thousand years thinks about those things. The Alpha-Draconians have had time to solve problems that we have not yet had time to identify. They have had time to develop and abandon civilizational philosophies that would take human civilization 10,000 generations to even approach. They have had time to make mistakes of a scale that would consume entire star systems, and to correct those mistakes, and to repeat them, and to correct them again, across timescales that have no human analog. Their self-perception as the royalty of the universe, as the original and supreme form of intelligent life, as the rightful rulers of all territories they can reach and dominate. This is not simple arrogance in any human sense of the word. It is the worldview of a civilization so ancient that every other spacefaring civilization they have encountered has been younger than them, in many cases dramatically so. For the Alpha-Draconians, the hierarchy they impose on the galaxy is not an abstraction or a political argument. It is, from their perspective, simply the natural order made manifest. They were first, they are most powerful, therefore they rule. This logic, alien as it is to humanist democratic sensibilities, has a cold internal consistency that becomes comprehensible when you accept the premise, their extraordinary age, from which it flows. Origins, the genesis of the reptilian physiology. Before we can understand the civilization, we must understand the body that civilization evolved within. The Alpha-Draconian biological form did not spring from nowhere. It evolved, according to the accounts that most researchers find most credible, on worlds that were radically different from the environment of Earth. The conditions that produced reptilian intelligence, as opposed to mammalian or avian intelligence, which are the evolutionary paths most relevant to Earth-centric life, were conditions of extreme solar radiation, wide temperature variation, and high atmospheric density. These conditions favored a biology characterized by extremely tough exterior protection, ectothermic or semi-ectothermic physiology, highly efficient metabolic systems capable of operating across wide temperature ranges, and a nervous system architecture that differed fundamentally from the mammalian pattern in ways that have enormous implications for psychology, emotional processing, and social behavior. The earliest ancestors of the Alpha-Draconian line are described as having been far smaller than the beings we recognize as Alpha-Draconians today. They evolved through a process that was both natural and, at some point, directed, a distinction we will return to, on worlds in the Thuban system that were geologically active, rich in mineral resources, and characterized by long periods of low solar output, interrupted by intense bursts of electromagnetic radiation from the parent star. These conditions selected for organisms that could survive extreme environmental variability, that could store energy efficiently across long periods of scarcity, and that developed hard biological shielding against radiation that would be lethal to soft-skinned mammals. The intelligence that emerged from this evolutionary process was of a specific type. It was strategic rather than empathic. It was hierarchical rather than cooperative. It was oriented toward long-term resource domination rather than community building. These are not judgments. They are descriptions of the functional intelligence that particular environmental pressures select for. A species that evolves in an environment where resources are intermittently scarce, where competition is fierce and where no period of abundance is guaranteed to last, will develop a cognitive architecture oriented toward acquiring and defending resources, toward assessing the hierarchy of every social encounter, and toward strategizing across long-time horizons. This is the cognitive architecture of the Alpha-Draconian mind, and it was shaped by billions of years of precisely such selective pressures. The Draconian Empire begins first contact with other civilizations. At some point in the unfathomably distant past, the Proto-Alpha-Draconian civilization achieved the technological capacity for space travel. The exact timeline is, by the nature of the sources available, imprecise. But the general picture that emerges from the research literature is one of a species that developed space travel in what was, relative to most of the civilizations that they subsequently encountered, the very deep history of this galaxy. They were not necessarily the absolute first intelligent species to achieve space travel in this galaxy. That is a claim that is difficult to substantiate, but they were among the first. And they were certainly the first to achieve it in the region of the galaxy that would eventually be relevant to Earth. Their first encounters with other intelligent species are described in terms that illuminate the foundational pattern of the Alpha-Draconian civilization's relationship to other life. When they found worlds bearing less technologically developed intelligent life, they did not extend diplomatic contact. They assessed. They evaluated the utility and threat potential of the species in question. They made a determination about whether the species could be subjugated, domesticated, incorporated into their hierarchical empire as a subordinate labor or resource class, or whether the species posed a potential challenge that required preemptive elimination. This evaluative framework has never fundamentally changed. It is the operating system of the Alpha-Draconian civilization across billions of years of galactic history. Early in their spacefaring history, the Alpha-Draconians established what the research literature describes as their fundamental operational doctrine with respect to other intelligent species, what Alex Collier's Andromedan sources described as a philosophy of total domination and resource acquisition as the highest purpose of civilization. Other intelligent species are, from the Draconian perspective, either useful resources, labor, genetic material, territory, worship, energetic sustenance, potential threats to be neutralized, or background noise to be ignored. There is, in the foundational Draconian philosophy, no category for equals. The concept of another civilization being an equal partner, deserving of the same consideration and sovereignty as the Draconian civilization itself, is not merely rejected, it is, in the deepest sense of the Draconian cognitive architecture, not computationally available. It does not parse. A civilization is either above, below, or a temporary unknown on the hierarchy, and the determination of hierarchy through demonstrated force is the mechanism by which all unknowns are resolved. The reptilian genetic seeding program, the Empire expands. Over the vast time frame of their history, the Alpha-Draconians developed a strategy for galactic expansion that went beyond simple military conquest. They became genetic engineers of extraordinary sophistication. The combination of their biological sciences and their extensive access to the genetic templates of intelligent species across many star systems allowed them to develop what the research literature describes as a seeding program. The deliberate creation or modification of intelligent reptilian or semi-reptilian species on worlds across their sphere of influence. This program served multiple purposes simultaneously. It created a supply of biologically related beings whose fundamental cognitive architecture, the hierarchical, strategic, dominator-oriented mind of the reptilian evolutionary line, was compatible with Draconian values and social organization. These seeded or modified species could be incorporated into the Draconian imperial structure as subordinate civilizations, owing loyalty to the Alpha-Draconian lineage as their genetic originators and cosmic overlords. They could be used as proxy forces, as labor classes, as advanced scouts, and as garrison populations on worlds that the Draconians wished to control but could not or did not wish to directly occupy in large numbers. The reptilian races that are most relevant to Earth's story are, according to the most detailed accounts, products of this program. They are not the Alpha-Draconians themselves. They are beings who were either genetically created by the Alpha-Draconians or who were genetically modified by them from pre-existing reptilian evolutionary lines on other worlds, or who were incorporated into the Draconian Empire through conquest and subsequently brought into a subordinate but affiliated relationship with the Draconian genetic and hierarchical family. This relationship between the Alpha-Draconians and the various reptilian subraces is one of the most important aspects of understanding how the two civilizations relate to each other, and we will explore it in considerable depth later in this documentary. For now, it is enough to note that the reptilians are, in the framework of most of the relevant research, not independent of the Alpha-Draconians. They are, in varying degrees and configurations, the Alpha-Draconian Empire's extended biological and political family, which is an entirely different kind of thing from being equals or allies in the human sense of those words. The War in Heaven, the Lyran-Draconian conflict and its cosmic consequences. No account of the Alpha-Draconian civilization's history would be complete without examining what may be the most consequential series of events in the history of this sector of the galaxy. The conflict between the Alpha-Draconian Empire and the Lyran civilization. The Lyran civilization, as described in the research literature, was the original home civilization of the genetic line that would eventually produce humanity. Lyra, a small constellation in the northern sky anchored by Vega, one of the brightest stars visible from Earth, was, according to Alex Collier's Andromedan sources, and corroborated by numerous other researchers in this tradition, the location of the first human-type civilization in this galaxy. This civilization predates Earth by a vast margin, and the beings of Lyra were the genetic ancestors not only of humanity on Earth, but of numerous human-type civilizations throughout this galactic region, including those in the Pleiades, in Sirius, in Arcturus, and in dozens of other systems that would go on to play significant roles in the story of Earth. The conflict between the Lyran civilization and the Alpha-Draconian civilization was not a brief military engagement. It was a series of wars. The research literature sometimes calls it the Lyran Wars, sometimes the First Galactic War, sometimes more colloquially, the War in Heaven, in recognition of its echo in ancient human mythological and religious texts that unfolded over an enormous time frame and resulted in the near-total destruction of the Lyran homeworlds and the dispersal of the Lyran genetic family across multiple star systems throughout this region of the galaxy. The causes of the conflict are described in terms that are simultaneously simple and profound. The Lyran civilizations represented, in philosophical terms, the polar opposite of the Alpha-Draconian worldview. They were, by the accounts available, service-oriented civilizations built on principles of cooperation, creative expression, spiritual development, and the sovereignty of all conscious beings. They were humanoid, bipedal, warm-blooded, with an emotional architecture rooted in empathy and connection rather than hierarchy and domination. When the Alpha-Draconians first encountered the Lyran civilization, the incompatibility was absolute. Two fundamentally opposed operating systems of intelligent civilization, one organized around domination, the other around cooperation, met in a galactic space too small for both, and the result was catastrophic. The Alpha-Draconians brought their full military and technological capability to bear on the Lyran worlds. The destruction wrought was on a scale that has no human historical parallel. Multiple Lyran planets were rendered uninhabitable. The Lyran population was reduced dramatically. Survivors fled in multiple directions across the galaxy, seeding human genetic lineages in new star systems while carrying with them the memory, encoded in cultural mythology, religious tradition, and what we might call racial memory, of a devastating conflict with great serpentine or dragon beings from the stars. This memory is everywhere in the ancient human record. The combat of the gods against serpent or dragon forces, Marduk against Tiamat in Babylonian myth, the Vedic god Indra against the serpent Vritra, the Norse god Thor against the Midgard serpent, the Egyptian Ra against the serpent Apophis, the Greek Apollo against the python, the biblical archangel Michael against the dragon. These are not independent mythological inventions. They are, in the framework of this research tradition, cultural memories of the same primordial conflict, preserved across thousands of years and across the genetic dispersal of the Lyran lineage through the galaxy, filtered through the mythologizing consciousness of civilizations that could not understand what they remembered but could not stop remembering it. The Lyran Wars are the original wound of the human civilizational family. They establish the fundamental polarity, the tension between the service to self-orientation of the reptilian empire and the service to others orientation of the human genetic family that has played out in every subsequent chapter of this galaxy's history, including the very long and very complex chapter that takes place on the third planet from a young yellow star in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. That planet is Earth. That chapter is still being written. The Draconian Empire's relationship to this solar system. The question of when the Alpha-Draconian civilization first became aware of this solar system and of the planet within it that would eventually become the home of the human genetic experiment is one that does not have a precise answer in the available sources. What is clear is that the solar system was identified as a location of interest by the Draconian Empire in the very deep past, and that their claim to this system and its resources is, in their own accounting, ancient and total. The Earth's position in the Orion arm of the Milky Way places it in a region of the galaxy that has been described by multiple researchers as a zone of significant contested interest, a region where the territorial ambitions of multiple civilizations, including the Draconian Empire, the various Sirian groups, Orion Empire civilizations, Pleiadian colonists, and others, have intersected in ways that have directly shaped this planet's history. The ancient texts of multiple cultures describe cosmic conflicts involving this solar system, conflicts over who controls it, who has the right to inhabit it, who has authority over its developing human population, that are far too specific and far too consistently described across independent traditions to be dismissed as pure mythology. The Draconian interest in Earth was, by most accounts, originally a claim of territorial sovereignty rather than a specific fascination with the biological resources of the planet. Earth fell within what the Draconians considered their domain, and anything within their domain was subject to their authority. But as the biological richness of Earth became apparent, its extraordinary genetic diversity, its rich mineral deposits, its unique electromagnetic characteristics, and eventually, the appearance of a genetically significant primate species capable of being modified into a highly useful intelligent labor and energy-generating population. The Draconian interest became more specific and more invested. The specific mechanisms of that investment and the role the Alpha-Draconians played in the genetic engineering projects that produced the modern human being are subjects we will examine in considerable detail in Part 5 and Part 6 of this documentary. For now, the key point is that the Alpha-Draconian civilization's relationship to Earth is not a recent development, not a product of the modern UFO era, and not the incidental contact story that the term alien encounter implies. It is a relationship that, by the most credible accounts available, predates the existence of the human species and goes back to the earliest periods of this solar system's habitability. A relationship between one of the oldest civilizations in the galaxy and a world they consider part of their empire, whose management they have invested in, and whose eventual full integration into their hierarchy they regard as inevitable. The Draconian Claim and the Galactic Council, a universe in tension. The Alpha-Draconian Empire does not exist in a vacuum. As the research literature makes clear, the galaxy is home to many civilizations, and not all of them accept the Draconian claim of universal dominance. What various researchers describe under different names, the Galactic Federation, the Council of Worlds, the Confederation of Planets, is a grouping of civilizations that operates, however imperfectly, on principles of mutual sovereignty and cooperative governance that are fundamentally opposed to the Draconian imperial model. The tension between the Draconian Empire and these cooperative galactic structures is, in the accounts of multiple researchers, ongoing. It is not a resolved conflict. It has produced periods of negotiation, periods of open warfare, and periods of uneasy coexistence in which both sides maneuver for advantage while maintaining a surface level of interaction that is not quite war and not quite peace. Earth, as a contested world with enormous biological and strategic value that falls within Draconian claim territory, but is also the home of a human genetic family with connections to Lyran-descended civilizations throughout the galaxy, sits directly in the center of this ongoing tension. Understanding that the Alpha-Draconians are not the only powerful civilization with an interest in Earth, and that their agenda for this planet is contested not only by humanity's own awakening, but by forces within the larger galactic community that have opposed the Draconian imperial model across billions of years, is essential context for everything that follows. The story of the Alpha-Draconians and the Reptilians on Earth is not a simple story of domination. It is a story of contested domination, of long-term power struggles, of shifting alliances and ancient enmities, played out against the backdrop of a galaxy that is far from finished deciding what Earth will ultimately be. The oldest wound, the longest game. Before Part 2 closes, a reflection on scale. 4 billion years of civilization, a galactic empire built on the ruins of countless younger worlds. A genetic seeding program that produced an extended biological family of subordinate races spread across multiple star systems. A war against the ancestors of humanity so total that its memory persists in the mythologies of every culture on Earth. A territorial claim on this solar system that predates the human species by an incalculable margin. This is who the Alpha-Draconians are in their historical context. Not visitors, not curious explorers, not interlopers. They are, from their own perspective, the rightful proprietors of this sector of the galaxy, currently managing, among other interests, one particularly valuable piece of biological and strategic real estate called Earth. The beings that walk its surface, the ones reading this, the ones living their daily lives in cities and towns and villages without any awareness of this cosmological backdrop, are, in the Draconian accounting, a resource, a managed population, a genetic experiment whose outcomes they have invested in and whose futures they intend to influence. That framing is not offered as a statement of defeat or resignation. It is offered as a clear description of the starting position of one of the two central subjects of this documentary, the position from which everything about their biology, their social structure, their technology, and their agenda can be understood. Alpha-Draconian physical anatomy, biology, and appearance. There are descriptions of the Alpha-Draconian physical form scattered through the research and testimony literature that, when compiled and cross-referenced, paint a picture of extraordinary biological specificity and internal consistency. Witnesses who have never met each other, contactees separated by decades and continents, ancient relief carvings made without any conceivable knowledge of modern exopolitical research, and the accounts of individuals who worked in classified environments, all of them, remarkably, describe something recognizably similar when they describe the Alpha-Draconian physical form. That consistency, in any investigative context, is evidence. It is not proof by the standards of peer-reviewed science. But in the evidentiary framework available for this kind of investigation, it is as close to corroborating physical description as we are currently able to get. Let us build that picture systematically, beginning with the most basic physical characteristics and working outward to the more specific and extraordinary. Size and scale. The giants of the galaxy. The Alpha-Draconians are large, extraordinarily large by any human standard of comparison. The most consistent descriptions in the research literature place their height at between 14 and 22 feet when standing at full bipedal posture. The lower end of this range, the 14-foot figure, appears most frequently in accounts of what researchers believe are the soldier and worker classes of the Alpha-Draconian hierarchy. The upper end, the 20 and 22-foot figures, appears in accounts associated with the royal or ruling class, which carries an additional biological distinction that we will address shortly. To grasp the practical implications of this size, consider a being 18 feet tall, walking upright on two legs, would have its face at approximately the height of a second-story window. it would dwarf any modern military vehicle. The door of a standard aircraft hangar would barely accommodate it. An NBA basketball hoop, at 10 feet off the ground, would be at waist height to a being of this stature. The sheer physical presence of an Alpha-Draconian standing in a human-scale environment would be one of absolute and immediate physical dominance, a fact that is not irrelevant to the psychology of every encounter between these beings and any human who has been in their presence. The body structure that supports this scale is described as both powerfully built and anatomically distinct from the bipedal form that humans inhabit. The Alpha-Draconian form is bipedal, 2 legs, 2 arms, an upright torso, and a head. But the proportions and biological details are profoundly non-human. The legs are described as powerfully muscular, structured with a digitigrade configuration in some accounts, meaning the toes rather than the entire foot bear the primary weight, as in many reptilian forms on Earth, or with a plantigrade foot structure more similar to humans in other accounts. The variation in foot structure may correspond to the different castes and sublineages within the Alpha-Draconian population, or it may reflect slight inconsistencies in witness reporting across different contact experiences. The torso is broad, disproportionately so by human standards, with a deep chest that accommodates internal organs of significantly different architecture than the mammalian arrangement. The arms are long relative to body size, terminating in hands of 4 to 5 digits, equipped with claws that are described in most accounts as retractable and extremely sharp. The head is large relative to even the enormous body, with a flat cranial profile in frontal view, but a significantly elongated posterior skull, an occipital extension that projects backward from the plane of the face, giving the head a distinctive forward-leaning, heavy appearance when viewed from the side. This cranial shape is noted in multiple accounts and has been connected by researchers to ancient elongated skull artifacts found at sites ranging from Peru to Malta to Egypt to Paracas, suggesting that beings of this physiological type were present in human civilization's early development and left physical evidence in the form of remains and possibly in the hybrid bloodlines they created. The skin and scales, biological armor. The most immediately striking visual feature of an Alpha-Draconian, after sheer size, is the surface of the body. The skin is not skin in the mammalian sense, not a relatively thin, soft, largely unarmored outer layer. The Alpha-Draconian outer surface is a layered system of scales that functions simultaneously as a sensory organ, a thermal regulation system, and biological armor of extraordinary effectiveness. The scales themselves vary in size across the body. On the most exposed surfaces, the back, the upper chest, the outer surfaces of the arms and legs, the scales are described as large, overlapping, and of a hardness that makes them resistant to most known projectile weaponry. The composition of these scales, according to accounts that venture into biological detail, involves a crystalline mineral matrix embedded within a biological substrate. In essence, a living, growing, regenerating composite material that is harder and denser than bone. Some accounts describe the back scales specifically as reflecting light in a way that suggests near metallic hardness, and the color of this outer armor layer is most consistently described as a deep green-black or dark brown-black, though significant color variation is reported across different lineages and castes of the Alpha-Draconian population. On the ventral surfaces, the chest, abdomen, inner arms and legs, the throat, the scales are smaller and packed more densely, with a flexibility that the dorsal scales lack. This ventral surface, while lighter in color, pale yellow, cream, or lighter green in most descriptions, is still dramatically tougher than any mammalian skin tissue. The transition zone between the heavy dorsal armor and the lighter ventral surface is described as a distinctive visual feature of the Alpha-Draconian body, a lateral line where scale size, density, and coloration shift abruptly, marking the boundary between the armored exterior and the more flexible anterior surface. The color variation across the Alpha-Draconian population is significant and, importantly, hierarchically meaningful. Dark green, black-green, and brown-black colorations are associated with the warrior castes. Lighter green and what some accounts describe as a metallic or iridescent sheen are associated with higher-ranking genetic lines. the royal bloodline of the Alpha-Draconian civilization, the white or albino Draconians, are described in multiple accounts as having scales of dramatically lighter coloration, approaching white or off-white, with a slight luminescence that is attributed in some accounts to bioluminescence, and in others to the higher energetic frequency that the royal bloodline is said to embody. This connection between skin color and hierarchical rank within the Alpha-Draconian civilization is one of the most reliably consistent details across multiple independent descriptions, and it suggests a species in which biological phenotype and social hierarchy are deeply and intentionally linked. The wings, the mark of Draconian royalty. The single most dramatic anatomical feature that distinguishes certain Alpha-Draconians, specifically those of the higher nobility and royal class, from the lower castes and from all other reptilian species, is the presence of wings. Not all Alpha-Draconians have wings. This is important. The warrior and worker classes of the Alpha-Draconian hierarchy are described in most accounts as wingless, large, powerful, scale-armored beings who are physically formidable but do not possess the wing structures associated with the aristocratic and royal genetic lines. The wings are, in the Alpha-Draconian biological and social system, a marker of genetic lineage, an indicator of elite status, and one of the most visually arresting features of any non-human being that contactees and witnesses have described in the entirety of the research literature. The wings are structured broadly along the lines of what Earth biology would recognize as a bat wing or pterosaur wing, a membrane of tough biological tissue stretched between elongated arm-like supporting structures, attached to the dorsal surface of the body and capable of independent movement. Their span, relative to the body size they adorn, is impressive even by the standard of the already enormous Alpha-Draconian frame. On a being of 18 to 20 feet of height, wingspans of 40 to 50 feet or more are described in some accounts. The question of whether these wings are capable of true powered flight, lifting a being of the mass suggested by an 18-foot reptilian body, is addressed differently in different accounts. Some researchers suggest that the wing structures observed on Earth's surface are vestigial or ceremonial in the higher gravity of Earth's environment, and that they may function more effectively in lower gravity environments or in the context of the Alpha-Draconian homeworld's slightly different gravitational parameters. Others suggest that the wings are used primarily for gliding, for atmospheric navigation in environments with lower atmospheric density, or that their primary function is related not to physical flight but to the electromagnetic and psychic emission capabilities that we will discuss in the next part of this documentary. The connection between the Alpha-Draconian royal class, large, pale-winged, possessed of a biological profile that reads as simultaneously reptilian and dragon-like, and the dragon imagery that appears in virtually every ancient human culture on Earth is not subtle. The dragons of Chinese imperial mythology, described as great serpentine beings with wings who were intimately connected to the ruling dynasties and whose favor was necessary for legitimate kingship, match this description. The winged serpent gods of Mesoamerican tradition, Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan, described as great feathered or winged serpent beings who descended from the sky and taught the arts of civilization to early human cultures, match this description. The dragons of European heraldry, which became so thoroughly associated with royalty that the dragon became a symbol of sovereign power itself, match this description. The great serpent beings of the Hindu cosmological tradition, the Nagas, some of whom are described as cobra-headed beings with multiple arms and occasionally with wings, match this description, though with significant variation that may reflect the blending of Alpha-Draconian imagery with that of other non-human beings in the Hindu record. These are not coincidences of artistic imagination. They are, in the framework of this documentary and the research tradition it represents, cultural memories, preserved in the safest possible container, which is mythology and religion, of real biological entities that real human beings in the ancient world encountered, served, worshipped, feared, and recorded as best they could with the conceptual tools available to them. The face, eyes, teeth, and sensory systems. The face of an Alpha-Draconian is described with enough consistency across accounts to allow for a reasonably detailed composite picture, and it is a face that is simultaneously alien and, in the deep structure of its bilateral symmetry and forward-facing eyes, recognizably structured for an intelligence that evolved in a predatory context. The eyes are perhaps the most frequently commented upon feature in contact accounts. They are large relative to the face, much larger proportionally than human eyes, and they have vertically slit pupils like those of a cat or many terrestrial reptiles that can expand dramatically in low light conditions. The iris coloration varies, but the most frequently reported colors are gold, amber, deep orange, and a red gold that several accounts describe as appearing to glow with an inner light independent of reflected illumination. This apparent luminosity is noted both in accounts of direct physical contact and in accounts of encounters under dimly lit conditions, and it connects to a broader characteristic of Alpha-Draconian biology that we will discuss in the section on psychic and energetic capabilities, the ability to emit biologically generated electromagnetic radiation in frequencies that extend beyond the human visible spectrum. The visual system implied by these eyes is significantly different from the human visual system. The large size suggests an eye adapted to gathering light over a wider spectrum, including into infrared ranges. The slit pupil is a structure associated on Earth with ambush predators who need to rapidly adjust for dramatic changes in light intensity. The reflective quality noted by some accounts suggests a tapetum lucidum, a reflective layer behind the retina common in many Earth animals, but absent in humans, that dramatically enhances low-light vision. The Alpha-Draconian visual system, taken as a whole, appears designed for a being who operates effectively across a much wider range of light conditions than humans, who has excellent low-light vision, and whose eyes are optimized for detecting movement and detail simultaneously, the classic visual toolkit of an apex predator. The nose is typically described as flat against the face, with two prominent nostrils, whose internal structure is assumed to support a highly developed olfactory sense. The jaw structure is powerful, wider and more pronounced than in any human morphology, with teeth that are not the simple flat grinders of omnivorous mammals, but the sharp, interlocking teeth of a carnivore, arranged in multiple rows in some accounts, suggesting that the Alpha-Draconian diet is, and has always been, primarily animal protein. The jaw can apparently open to a much wider angle than the human jaw, an anatomical feature that would make the Alpha-Draconian smile were such an expression to occur, one of the most alarming sights that a human being could encounter. The head is attached to the torso by a neck that is thick and muscular, out of proportion to what the human form would require for a head of equivalent size, suggesting the need to support and move the heavy cranial structure through rapid rotational and vertical movements that the standard human neck musculature would not manage. The ears, where they are described at all, are either small and nearly vestigial, with hearing supplemented by other sensory systems, or are replaced entirely by a slightly different sensory organ that detects vibration rather than sound waves in the manner that mammalian ears do. Internal biology, temperature, metabolism, and regeneration. The internal biology of the Alpha-Draconians diverges from mammalian physiology in ways that have significant operational and survivability implications. The most commonly discussed distinction is temperature regulation. The Alpha-Draconian metabolic system appears to be not simply ectothermic, cold-blooded in the way most Earth reptiles are, but rather a sophisticated hybrid system capable of actively maintaining body temperature across a much wider range than either strict ectothermy or strict endothermy would allow. This thermal flexibility is almost certainly an evolutionary response to the volatile stellar environment of the Thuban system, which subjects its planetary bodies to significant swings in radiation and heat. A strictly cold-blooded organism in such an environment would be incapacitated during cold periods. A strictly warm-blooded organism would be energetically unsustainable during periods of extreme heat. The Alpha-Draconian solution, shaped by billions of years of evolution in precisely this environment, appears to be a layered thermoregulatory system that can draw on solar environmental heat when available and generate endogenous metabolic heat when necessary, with the heavy scale armor functioning as both insulation and a radiation-absorbing dissipating system depending on circumstances. The metabolic rate of the Alpha-Draconian organism is described as significantly lower than the human metabolic rate during periods of low activity and dramatically higher during periods of physical exertion or stress. This metabolic flexibility allows for extended periods of minimal caloric consumption, a feature that makes the Alpha-Draconian body suited for long-duration space travel and for extended operations in environments where food resources are scarce, as well as explosive physical performance during combat or pursuit activities. The regenerative capacity of Alpha-Draconian biology is one of its most remarkable features. Multiple accounts describe a healing and regeneration process significantly more powerful than anything in the human biological repertoire. Minor injuries, cuts, bruises, small structural damage to the scale armor are described as healing within hours. More significant injuries, damage to the underlying musculature, loss of smaller limb sections, are described as capable of complete regeneration over periods ranging from days to weeks. The biological mechanisms underlying this regeneration are not described in detail in most accounts, but the pattern is consistent and remarkable. The Alpha-Draconian body appears to retain a much higher degree of cellular plasticity than the human body, and the scale armor in particular is noted as regenerating with near-complete fidelity after damage, suggesting a stem cell-like cellular reservoir maintained throughout the integumentary system. This regenerative capacity, combined with the natural armor of the scales and the extraordinary physical strength implied by the body size and musculature, makes the Alpha-Draconian physical form in combat a thing that no equivalent weight class of human military hardware could comfortably address. This is not a theoretical concern. It becomes directly relevant when we examine the reported encounters between Alpha-Draconian beings and human military personnel in underground facilities, which we will address in Part 6. Longevity, the immortals of the galaxy. Perhaps the most disorienting biological fact about the Alpha-Draconians, the one that, when fully absorbed, reconfigures the entire human framework for understanding their behavior and agenda, is their lifespan. The Alpha-Draconians are, for all practical purposes from a human perspective, effectively immortal. The natural lifespan of an Alpha-Draconian, without any artificial life extension technologies or interventions, is described across the research literature as ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of years. The royal and noble lineages, with access to the most advanced biological technologies their civilization has developed across 4 billion years of medical and genetic science, may have lifespans that extend far beyond even these extraordinary natural baselines. Some accounts speak of individual Alpha-Draconians who are themselves hundreds of thousands of years old, beings who were ancient when the last ice age covered the northern hemisphere of Earth, who were old when the pyramids were built, who were middle-aged when the first human civilizations began to emerge. What does it mean for a civilization of 4-billion-year-old institutional history to be composed of individual members who may personally remember events stretching back tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years? It means, among other things, that strategic planning on timescales that would span the entirety of recorded human history is not merely possible, but routine. When researchers describe the Alpha-Draconian management of Earth as a long game, a multi-generational, multi-millennia project of patient manipulation and gradual control, they are describing something that, for the beings doing the managing, is not even particularly long. An individual Alpha-Draconian noble who has been personally involved in the oversight of this planet's human experiment for the past 10,000 years has invested approximately 1% or less of a possible individual lifespan in the project. Patience, for the Alpha-Draconians, is not a virtue in the human sense of a difficult discipline to be cultivated. It is simply a consequence of having such an enormous abundance of time that no short-term outcome is critical. This extraordinary longevity also shapes the Alpha-Draconian relationship to death, loss, and risk in ways that are almost incomprehensible from a human standpoint. Human psychology is structured by mortality, by the awareness that each individual's time is finite and that death can come at any moment. This awareness is, to a significant degree, the driver of human urgency, creativity, and the particular quality of human presence in the moment. Remove that mortality, give a being a lifespan of 10,000 or 100,000 years, and the psychological architecture reorganizes entirely. Planning becomes more patient. Investment in long-term projects becomes more rational. The urgency that drives so much of human behavior dissolves, and the value placed on the lives of others, particularly of shorter-lived beings, inevitably diminishes as a matter of pure experiential arithmetic. A being who has existed for 100,000 years has a different relationship to the loss of a being who lives for 80 years than a being who lives for 80 years has to the loss of a being who lives for 80 days. The Alpha-Draconian relationship to human mortality is, in this framework, something that it would be analytically dishonest to describe as casual indifference. It is something far more coldly structural than that. It is the natural valuation differential that arises when the lifespans of the valuer and the valued differ by orders of magnitude. The brain and cognitive architecture, how the Alpha-Draconian thinks. The neurological architecture of the Alpha-Draconian brain is described in the accounts that venture into this territory as having specific features that differentiate it from the mammalian neural structure and explain some of the most distinctive aspects of Alpha-Draconian cognition and behavior. The most discussed neurological distinction is what researchers and contactees have described as the near absence of the limbic system structures associated in mammalian brains with emotional bonding, empathic response, and the experience of connection to other beings. The Alpha-Draconian neural architecture is described as overwhelmingly oriented toward the reptilian brainstem functions: territorial defense, resource acquisition, dominance assessment, threat detection, and strategic planning, with very limited development of the neural structures that produce, in mammals, the experience of emotional warmth, familial bonding, and social cohesion through empathy. This does not mean that Alpha-Draconians do not experience emotions. The research literature is careful on this point. They experience what might be called proto-emotions, the sharp, high-intensity experiences of threat, hunger, competitive dominance, territorial possession, and what functions as pleasure in the context of successful predation or resource acquisition. What they do not experience, or experience only in a severely attenuated form relative to humans, is the entire register of warm, connective, empathy-based emotional experience that is so fundamental to the human experiential world. They do not bond with other individuals in the way that mammals bond. They do not experience grief at loss in the way humans do. They do not feel compassion as humans feel it. Their social relationships are structured around hierarchy, mutual utility, and fear rather than around affection, loyalty in the mammalian sense, or shared emotional experience. The cognitive strengths of this architecture are, however, impressive. The Alpha-Draconian mind is described as capable of extreme strategic depth, the ability to hold complex, multivariable plans across long time horizons without the emotional interference that human decision-making is subject to. They are, in the clinical language of human psychology, remarkably free of the cognitive biases that arise from emotional investment in outcomes. They are patient, precise, and extraordinarily capable of the kind of cold strategic analysis that produces, over long time frames, reliably effective results. Their intelligence, measured in terms of analytical and strategic capability, is by most accounts significantly superior to the human average, and among the leadership castes, it operates at a level that would place them beyond the boundaries of any human intelligence scale. They also possess, and this bridges the purely neurological into the energetic and psychic capabilities that will be examined in more detail in Part 5. A form of cognitive projection capability that is distinct from but related to what humans call telepathy. They can project intention, emotional states, and information directly into the nervous systems of beings in their proximity, bypassing the auditory and visual channels of communication that humans rely on. This projection is experienced by human receivers as either sudden, sourceless emotional states, fear, awe, compulsion, or as apparent thoughts that seem to arise from within the receiver's own mind. The Alpha-Draconian capacity for this kind of direct neural intervention gives them an extraordinary advantage in interactions with species whose neural architecture is more open to such projection, which includes, very significantly, the human being. the scent of power, chemical communication, and pheromonic dominance. One final biological feature of the Alpha-Draconian that deserves discussion before we move to their social structure is the role of chemical communication in their social and hierarchical dynamics. The Alpha-Draconian biology includes a complex pheromonic signaling system that operates at a level of sophistication far beyond anything observed in Earth's animal kingdom. Specialized glands located on the neck, wrists, and dorsal ridge produce chemical signals that communicate a precise and nuanced range of information to other Alpha-Draconians and to other beings with sufficiently sensitive olfactory systems, including the specific rank and lineage of the individual, its current emotional and physiological state, its reproductive status, and its immediate intentions in a social interaction. The dominance-submission dynamics of Alpha-Draconian social interaction are heavily mediated by this chemical system. A lower-ranking Draconian in the presence of a higher-ranking one receives chemical signals that its nervous system processes below the level of conscious deliberation as mandatory deference triggers. This means that the hierarchy is enforced not only through physical intimidation and the threat of violence, though that enforcement mechanism is certainly present, but through a deep biological channel that bypasses rational assessment and directly activates the submission response in the nervous system of the lower-ranking being. The social hierarchy is, in this sense, literally built into the chemistry of the species. For human beings in proximity to Alpha-Draconian beings, the effects of this pheromonic system are, according to the accounts available, significant and deeply disorienting. Multiple testimonies from individuals who have been in close proximity to Alpha-Draconian beings describe an overwhelming experience of fear and paralysis that is not simply the fear of physical threat, though that threat is real, but something that operates at a deeper, more primal level. The experience is described as the complete dissolution of any sense of personal agency, an absolute certainty of one's own insignificance and helplessness, and a biological compulsion toward immobility and submission that overrides rational assessment of options. This response pattern, which is essentially an involuntary, chemically triggered submission response, is among the most potent tools in the Alpha-Draconian management toolkit when dealing with less powerful species. It does not require violence, it simply requires presence. This physical portrait, the enormous scale, the armored scales, the wings of the royal class, the powerful sensory systems, the extraordinary longevity, the cold strategic intelligence, and the chemical dominance capability, forms the biological foundation on which the Alpha-Draconian civilization and its behavior can be understood. Every aspect of their society, their technology, and their relationship to other species flows from what they are, physically and neurologically. To understand the civilization, one must first understand the body and the mind that the civilization emerged from. Alpha-Draconian society, hierarchy, caste system, and culture. Every civilization is, at its most fundamental level, an organized system for managing the relationship between power and population. The specific way in which a civilization organizes that relationship, the rules it establishes for who leads and who follows, who owns and who labors, who decides and who obeys, reflects, at the deepest level, the evolutionary psychology of the species that built it. Human civilizations, built by a mammalian species with strong capacities for empathy, emotional bonding, and cooperative social behavior, have produced an extraordinary diversity of social forms, from egalitarian hunter-gatherer bands, to city-states, to democracies, to feudal empires, to corporate oligarchies. Across this diversity, a recurring tension between the impulse toward cooperation and equality and the impulse toward hierarchy and domination has shaped every human society that has ever existed. The Alpha-Draconian civilization has no such tension. The hierarchical dominator model is not one option among several that emerged from the Draconian evolutionary psychology. It is the only option that that psychology produces. The entire social, political, genetic, and cultural architecture of the Alpha-Draconian civilization is a hierarchy, a single, comprehensive, pyramid-shaped system of authority and subordination in which every being has a precisely defined position. Every position carries precisely defined rights and obligations, and the entire structure is held together by a combination of genetic determinism, biological pheromonic enforcement, psychic dominance, technological control, and the constant, clearly understood threat of violence. Understanding this hierarchy in its full detail is essential for understanding how the Alpha-Draconian civilization operates in every domain, how it makes decisions, how it manages its subordinate races and planets, how it pursues its long-term agenda, and how it relates to the human civilization it considers part of its estate. The pinnacle, the Royal White Draconians. At the apex of the Alpha-Draconian hierarchy sits the royal bloodline, distinguished from all other Draconians by the biological characteristics already described: the lighter, near-white scale coloration, the full wing structures, the greater physical size, and what multiple accounts describe as a qualitatively different level of psychic and energetic capability. These beings are referred to in the research literature variously as the White Draconians, the Royal Chiakar, the Draco Royals, or simply the Royals. Their number is not large. The royal bloodline, by the nature of a rigidly hierarchical species with strong genetic delineation between castes, does not reproduce numerically in the way that lower castes do. The reproduction of the royal bloodline is carefully managed, a deliberate genetic stewardship program that preserves the specific traits associated with royal status: the coloration, the wings, the enhanced psychic capability, and what the Alpha-Draconians themselves regard as the markers of divine right. This management is not merely a social convention. It is encoded in law, enforced through the biological hierarchy, and regarded as the most fundamental organizing principle of Draconian civilization. The purity of the royal bloodline is the axis around which the entire empire turns. The royal Draconians are described in accounts as beings whose psychic and energetic capabilities significantly exceed those of the general Draconian population. Where a lower caste Draconian might be able to project fear or submission responses at close range, a royal Draconian is described as capable of operating at much greater distances and with much greater intensity, capable in some accounts of psychically affecting or incapacitating multiple beings simultaneously, of reading the thoughts and memories of other beings at close range, and of projecting its presence into remote locations through what some researchers describe as astral or consciousness-based projection. These capabilities are not merely personal gifts of individual royal beings. They are genetic traits of the royal bloodline, selected and preserved across generations through the deliberate breeding program that maintains the royal genetic integrity. The authority of the royal Draconians is absolute. In the Draconian social structure, there is no mechanism, no court, no council, no representative body through which the decisions of the royal class can be overturned or even formally challenged by those of lower rank. This does not mean that the royal class is not subject to internal competition. The research literature describes significant rivalry and conflict within the royal bloodline itself, between different royal houses and lineages competing for preeminence in the overall hierarchy. But these internal conflicts are resolved through mechanisms of power, through demonstrations of psychic and physical dominance, through strategic alliance building within the royal class, and occasionally through violence, rather than through any democratic or legal process that appeals to principles external to the hierarchy itself. The warrior aristocracy, the noble caste. Beneath the royal bloodline, the next tier of the Alpha-Draconian hierarchy consists of what researchers most commonly call the noble or aristocratic warrior class. These are beings of high genetic rank who possess many of the characteristics of the royals: the dark green or black green scale coloration at its most impressive, the large physical size, the full development of combat and psychic capabilities, but who lack the specific genetic markers of the royal line: the white coloration, the wings, and the highest tier of psychic power. The noble caste is, in practical terms, the administrative and military leadership of the Alpha-Draconian Empire. They command the military fleets. They govern the subordinate worlds and species within the Empire's territory. They serve as the intermediaries between the royal class and the vast machinery of workers, soldiers, and subordinate species that keep the Empire running. Their authority within their sphere is nearly absolute, limited only by the overriding authority of the royals above them and constrained by the internal competition within their own caste. The relationship between the noble caste and the royal bloodline is described as one of both loyalty and tension. The nobles serve the royals and acknowledge their supreme authority, but the most powerful noble houses are not without ambition, and the history of the Alpha-Draconian Empire includes multiple periods of internal conflict between noble houses competing for royal favor, or, in cases of royal weakness, for the royal position itself. These internal dynamics are important for understanding the behavior of the Alpha-Draconian Empire as a whole, because they mean that the empire is not monolithic. It is a hierarchy, and hierarchies are subject to the internal tensions generated by competition among those who are close enough to the top to covet what lies above them. The noble caste Draconians are the beings most likely to have direct interaction with human structures and with the senior leadership of subordinate races and planet-level operations. When the research literature describes encounters between human military or government personnel and senior Alpha-Draconian beings, the beings in question are most likely members of the noble caste rather than the royals themselves, who would rarely interact directly with representatives of a species as primitive and low-ranking as humanity. The soldier caste, the warriors of the empire. The third tier of the hierarchy consists of the soldier caste, the primary fighting force of the Alpha-Draconian military machine. These beings are typically described as somewhat smaller than the nobles, though still enormous by human standards, with the darkest scale coloration of any Draconian class, deep black-green to pure black in some accounts, the most heavily developed musculature, and a psychology oriented almost entirely toward combat, threat assessment, and the execution of orders from above. The soldier caste Draconians are not merely physically formidable, though their physical capabilities are extreme by any standard of comparison. They are also described as highly trained in an array of combat technologies, from the personal weapons of their own making, devices that concentrate and project energy in configurations that would be described by human engineering as directed energy weaponry, to the management of larger military assets, including fighter craft, troop transport vessels, and weapons platforms of various scales. Psychologically, the soldier caste is described as the most straightforwardly aggressive of the Draconian castes, with the already limited empathic capacity of the general Draconian population reduced further by what appears to be deliberate genetic selection for aggression, fearlessness, and unquestioning obedience to rank. The soldier caste does not deliberate. It receives orders from above. It assesses the tactical parameters of those orders, and it executes. The moral framework that might inhibit a human soldier in the execution of brutal orders, the capacity for empathy with the target, the moral imagination to perceive harm from the perspective of its recipient, is simply not present in the cognitive architecture of the Draconian soldier. Phil Schneider's accounts of his 1979 encounter with what he described as large, aggressive, non-human beings in an underground tunnel drilling project in Dulce, New Mexico, describe beings that match the soldier caste description with considerable specificity: large, scaled, aggressive, armed with directed energy weapons, and responding to the human intrusion into their territory with immediate, lethal force. Whatever one makes of the specific circumstances of Schneider's account, his description of the physical and behavioral characteristics of the beings he encountered is consistent with what multiple other independent sources have described in characterizing the Alpha-Draconian soldier class. The worker caste and subordinate species. The lowest tier of the Alpha-Draconian internal hierarchy consists of a worker caste, beings who are biologically Draconian but occupy the lowest genetic rung within the species itself, and, beneath even these, the vast populations of subordinate non-Draconian species that have been incorporated into the empire through conquest, genetic engineering, or alliance. The worker caste Draconians are physically the smallest of their kind, though they remain large by human standards, and their cognitive architecture is described as less strategically capable than the soldier or noble castes, but more practically oriented toward technical, administrative, and resource management functions. They build, they maintain, they manage the material infrastructure of the empire. Their position is determined at birth by genetic assessment, and while the Alpha-Draconian system allows for some limited upward mobility within the general population, excluding the fixed boundaries of the royal and noble genetic lines, movement through the social hierarchy is enormously constrained by biology in a way that has no human analog in any modern social system, though it has clear ancient parallels in the most rigid caste systems of human history. The subordinate non-draconian species within the Empire are, in many ways, the most significant element of the Alpha-Draconian social system for understanding the civilization's relationship to Earth and humanity. These are the races that were either conquered, created, or genetically modified by the Alpha-Draconians and subsequently incorporated into the hierarchy below all Draconian castes. They include various reptilian subraces that we will examine in detail in the second half of this documentary, but also other species of entirely different biological types who were too useful to eliminate and too weak to resist incorporation. The treatment of subordinate species within the Draconian Empire is consistent with the overall philosophy of the civilization. They are managed. They are assigned a function within the imperial machine. They are given the minimum resources and freedoms necessary for the performance of that function. They are not treated with cruelty for its own sake. Cruelty is a mammalian concept rooted in the sadistic enjoyment of another's suffering, and that specific emotional register requires an empathic capacity that the Alpha-Draconians don't possess in the necessary measure. They are treated with indifferent efficiency, resources are allocated, functions are assigned, performances are monitored, failures are punished with the minimum force necessary to restore compliance. Successes are rewarded with the minimum resource allocation necessary to maintain productivity. The entire system is a machine of optimal resource extraction, and the beings within it are components of that machine. Family structure and reproduction, the breeding of a master race. The Alpha-Draconian approach to family and reproduction reflects the same hierarchical logic that governs every other aspect of their civilization, but it reveals an additional dimension of their social organization that is important for understanding both their imperial longevity and their relationship to the practice of genetic engineering that has shaped their interactions with Earth. The Alpha-Draconian family unit is not organized around the mammalian model of a bonded pair and their offspring. It is organized around lineage, a genetic clan structure that encompasses multiple generations and is defined primarily by its hierarchical position and genetic purity rather than by the emotional bonds between individuals. Reproduction within the Alpha-Draconian system is not a private matter, but a managed public function. The pairing of individuals for reproduction is determined or heavily influenced by the hierarchical authorities above them, with the primary consideration being the maintenance of genetic purity within caste boundaries and, in the royal bloodline, the careful perpetuation of the specific genetic traits that define royal status. This means that what humans might call romantic love, the emotional bond between two individuals that motivates their desire to reproduce and raise offspring together, is not a primary driver of Alpha-Draconian reproductive behavior. Compatibility, in the genetic and hierarchical sense, is the driver. Emotional bonding between parents exists in the Alpha-Draconian system, but it is of a fundamentally different character than the mammalian pair bond. It is something more like the loyalty that binds members of a military unit than the tender emotional attachment that characterizes human romantic partnerships. The young of the Alpha-Draconian species are not, as in many mammalian species, helpless at birth and dependent on intensive parental investment for extended periods. Alpha-Draconian hatchlings, they are oviparous, producing eggs, emerge at a much more developed physical state than human infants, and their period of complete dependence on parental care is significantly shorter. This means that the deep emotional bonds associated with extended parental investment in helpless young, bonds that are, evolutionary biologists argue, one of the primary sources of human empathic capacity, are much less central to the Alpha-Draconian developmental trajectory. The hatchling is assessed for its caste assignment, incorporated into the appropriate tier of the social system, and trained from early in its development for its designated function. Emotional warmth from parents is not absent, but it is not the primary vehicle through which young Alpha-Draconians learn their relationship to the world and to other beings. Hierarchy is. The Draconian philosophy, the universe as property. Having established the structure of the society, we can now address the philosophical system that the Alpha-Draconian civilization has developed to justify and explain it. This philosophy is important not as a curiosity, but because it directly informs the Alpha-Draconian agenda on Earth and their specific relationship to humanity. The core of Draconian philosophy is, at its simplest, a claim of cosmic ownership rooted in primacy. The universe exists. Intelligence arose within it. The Alpha-Draconians were among the first, and are now among the most powerful, forms of intelligence to arise within the universe. From this primacy flows, in the Draconian philosophical system, absolute right. Whatever they can reach, they own. Whatever they own, they can use as they see fit. The rights of lesser species, the sovereignty of worlds inhabited by less technologically developed civilizations, the self-determination of species that have not achieved the military and technological capability to enforce their own independence, are, in the Draconian accounting, not rights at all. They are simply vulnerabilities that have not yet been exploited. This philosophy is not nihilism. It is not chaos. It is a rigidly ordered hierarchy in which the order itself is the good, in which the hierarchy and the power that maintains it are not merely mechanisms but values, the highest expression of a universe that organizes itself from the bottom up through competition and from the top down through domination. The Alpha-Draconians do not view the universe as a place of random meaninglessness. They view it as a place of perfectly legible order in which the hierarchy of power is the order, and in which that order is, by definition, good because it is the natural outcome of competitive reality. What this means for species that the Alpha-Draconians encounter is that there is, in the Draconian framework, no moral barrier to conquest, enslavement, genetic modification, or any other form of exploitation of a less powerful species. These are not ethical violations. They are the expression of the natural order. A civilization that is conquered was, by definition, not powerful enough to resist conquest, which means it occupied a position in the hierarchy below the conqueror, which means the conqueror's domination of it is cosmically appropriate. This is the philosophical foundation of the Alpha-Draconian Empire, and it is a foundation that 4 billion years of existence at the apex of the hierarchy has done nothing to erode. Culture, art, and expression. Does the dragon dream? One of the questions that always arises when examining a civilization as oriented toward domination and hierarchy as the Alpha-Draconian one is whether such a civilization produces anything that might be recognizable as culture in the human sense. Art, music, philosophy, spiritual practice, the creative expression of inner life beyond the purely functional. The answer, according to the available accounts, is yes, but in forms that are both extraordinary and deeply alien to the human creative tradition. Alpha-Draconian culture is described as a culture of power. Its artistic traditions center on the commemoration and glorification of dominance. Vast architectural works that demonstrate the engineering capability and creative ambition of the civilization. Complex forms of symbolic representation that encode the hierarchy and lineage of the civilization in visual and symbolic language. And what might be called martial arts, developed to an extraordinary aesthetic level. The culture does not produce what humans would recognize as lyric poetry or romantic visual art. The expressive forms associated with human interior emotional life, with vulnerability and longing and grief and love. What it produces are monuments, records, demonstrations. The art of the Alpha-Draconian civilization is the art of power expressing itself in permanent form. Music, or its equivalent, exists in the Draconian tradition in forms that are described as deeply structured, complex, mathematical, hierarchical, and that function primarily as a ritualistic tool for synchronizing large groups, reinforcing hierarchical relationships, and accessing altered states of consciousness associated with the psychic capabilities of the species. The Draconian equivalent of music is not entertainment. It is technology, a tool for organizing consciousness at a collective level, for amplifying the psychic projection capabilities of groups of Draconians working in concert, and for reinforcing the chemical and energetic hierarchical signals that hold the social structure together. Their spiritual or religious traditions are a reflection of the philosophical structure described above. the worship of power, lineage, and hierarchy as the highest expressions of cosmic order, embodied in the worship of the royal bloodline as the living embodiment of the divine ordering principle. The royal Draconians are not merely political rulers in this system, they are sacred objects, living proof of the rightness of the hierarchy, biological embodiments of the cosmic order that the Draconian philosophy affirms. Ritual worship of the royal lineage is not optional in the Draconian system. It is among the most fundamental social functions of the lower castes, and its performance is as much a biological as a voluntary behavior, mediated by the chemical and psychic systems of dominance that enforce hierarchy at every level of the society. The Empire in practice, managing a galactic civilization. The practical management of a civilization spanning multiple star systems across enormous distances of space raises logistical challenges of a kind that human political theory has never had to address. The Alpha-Draconian solution to the challenge of governing a galactic empire reflects, once again, the fundamental principles of their civilization. The empire is not governed centrally in the way that a human state is governed by a central capital with authority radiating outward. The distances involved make instantaneous communication across the empire impossible, even with the communication technologies available to the Draconians. Technologies that are, by human standards, extraordinary, but that still operate within the constraints of physical reality as they understand it. The empire is instead governed through a hierarchical franchise model. The royal class establishes the parameters of imperial policy and the fundamental laws of the hierarchy. The noble class manages specific territories within those parameters with considerable local discretion. The noble managers report upward and are accountable upward, but have genuine authority within their assigned territory. This franchise structure means that the expression of Alpha-Draconian imperial authority is not uniform across the empire. Different noble houses have different management styles, different relationships with their subordinate populations, different interpretations of where the boundaries of acceptable exploitation lie. What is consistent across the empire is the fundamental hierarchical structure, the fact of Draconian sovereignty, the subordinate status of all non-Draconian populations, and the ultimate authority of the royal class to override any noble decision that conflicts with imperial interests. Earth, in this framework, falls within the territory of a specific noble house or set of noble houses whose management of this planet and its human population has defined the specific character of Alpha-Draconian influence here. The specific details of which Draconian noble houses have authority over Earth, how that authority is structured, and how it has been exercised across human history are subjects that bridge this section of the documentary with the detailed account of the Alpha-Draconian agenda on Earth that we will examine in Part 6. Before that, however, we need to examine what may be the most astonishing dimension of the Alpha-Draconian civilization, their technology. Alpha-Draconian technology, psychic abilities, and military power. 4 billion years of continuous technological development is a concept that breaks every available human framework for imagining technological capability. Consider, modern human civilization has been technologically sophisticated in the broad sense of possessing writing, agriculture, metallurgy, and organized engineering for approximately 6,000 years. In those 6,000 years, humanity has gone from bronze tools to thermonuclear weapons, from riverboats to faster-than-light theoretical physics, from clay tablets to quantum computing. That is a 6,000-year technological arc. Now consider 4 billion years of that same process of accumulation, refinement, and accelerating advancement. The ratio between 6,000 years and 4 billion years is approximately 666,000 to 1. Whatever extrapolation one cares to make from the trajectory of human technological development over its 6,000-year history, multiply the result by 666,000, and you begin to approach, still from a very great distance, the technological baseline from which the Alpha-Draconian civilization operates. The inevitable conclusion is that the Alpha-Draconian technological capability is so far beyond anything that human civilization currently possesses, and so far beyond anything that human theoretical physics currently models as possible, that describing it in human technological terms is an act of approximate metaphor rather than precise description. What follows is the closest approximation available from the accounts and research literature, described in terms that make the capabilities intelligible without implying that those terms fully capture what they are describing. Propulsion and space travel, masters of interstellar distance. The most immediately practical dimension of the Alpha-Draconian technological capability is their mastery of interstellar travel. A civilization spanning multiple star systems can only function if it has solved the problem of traversing interstellar distances in operationally meaningful timeframes. The Alpha-Draconians solved this problem so long ago that it is, from their perspective, not a problem at all, but simply a solved engineering parameter. The propulsion systems employed by Alpha-Draconian vessels are described across multiple accounts in terms that correspond to what human theoretical physics calls space-time metric manipulation. The ability to alter the geometry of space-time around a vessel in ways that effectively nullify the distance between 2 points or allow the vessel to traverse enormous distances without technically moving through all the intervening space. This is not faster than light travel in the simple sense of a Star Trek warp drive. It is something that human physics has only recently begun to theorize as potentially feasible, the Alcubierre metric manipulation concept being the closest mainstream approximation, but that the Alpha-Draconians have been engineering and operating as a practical technology for a period that predates the formation of most of the planetary systems in this galaxy. The vessels themselves are described as ranging from small personal craft to truly enormous structures. The large military craft of the Alpha-Draconian fleet are described in some accounts as kilometer scale or larger, structures that, by comparison, dwarf any human-made vessel or facility. The triangular and delta-shaped craft most commonly reported in connection with what researchers believe are Draconian or Draconian-affiliated vehicles operating in or near Earth's atmosphere represent a specific class of smaller, more maneuverable craft within the larger fleet architecture. The internal environments of these vessels are described as configured for the physical needs of the Alpha-Draconian form: large internal spaces with high ceilings, temperature environments calibrated for Draconian thermal comfort, typically warmer than the average human preference, and atmospheric conditions that may differ from Earth's standard atmosphere in terms of humidity, trace gas composition, or pressure. When these craft operate in Earth's atmosphere, the environmental conditions within them are maintained separately from the external environment, which is not a significant engineering challenge for a civilization at their level of technological development. Energy technology, power beyond conventional physics. The energy systems that power Alpha-Draconian technology are described in terms that suggest a fundamental mastery of physics beyond what human science has yet achieved, specifically in the domain of what human researchers have called zero-point energy, vacuum energy, or the quantum vacuum. The theoretical basis for zero-point energy, the idea that the vacuum of space is not empty, but is rather a sea of quantum fluctuations containing an enormous density of energy that, if tapped, would represent a virtually unlimited power source, is well established in human physics, though the engineering challenge of actually extracting and utilizing this energy remains, in mainstream science, unsolved. The Alpha-Draconian technology, as described in the accounts, operates from a power base that is consistent with the successful exploitation of exactly this energy domain. Their craft, their weapons, their communication systems, and their life support technologies are not described as requiring conventional fuel. Not matter-antimatter annihilation in the Star Trek sense, not fission or fusion in the human nuclear sense, not any energy source that depletes a finite reservoir. Their power appears, to the level of description available, to be effectively limitless, drawing from the quantum structure of space-time itself, rather than from any contained, finite energy store. The implications of limitless portable energy for every other technological domain are profound. Weapons powered by limitless energy, computational systems powered by limitless energy, terraforming and environmental manipulation systems powered by limitless energy, medical and biological technologies powered by limitless energy. The technological capabilities of a civilization that has solved the energy problem are qualitatively different from those of a civilization still constrained by finite energy resources, and the Alpha-Draconians solved the energy problem an incomprehensibly long time ago. Weapon systems, the military arsenal of the Empire. The military technology of the Alpha-Draconian Empire is consistent with what one would expect from a civilization of their age and technological level, and it is described across multiple accounts with enough internal consistency to allow for a general overview. The primary principle governing their weapons development philosophy appears to be, as one might expect from their cultural orientation, overwhelming force delivered with maximum efficiency. They do not develop weapons designed to incapacitate or wound. They develop weapons designed to destroy. At the personal scale, the weapons carried by individual Draconian soldiers, the most commonly described technology, is a form of directed energy weapon that projects what witnesses describe as a beam of concentrated energy capable of catastrophic biological damage at close to medium range and structural damage to most materials at close range. These weapons are not analog to human firearms in their mechanism. They do not project physical projectiles, but they are analog in their role as personal sidearms for individual combatants. The energy signature of these weapons, when used in enclosed underground spaces, has been described by witnesses as producing a distinctive burning smell and a visual effect described variously as a blue-white beam, a focused plasma discharge, or a ray of intensely concentrated light. At the larger scale, Alpha-Draconian military vessels carry weapon systems that operate on the same fundamental energy principles, scaled to vastly greater power outputs. The destructive capability of a fully armed Alpha-Draconian military vessel operating against a planetary surface or against human-scale infrastructure is described as catastrophic, capable of producing effects comparable to or exceeding thermonuclear weapons without any of the mechanical complexity of nuclear weapons technology. Against comparable Draconian military technology or against the military technology of other advanced civilizations within the galactic community, the warfare dynamics are more complex and more evenly matched. But against human military technology, the differential is so extreme as to make the concept of armed resistance essentially symbolic rather than strategically meaningful. This technological military superiority has important implications for the question of why the Alpha-Draconians manage Earth through indirect influence rather than direct military occupation. If they have the military capability to occupy Earth by force, why haven't they? The answer that most researchers in this tradition converge on is that direct military occupation of Earth would attract consequences from other civilizations within the galactic community that would complicate or negate whatever benefits the occupation produced. The galactic politics surrounding Earth, which we will examine in Part 6, involve a complex arrangement of competing interests, treaties, and tacit agreements that constrain what any single powerful civilization can do unilaterally on this particular planet. Direct military occupation of Earth by the Alpha-Draconians would almost certainly trigger responses from Pleiadian, Sirian, and other galactic civilizations that have their own interests in Earth and its human population, and those responses, while they might not defeat the Draconian military, would create problems that the current indirect management strategy avoids. Genetic technology, the art of creating species. Of all the Alpha-Draconian technological capabilities, none has more direct relevance to the story of humanity than their mastery of genetics. 4 billion years of genetic science, applied by beings whose own evolutionary history included a deliberate program of self-modification and the creation and modification of subordinate species, has produced a level of biological engineering capability that makes every advance in human genetic technology look like finger painting. The Alpha-Draconian genetic capability is described as encompassing several distinct levels of sophistication. At the most basic level, they can read and analyze any biological genetic code with complete precision, down to individual base pairs, epigenetic markers, and the higher-order structural features of chromosomal organization that human genomics is only now beginning to understand. This reading capability gives them a complete picture of any organism's biological potential, what traits it expresses, what traits it suppresses, what modifications are accessible from the existing genetic architecture, and what the full range of phenotypic outcomes that the existing code can support. At the next level, they can modify existing genetic codes with precision that far exceeds anything in human genetic engineering. They can introduce specific trait modifications, delete specific behavioral or physiological characteristics, enhance specific capabilities, and combine genetic materials from multiple species to create novel biological configurations. This is the capability that was applied, according to the research literature, in the original creation of the reptilian subraces that populate the lower tiers of their empire, the deliberate design of biologically distinct intelligent beings configured for specific functional roles within the imperial machine. At the highest level of their genetic capability, they can design entirely new organisms from fundamental biochemical principles, not modifying existing organisms, but engineering living systems from the ground up to meet specified performance parameters. This level of capability is so far beyond human genetic technology that it is essentially incomprehensible in terms of any current engineering analogy. It is the biotechnology equivalent of building a civilization from quarks rather than from pre-existing materials. The human genome bears, in the research tradition we are drawing on, the fingerprints of Alpha-Draconian genetic intervention. The persistent anomalies in the human genome that mainstream biology has struggled to explain through standard evolutionary processes, the sudden, apparently discontinuous jump in brain complexity in the Homo genus, the specific chromosomal fusion events encoded in human chromosome 2 that have no clear, gradual evolutionary explanation, the extraordinary complexity of human immune system architecture, and the distinctive features of human sexual dimorphism and reproductive biology that differ significantly from our nearest primate relatives are, in this framework, not anomalies at all. They are design features. The human genome is a modified genome, and some of the most significant modifications are consistent with the application of the specific capabilities that the Alpha-Draconian genetic toolkit is described as possessing. Psychic and consciousness technology, the inner weapons. One of the most important dimensions of the Alpha-Draconian technological capability does not involve machinery or engineering in the conventional sense at all. It involves the directed use of consciousness as a tool of power, what researchers in the esoteric and parapsychological traditions call psychic capability, and what the Alpha-Draconians appear to have developed across 4 billion years of application and refinement into a practical technology of consciousness manipulation. The psychic capabilities of the Alpha-Draconian species, particularly those of the royal and noble castes, include several distinct functional modes. The first is the projection of psychic presence, the ability to generate, through intentional consciousness processes, a field of psychic energy that extends beyond the individual's physical body and is perceived by beings in proximity as an overwhelming sense of presence, power, and dread. This is distinct from the chemical pheromonic dominance system described earlier, though the two operate in concert. The psychic presence projection works on beings who cannot chemically detect the draconian pheromones. It is the non-chemical dimension of the same dominance effect, mediated through subtle electromagnetic or quantum field effects rather than through molecular signals. The second is telepathic reading, the ability to access the thoughts, memories, and emotional states of other beings in proximity by directly interfacing with their neural electromagnetic field. This capability is described as essentially complete at close range for a sufficiently advanced draconian psychic. Not a vague impression of the target's mental state, but a precise, detailed reading of conscious thoughts and accessible memory. The privacy of human consciousness is, in the presence of a high-caste Alpha-Draconian, essentially non-existent. The third is consciousness implantation, the ability to insert thoughts, images, emotional states, or behavioral directives into the consciousness of a target, being in a way that the target experiences as arising from within their own mind rather than from an external source. This capability is among the most strategically significant in the Alpha-Draconian toolkit because it allows for the management of intelligent beings through their own consciousness rather than through external physical coercion. a being who can be made to believe that a thought is its own, that a behavioral directive arises from its own desires, and that a worldview favorable to the controller's interests is a conclusion. It reached through its own reasoning is a being that can be managed far more efficiently and far less overtly than one who must be physically coerced. The fourth psychic capability is remote viewing and projection, the ability to perceive remote locations and events through consciousness alone, without physical access or technological instrumentation. This capability, which human parapsychological research has documented as a real human capability at the statistically significant level, appears to be vastly more developed in the Alpha-Draconian neurological architecture, allowing the most capable royal caste practitioners to perceive detailed, real-time information about locations and events at substantial distances. These psychic capabilities are not merely individual abilities. They can, according to multiple accounts, be amplified and coordinated through group practice, a technology of group consciousness that the Alpha-Draconians have developed into what might be described as a collective psychic weapon system. A group of Draconian practitioners working in coordinated psychic concert can project influence over much larger areas, affect much larger populations, and sustain that influence for much longer periods than any individual practitioner could manage alone. This group psychic technology is described as one of the primary mechanisms through which the Alpha-Draconian influence over Earth's human population has historically been maintained, not through overt physical presence, but through a sustained multi-generational program of consciousness manipulation that has shaped human belief systems, behavioral norms, and social structures in directions favorable to the Draconian management agenda. Time technology, the four-dimensional chess game. Among the most extraordinary technological capabilities attributed to the Alpha-Draconian civilization in the research literature is what might loosely be described as time technology, the ability to perceive, model, and to some limited degree interact with the temporal dimension in ways that give them a profound strategic advantage over civilizations that are limited to perceiving time as a single forward-flowing stream. The specific form of this capability varies somewhat across accounts. The most conservative version describes it as an extraordinarily sophisticated predictive modeling technology, not strictly time travel, but a computational and psychic capability to model the probable future development of complex systems, civilizations, events, individual choices, with a precision that far exceeds anything human technology can achieve. A civilization that can reliably model the probable futures of a given situation can make strategic decisions with a quality of foresight that appears, to those who lack this capability, indistinguishable from actual knowledge of the future. More advanced accounts describe something closer to actual temporal perception, the ability to access what might be called the information content of probable future states as a sensory experience, not merely a computational output. Royal caste Alpha-Draconians with fully developed psychic capabilities may be able to perceive probable futures in a manner that is qualitatively different from the probabilistic modeling that represents the technological floor of this capability. The strategic implications of temporal foreknowledge, even in probabilistic form, are enormous. An Alpha-Draconian civilization that can model the probable trajectories of the human civilization on Earth with high accuracy can make interventions in human history at precisely the right points to steer that civilization toward outcomes that serve Draconian interests, with an efficiency that would be invisible from the perspective of the managed population. The long-term management program that the Alpha-Draconians are described as running on Earth, a program of gradual, multi-millennial manipulation towards specific civilizational outcomes, is far more plausible as a consistent strategic endeavor if it is informed by this kind of temporal modeling capability. Communication and information technology, the Draconian Internet of Consciousness. The final technological domain we will address in this section is the Alpha-Draconian communication and information architecture, the systems through which the Empire maintains coordination across stellar distances and through which information is stored, accessed, and transmitted throughout the imperial hierarchy. The physical communication technology of the Alpha-Draconian civilization involves what researchers have described as a form of quantum entangled communication. systems that exploit the non-local correlations of quantum mechanics to transmit information across arbitrary distances without the speed of light delay that would otherwise make real-time communication between star systems impossible. The physical apparatus of this technology is not described in available accounts in the level of detail that would allow for engineering speculation, but its functional capability, instantaneous or near instantaneous communication across interstellar distances, is described consistently enough to treat as a baseline of the Draconian communication infrastructure. But the most distinctive feature of Alpha-Draconian information technology is not the physical apparatus, but the psychic technological hybrid that serves as the Empire's information nervous system. A network of psychically linked individuals, amplified by technology and organized through the hierarchical structure of the Empire, constitutes an information environment that is qualitatively different from anything in human experience. Information is not merely transmitted through this network. It is held collectively, accessible to the networked minds in a way that bypasses the limitations of individual memory and individual access. The Draconian knowledge base, 4 billion years of accumulated information about biology, physics, stellar cartography, genetic sequences, historical events, social analysis, and strategic planning, is not stored in external repositories alone, but in the distributed psychic network of the Empire, accessible to those within the network at a level appropriate to their rank. This network also functions as a surveillance system for the Empire. The psychic connectivity of the Draconian hierarchy means that significant events, particularly events that involve threats to imperial interests or violations of hierarchical order, are perceived by the network and can be routed upward through the hierarchy at the speed of thought. In this context, the idea that the Alpha-Draconian management of Earth is conducted in ignorance of what happens here is simply not credible. What happens on Earth, at least at the level of events that are significant to imperial interests, is known. The technology of the Alpha-Draconian civilization is, then, not a set of clever tools assembled by a young species still discovering the possibilities of engineering. It is the accumulated achievement of 4 billion years of scientific and philosophical development by the most powerful single civilization in this galactic region, a civilization whose technological baseline makes the entire achievement of human science to date, from the first stone tool to the most advanced quantum computer, look like the scratching of the first letter of a very long alphabet. Alpha-Draconian agenda on Earth: history, influence, and strategy. We have now established the Alpha-Draconian civilization in its full dimensions, its extraordinary age, its biological nature, its social structure, and its technological capability. Everything that follows from this point must be understood against that backdrop. The backdrop of a 4 billion-year-old civilization of immense power, operating within the framework of a dominator philosophy, with a documented interest in this solar system that predates the human species, and with technological tools that include both advanced physical technology and sophisticated consciousness manipulation capabilities. The question before us in this part is specific and consequential. What has the Alpha-Draconian civilization actually done with respect to Earth and humanity? What is their agenda here? How has that agenda manifested across the history of human civilization? And what is its current expression in the world that humanity inhabits today? The answers to these questions draw from the broadest synthesis of ancient history, archaeology, decoded mythology, contactee testimony, and whistleblower accounts available. They are not simple. The Alpha-Draconian relationship to Earth is a multi-layered, multi-phase project of enormous complexity, conducted across a time frame that encompasses multiple previous human civilizations and extends, in its projected future arc, well beyond the present moment. But the core of the agenda, when extracted from the complexity of its historical expression, is straightforward. The Alpha-Draconians want Earth as a managed resource within their empire. They want its biological diversity, its mineral wealth, its strategic position within the galactic community, and the specific energetic output, discussed below, of its human population. They want these things in perpetuity with the minimum investment of direct Draconian resources, and they are willing to invest any amount of time necessary to achieve a stable, efficiently managed arrangement that delivers these resources indefinitely. The pre-human period, claiming the territory. Long before Homo sapiens existed, the Alpha-Draconian civilization had an interest in this solar system and, specifically, in the third planet from its star. The Earth's biological richness, its extraordinary genetic diversity, its stable and energetically productive ecosystem, its unique combination of physical parameters that make it a producer of an extraordinary range of complex biological forms, was recognized by the Alpha-Draconians in the deep pre-human period as an asset worthy of management and development. The accounts of this pre-human period are the most speculative dimension of the Alpha-Draconian story because the evidence for events in the deep geological past is both sparse and subject to interpretation. But the research tradition consistently points to several key phases in the pre-human period that establish the Draconian relationship to Earth as it exists today. The first phase is what might be called the survey and claim phase, the identification of Earth as a resource-bearing world within Draconian-claimed territory, and the formal assertion of Draconian sovereignty over the solar system. This phase is described as occurring in the very deep past, before the emergence of any terrestrial intelligent life, and it established the framework within which all subsequent developments, including the eventual appearance of hominid intelligence, were processed by the Draconian imperial administration. The second phase involves the Draconian relationship to what the research literature describes as pre-human intelligent residents of Earth, the extraterrestrial beings, some of reptilian biology, some of entirely different biological types, who are described as having inhabited Earth in the deep pre-human period, and who had their own complex relationships with the planet long before the primate lineage evolved. The suggestion that Earth hosted intelligent non-human life before and alongside the emergence of hominids is one that conventional archaeology is not equipped to address, but it is consistent with anomalous archaeological findings, the UPART phenomenon, the mysterious evidence of advanced machining or construction in geological strata that predate any accepted human civilization, and with the accounts of multiple whistleblowers who describe encountering non-human beings in underground environments that contain evidence of habitation vastly predating recorded human history. The Genetic Project, Making Humanity. The most direct and consequential Alpha-Draconian intervention in Earth's story is, according to the research tradition, their involvement in the genetic modification program that produced the modern human being. This is one of the most important claims in the entire body of exopolitical research, and it is one that finds unexpected corroboration in mainstream science's own puzzlement about human origins. The standard evolutionary model of human development, the slow, gradual accumulation of genetic mutations selected by environmental pressures over millions of years, faces several significant anomalies in the human genetic record that have not been satisfactorily resolved within the conventional framework. The sudden, apparently discontinuous emergence of symbolic consciousness and abstract reasoning capability in the Homo genus around 300,000 years ago, coinciding with the appearance of anatomically modern Homo sapiens, is one such anomaly. The specific chromosomal fusion event encoded in human chromosome 2, where two ancestral ape chromosomes were fused into a single human chromosome in a mutation that would, in normal evolutionary circumstances, have been selected against, rather than preserved, is another. The extraordinarily complex and specific architecture of the human immune system, which differs from that of our nearest relatives in ways that suggest deliberate design rather than gradual evolution, is a third. The account in the research literature, most coherently assembled by Zechariah Sitchin from Sumerian cuneiform texts and complemented by modern exopolitical testimony, is that the modern human being is a genetic hybrid, a product of deliberate genetic engineering that combined the existing genetic template of an early hominid species with genetic material from one or more non-human sources. The Sumerian texts describe this engineering explicitly. The Anunnaki, the beings from the sky who came to Earth, created the Lulu, the worker, the first human, through a genetic engineering process that combined the image of the gods, their own genetic material, with the genetic template of a primitive Earth primate. The specific Alpha-Draconian role in this engineering is, in the accounts available, more complex and more ambiguous than simple authorship. The most nuanced analysis suggests that the Human Genetic Project was not a solely Draconian enterprise, but rather a contested one, a project in which multiple off-world civilizations with different agendas invested genetic material, with the result that the modern human being is a biological hybrid of extraordinary genetic complexity, carrying the imprints of several non-human civilizations' contributions. The Draconian contribution to the human genome, the reptilian genetic material that some accounts describe as the deliberate insertion of specific cognitive and behavioral traits into the human biological system, is one component of this complex ancestry, not the whole of it. What the Alpha-Draconians contributed, according to these accounts, was specifically the hierarchical, territorial, and dominator-oriented neural architecture that coexists, often in uncomfortable tension, with the more empathic, cooperative, and creative aspects of human cognition. The reptilian brain stem complex in the human neurological system, the basal ganglia structure that governs territorial behavior, social hierarchy assessment, repetitive behavioral patterns, and the threat response systems of fight, flight, or freeze, is, in the framework of this account, not merely an evolutionary remnant from an ancient vertebrate ancestor. It is an intentionally preserved and possibly enhanced component of a deliberately designed cognitive system, included because it makes the human being more manageable, more susceptible to hierarchical control, and more reliably responsive to the specific dominance triggers that the Draconian management technology is designed to exploit. Ancient history through the Draconian lens, the God Kings and their masters, the emergence of the first human civilizations, the Sumerian city-states of Mesopotamia around 5,000 years ago, the dynastic civilization of Egypt at approximately the same period, the Indus Valley civilization, the earliest Chinese dynastic states, can be reread through the lens of the Alpha-Draconian research tradition as something very different from what conventional history describes. Conventional history describes these civilizations as the product of gradually accumulating human ingenuity and social organization, the natural outcome of the agricultural revolution that began around 10,000 years ago in multiple locations simultaneously. This account has never fully explained the startling suddenness and sophistication with which these civilizations appeared. Sumerian civilization does not gradually develop writing, mathematics, astronomy, legal codes, and organized religion over centuries or millennia. It appears in the archaeological record with remarkable abruptness, already possessing all of these things at a level of sophistication that implies a much longer developmental history than the evidence shows. The Sumerian texts themselves describe the source of this civilizational knowledge explicitly. It was given to them by the Anunnaki, the beings from the sky who came to Earth and established kingship, teaching the first human populations the arts of civilization, mathematics, astronomy, law, and governance. These descriptions, taken literally rather than mythologically, are descriptions of non-human beings transferring technology and social organization templates to early human civilizations in ways that produce the sudden civilizational jumps that archaeology documents but cannot explain. The Alpha-Draconian interest in this process is not difficult to understand in the context of their management agenda, a pre-civilizational humanity, scattered bands of hunter-gatherers with no organized resource production, no surplus agriculture, no centralized governance, and no organized labor capacity, is a relatively low-value resource from the perspective of a civilization interested in managing Earth as a production facility. A civilized humanity, organized into cities, producing agricultural surplus, capable of organized labor on large-scale projects, governed by centralized political structures that could be infiltrated and directed, is a vastly more valuable and more efficiently managed resource. The specific form that the earliest human civilizations took, the God-King model, in which a single ruler claiming direct descent from or divine appointment by the sky gods held absolute authority over a population that regarded this authority as sacred and natural, is the social form that would be most convenient from the perspective of a civilization that manages through hierarchical control and that is capable of installing and maintaining proxy rulers who serve draconian interests while appearing to rule in the name of local divine authority. The Anunnaki, described in Sumerian texts as literally present in the cities of early Mesopotamia, directing human affairs from elevated positions of unquestioned authority, are the most direct ancient evidence of the Alpha-Draconian management system in active operation. The Bloodline Program, managing humanity through elite lineages. The Alpha-Draconian management program is described across the research literature as incorporating a specific mechanism for maintaining long-term control over human social structures, the deliberate maintenance and management of specific elite human bloodlines that carry, through a combination of genetic inheritance and selective breeding programs that have been running for thousands of years, traits that make their carriers more susceptible to draconian influence, more attuned to the hierarchical value system of the Draconian Empire, and more reliable as proxies for draconian interests in human social structures. This is not simply a claim that the Alpha-Draconians influence powerful human families from the outside. It is a claim that specific human bloodlines carry genetic modifications introduced in the deep past through actual genetic hybridization with Alpha-Draconian or reptilian genetic material that make them biologically and neurologically different from the general human population in specific ways. These ways include an enhanced capacity to receive and act on psychic projection from draconian sources, a reduced sensitivity to the empathic pain responses that might inhibit the use of power against other human beings in ways that serve imperial management interests, and specific physiological characteristics, blood type, neurological architecture, endocrine system configuration that are associated with the hybrid genetic lineage. The tracking of these bloodlines through human history is one of the central projects of David Icke's research, and it has produced a body of genealogical evidence connecting the ruling families of European monarchy, the founding families of the American Republic, and the leadership lineages of major financial institutions and international organizations through a network of blood relationships that, while less dramatic in appearance than a single unified conspiracy, speaks to a consistent pattern of power concentration in specific genetic families across centuries and continents. The Alpha-Draconian Bloodline Program is, in this framework, the mechanism by which the cosmic empire of the Draconians maintains its Earth management function without requiring the constant direct physical presence of draconian beings in human society. Human proxies, beings of human appearance and human social integration who carry enough draconian or reptilian genetic inheritance to be reliably aligned with the imperial agenda, manage the key power structures of human civilization on behalf of the empire's interests. This is, in its essential structure, not so different from how a colonial power manages a distant territory by installing and supporting local rulers who serve the colonial interest while appearing to be native authorities. The underground reality, Draconian bases on Earth. The Alpha-Draconian presence on Earth is not purely historical, purely energetic, or purely conducted through proxy human elites. There is a substantial body of testimony suggesting that Alpha-Draconian beings, specifically the military and administrative class, have a physical presence on Earth in underground facilities that operate beneath the level of human knowledge and governmental oversight. The testimony of Phil Schneider remains the most detailed first-hand account of an encounter between human personnel and what appear to be large non-human beings of reptilian or Alpha-Draconian type in an underground context. Schneider's account of the August 1979 incident at Dulce, New Mexico, describes a tunnel drilling operation that broke into an existing underground system inhabited by non-human beings of great physical size and aggressive disposition. The violent confrontation that followed resulted in the deaths of human military personnel and, according to Schneider, the survival of only a handful of the humans involved. The beings he described in his lectures, tall, large, scale-armored, with eyes that glowed orange gold, armed with directed energy weapons, are consistent in detail with the Alpha-Draconian soldier caste as described in the research literature. Multiple other whistleblowers have described underground facilities at various locations around the world. Dulce in New Mexico, an underground complex in the Pine Gap region of Australia, facilities in Antarctica, and others, where non-human beings of various types, including large reptilian beings, are described as being present, either in long-term residence or in regular interaction with human military and intelligence personnel who have negotiated various forms of access or treaty arrangement with these beings. The Antarctic reports deserve specific attention. Multiple sources describe Antarctica as a location of unusual non-human presence, both in terms of ancient ruins or structures beneath the ice sheet that predate the current glaciation period, and in terms of current non-human activity. The specific reports of Alpha-Draconian-related activity in Antarctica are consistent with the historical analysis suggesting that Antarctica's geographic and geomagnetic properties make it a particularly significant location for maintaining the kind of underground or subsurface presence that would allow monitoring and management of Earth's electromagnetic environment without immediate surface-level human detection. The current agenda, what the Alpha-Draconians want from humanity now. The current expression of the Alpha-Draconian agenda on Earth is, according to the most detailed accounts available, multidimensional. It encompasses several interrelated objectives that reflect the long-term management program described above, now entering a phase that researchers describe as a potential endgame or conclusion, a push toward a specific outcome that the management program has been building toward across millennia. The first objective is the maintenance and deepening of human consciousness suppression. The Alpha-Draconian management program has historically included the active suppression of human spiritual and conscious development, the specific capabilities of human consciousness that would, if fully developed, make the human population less manageable, less susceptible to draconian psychic projection, and potentially capable of perceiving and resisting the management program itself. The specific mechanisms of this suppression in the modern world include the promotion of materialist worldviews that deny the existence of consciousness as anything beyond a biochemical byproduct of neural activity, the design of educational and media systems that keep human consciousness occupied with low-level concerns, and that pathologize or marginalize any serious exploration of expanded states of awareness, and the maintenance of social and economic conditions of stress and scarcity that prevent the majority of the human population from having the time, energy, and existential security to engage in the kind of deep, reflective practice that develops conscious awareness. The second objective is the consolidation of human social, economic, and political structures into configurations that facilitate more efficient and total management. The long-term trend toward global governance structures, the concentration of financial power into smaller and smaller nodes, the development of surveillance and tracking technologies that allow comprehensive monitoring of human populations, and the gradual erosion of national sovereignties that provide some degree of distributed protection against total centralized control. All of these trends, whether or not they are understood by their human participants as serving any agenda beyond their stated purposes, are consistent with the trajectory of the Draconian management program toward a more efficiently organized, more totally controlled human civilization. The third objective is what some researchers describe as the harvest, a periodic or culminating extraction of the specific energetic resource that the human population provides, and that, in the framework of several research accounts, constitutes one of the primary reasons the Alpha-Draconian Empire values the Earth's human population at all. This energetic resource is most commonly described in terms of the lower vibrational emotional states: fear, anxiety, anger, grief, helplessness, which appear to generate specific electromagnetic and quantum field effects that are useful to draconian beings and draconian technology in ways that are difficult to describe in straightforward physical terms, but that recur across multiple independent accounts with enough consistency to merit serious attention. The design of human social conditions that maximize the generation of these emotional states, conditions of chronic stress, manufactured division, media saturation with fear-inducing content, the perpetuation of war and economic hardship, is, in this framework, not merely the incidental byproduct of dysfunctional human institutions. It is the intended output of a management system designed to maintain a consistent supply of a specific energetic commodity. The awakening variable, why the agenda is now under pressure. The final element of the current Alpha-Draconian situation on Earth that deserves attention is the variable that the management program did not fully account for, or accounted for, and is now struggling to contain: the awakening of human consciousness. The current period in human history is characterized, across multiple research traditions and even in the psychological and sociological mainstream, by an unprecedented expansion of human awareness. An awakening of broad public consciousness to the existence of suppressed realities, including the extraterrestrial reality that the management program has historically been very effective at preventing. This awakening is described in the research literature as having been accelerated by several factors: the diffusion of information through the internet that the management program has been unable to fully suppress, the natural developmental trajectory of human consciousness toward capacities of awareness that the management program cannot indefinitely prevent, the influence of positive, off-world civilizations who are described as supporting human awakening in ways that are carefully calibrated to avoid triggering military responses from the draconian or reptilian elements of the Earth management system, and the specific astrological and galactic cycles that are described in multiple ancient traditions as producing an expansion of consciousness availability that occurs at specific points in cosmic time, one of which the human civilization appears to be currently traversing. The response of the Alpha-Draconian management program to this awakening is described as accelerating the consolidation agenda, pushing harder and faster toward the more total control configurations that would reduce the effectiveness of the awakening before it reaches a critical threshold. This acceleration is, from one perspective, a measure of the program's success and power. From another perspective, it is evidence of the pressure it is under, of the fact that the long, stable management arrangement is being disrupted by variables that the program did not generate and cannot simply eliminate. That dynamic, the contest between the awakening human population and the accelerating management program, is the central drama of the current moment in Earth's history, and understanding it requires understanding not only the Alpha-Draconian element of the management system, but the reptilian element as well, the more directly Earth-entangled, more operationally specific, and in many ways more immediately relevant component of the system that manages this planet's human population. The reptilian alien race: origins, history, and background. The word reptilian in the context of alien research is simultaneously too broad and too specific. Too broad because it is used to describe a range of non-human beings who share reptilian biological characteristics, but who differ significantly in their origins, their subspecies, their specific relationship to Earth, and their agendas. Too specific because the word reptilian immediately conjures a particular visual image: a tall, humanoid, scale-covered, slit-eyed being that, while broadly accurate for many of the beings to which the term is applied, doesn't capture the full biological diversity of what researchers describe under this umbrella. As we examine the reptilian presence in detail, we must hold both the breadth and the specificity of the term in mind simultaneously. The reptilian beings most relevant to the story of Earth and humanity are not a single species. They are a collection of related but distinct civilizations that share reptilian evolutionary origins, share certain cognitive and behavioral tendencies rooted in that biology, and share, in varying degrees and configurations, an association with the Alpha-Draconian Empire. This association ranges from the direct genetic creation described in Part 4, to conquest and forced incorporation, to voluntary alliance with draconian interests, to subordinate partnerships in specific operational contexts. The diversity within the category of reptilian is one of the most important things to understand about this subject, and it is one of the things that most clearly distinguishes the reptilian presence from the Alpha-Draconian presence. The Draconians are a single, extraordinarily ancient, hierarchically unified civilization. The reptilians are a diverse, contested, often internally divided family of related civilizations whose unity is more biological and philosophical than political or institutional. Origins of the reptilian races, multiple paths to one body plan. The evolutionary origins of the various reptilian races are, according to the research literature, multiple. Some are directly created or modified by the Alpha-Draconians. Others evolved independently from reptilian genetic lineages on their own worlds and subsequently encountered the Draconian Empire through exploration, conflict, or diplomatic contact. Still others appear to have evolutionary origins on Earth itself, beings who developed intelligent reptilian life during periods of Earth's geological history that conventional paleontology has not fully mapped, and who have maintained a continuous, if largely hidden, presence in terrestrial environments, particularly underground and undersea, across enormous spans of time. The last category, beings of reptilian intelligence who are, in a meaningful evolutionary sense, native to Earth, is among the most contested and most important aspects of the reptilian story. The prevailing model in the research tradition, developed most fully in the work of researchers including John Rhodes, David Icke, and Linda Moulton Howe, suggests that certain reptilian beings are not extraterrestrials in the sense of having come from another star system. They are intraterrestrials, beings who evolved here on this planet and who have been resident in its deep underground environments for a period that may exceed the existence of the human species. The evidence for this hypothesis includes the geological and archaeological anomalies mentioned earlier, evidence of non-human habitation in underground systems far predating any human presence, as well as the testimony of whistleblowers who describe encountering reptilian beings in underground facilities who demonstrate deep familiarity with Earth's geology and underground environment that would be consistent with very long-term terrestrial residence. If some reptilian beings are native to Earth rather than visitors from another star system, the entire framework for understanding the human-reptilian relationship changes significantly. They are not colonizers of a world they arrived at from elsewhere. They are co-inhabitants of the same world, beings who were here before us, who may regard us as the newcomers, and whose historical relationship to this planet is in some ways longer and more intimate than our own. This does not make them benign by any means, but it does make the ethical and historical complexity of the situation considerably greater than the simple colonizer-colonized model that some accounts imply. The Lacerda Files, a Reptilian Perspective. Among the most extraordinary documents in the research literature on the reptilian presence is a set of interview transcripts that appeared in the late 1990s and early 2000s under the title The Lacerda Files. These documents purport to be a transcription of interviews conducted with a female reptilian being using the name Lacerda, a name derived from the Latin for lizard, who made contact with a European researcher and agreed to an extended question and answer exchange about the nature, history, and circumstances of the terrestrial reptilian presence. The Lacerda Files are controversial. The provenance of the original interviews is difficult to verify, and the documents have been challenged as fabrications. But they are included in this discussion because, fabricated or genuine, they contain information about the reptilian perspective on their own history and their relationship to humanity that is internally consistent, detailed in ways that would require extensive research knowledge to manufacture plausibly, and corroborated in multiple specific claims by independent research from sources who had no knowledge of the Lacerda material. According to the Lacerda account, the terrestrial reptilian civilization, the beings that Lacerda describes as her people, evolved on Earth approximately 650 million to 700 million years ago from a dinosaur-type ancestor. Their civilizational development proceeded through phases of technological and social complexity broadly analogous to the phases of human development, but compressed into a much shorter time frame and oriented, as one would expect from the reptilian cognitive architecture, toward control of the physical environment rather than toward the kind of cooperative social complexity that characterizes human civilizational development. The terrestrial reptilian civilization, according to Lacerda, achieved spaceflight capability and left Earth, or at least left its surface, for subterranean and subsurface habitation. long before the hominid evolutionary line produced any form of intelligence. A catastrophic surface event, which Lacerda describes in terms consistent with a large asteroid impact or cosmic electromagnetic event, caused a mass extinction of the surface reptilian civilization and drove the survivors into the deep underground environments where they have continued to exist to the present day. The surface of Earth became, after this event, a different world, one in which the evolved reptilian civilization was no longer dominant and in which, eventually, a new lineage of mammalian-based intelligence emerged from the evolutionary recovery of the ecosystem. Lacerda's description of the terrestrial reptilian attitude toward humanity is one of the most psychologically complex elements of the account. It is a mixture of something resembling contempt, something resembling territorial resentment, and something resembling the ambivalent frustration of a people who were displaced from their own world and who have watched the beings who replaced them, beings they consider genetically inferior and philosophically shallow, come to dominate the surface world that was once theirs. The Anunnaki connection. Reptilians in the ancient record. Whether or not the Lacerda account represents a genuine interview with a terrestrial reptilian being, the presence of reptilian beings in the ancient human record is, by any honest reading of the texts and archaeological evidence, overwhelming. The question is not whether ancient humans encountered and described reptilian non-human beings. They clearly did, repeatedly, across virtually every culture on Earth. The question is who specifically those beings were and what their relationship to the broader reptilian civilizational complex was. The Anunnaki of Sumerian tradition are the most extensively documented case. Zechariah Sitchin's translations of the Sumerian cuneiform tablets, translations that, while contested in detail by mainstream Sumerologists, present a coherent account that the mainstream translations do not, describe the Anunnaki as beings who came from the sky in flying vehicles, who were physically large and powerful, who had lifespans vastly exceeding the human norm, who practiced advanced medicine and genetic engineering, who organized human labor for large construction projects, who established the institution of divine kingship, and who were in conflict among themselves over the management of Earth and its human population. The Sumerian texts describe these beings in terms that are unmistakably physical. They eat, they drink, they require housing, they experience conflict and emotion, they die in battle, rather than in the metaphorical terms that would be expected of purely theological constructs. The physical descriptions that the Sumerian texts provide of the Anunnaki are not uniformly reptilian. Some are described in terms consistent with the general humanoid form. Others are described in terms more explicitly reptilian, scaled, with pronounced serpentine features, associated with serpent and dragon iconography in the artistic representations that accompany the texts. The Anunnaki commander Enlil and his rival Enki, the two primary figures in the Sumerian account of the management of Earth and humanity, are associated in different accounts with different aspects of the serpent symbolism, with Enki in particular being most closely associated with serpent imagery and with the genetic engineering of the human species. The identification of the Anunnaki, or at least the most prominent reptilian-featured members of the Anunnaki, with the reptilian alien civilization, rather than with the Alpha-Draconians specifically, is supported by several features of the Sumerian account. The Anunnaki described in the texts are not described as arriving from or being associated with the Draco constellation specifically. They are described as coming from Nibiru, a planetary body in an unusual elliptical orbit around the Sun, or from the region of space associated with Orion and the Pleiades in some textual interpretations. This is more consistent with the orbital and geographic associations of the reptilian presence in the research literature than with the Alpha-Draconian association with the Thuban system. Furthermore, the behavior of the Anunnaki, their internal conflicts, their rivalry over management approaches, their direct physical presence on the surface of Earth, their sexual and social interactions with human beings, is far more consistent with the terrestrially entangled, operationally Earth-focused character of the reptilian presence than with the more remote, hierarchically removed quality of the Alpha-Draconian management style. The Serpent Priests, reptilians in global mythology. Beyond the Sumerian record, the global mythological tradition provides a remarkably consistent account of serpent beings across cultures that had no contact with each other. The convergence of these traditions around specific recurring themes, serpent beings as the teachers of civilization, as the rulers of the underworld, as the secret manipulators of human affairs, constitutes, in the analytical framework of this documentary, not mythological coincidence, but distributed cultural memory. In India, the Naga tradition describes a race of intelligent serpent beings, sometimes depicted as fully serpentine, sometimes as serpent-headed humanoids, sometimes as humanoids who can appear in either fully serpentine or fully humanoid form, who inhabit an underground realm called Naga Loka and who have an extensive and complex history of interaction with the surface world of humans. The Naga are described as both beneficial and dangerous, as capable of great wisdom and great malice, as beings who intermarried with human royalty and whose bloodline can be traced in the genealogies of Southeast Asian royal houses. The Naga tradition is geographically extensive, present in Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain cosmology, in the religious traditions of Thailand, Cambodia, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and Indonesia, and the specificity of its descriptions is not consistent with a purely symbolic tradition. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, is one of the central divine figures of multiple successive civilizations: Olmec, Toltec, Aztec, and Mayan. The feathered serpent deity is described as a being of tremendous wisdom and civilizational power who descended from the sky, taught humanity the arts of agriculture, astronomy, architecture, and governance, and who departed with a promise to return. The specific iconographic tradition of the feathered serpent, a large serpentine being with the ability of flight, bears obvious parallels to both the winged Draconian royal class and the broader reptilian tradition, and the dual quality of this figure, civilizational benefactor who is also a figure of great power and potential destructive force, is characteristic of how the reptilian presence has functioned across human history. In China, the dragon tradition is among the most pervasive and enduring in human mythology. The Chinese dragon, depicted as a long, serpentine being with scales, with the ability of flight, associated with water, with wisdom, with imperial power, is the direct symbolic ancestor of the imperial institution itself. Chinese emperors claimed descent from the dragon ancestors and were described as the earthly representatives of the dragon bloodline. The dragon bones used in traditional Chinese medicine, oracle bones used for divination in the earliest Chinese dynasties, connect the Chinese dragon tradition not only to the biological reality of scaled beings, but to a practice of communication with non-human intelligences through specifically prepared biological materials. In Egypt, the relationship between the pharaonic institution and the serpent is pervasive, complex, and specific. The uraeus, the rearing cobra worn on the crown of every Egyptian pharaoh, is not merely a decorative symbol, but a statement of the pharaoh's connection to, or claimed identity with, the serpent beings who are the source of their divine authority. The Jed pillar, the Ankh, the double-headed serpent staff of certain Egyptian gods, the entire iconographic vocabulary of Egyptian divine power is saturated with serpent imagery that, read in the context of the reptilian research tradition, speaks to a theocratic system in which the authority of the ruling class was explicitly grounded in its genetic and institutional relationship to the reptilian beings who had organized Egyptian civilization and who continued to manage it through the pharaonic bloodline. The diversity of reptilian subspecies, not one, but many. The reptilian presence in the research literature, as noted at the beginning of this part, encompasses multiple distinct subspecies rather than a single uniform civilization. Understanding the major categories of reptilian subspecies is important for understanding how the reptilian presence operates in its full complexity. The first and most commonly described category is the large, bipedal humanoid reptilian, the being that most people visualize when they encounter the term. These are described as typically ranging from 5 to 9 feet in height, bilaterally symmetrical, upright walking, with large heads, slit pupil eyes, scaled skin of predominantly green, brown, or gray coloration, and a general physical morphology that resembles a bipedal theropod dinosaur, far more than it resembles any human being. These beings are the most frequently reported in abduction accounts, underground facility testimonies, and encounters by military or intelligence personnel. They appear to be the most operationally active reptilian type in the context of direct Earth-based activities. The second category is what some researchers call the reptoid or dracoid beings, smaller, less physically impressive than the large bipedal type, and described as often functioning in more administrative or technical roles within the reptilian operational hierarchy. These beings are sometimes described as intermediaries between the larger reptilian leaders and the gray beings who carry out much of the direct contact work with abductees, suggesting a hierarchical structure in which the reptilians themselves occupy a middle management position between higher draconian authority and the various worker or servitor races that execute ground-level operations. The third category consists of what are described in some accounts as highly sophisticated shapeshifters, reptilian beings who have either through technology, biological capability, or a combination of both the ability to alter their apparent physical form to closely resemble human beings. This capability is the most contested and most dramatic element of the reptilian research tradition, and it is addressed in detail in Part 8 when we examine reptilian biology. The fourth category is the deeply subterranean reptilian type, beings consistent with the terrestrial reptilian civilization described in the Lacerda files, who are described as rarely, if ever, interacting with the surface world, who maintain themselves in deep underground environments, and who represent the oldest continuous terrestrial reptilian lineage. These beings are sometimes described as more advanced in terms of consciousness development than the operationally active surface interacting types. Though whether this is simply a function of the immense age of the terrestrial reptilian lineage or reflects a genuine evolutionary trajectory toward greater consciousness development is a question the available accounts don't fully resolve. The reptilian homeworlds, where do they come from? While some reptilians are native to Earth or have been resident here for so long that they are effectively native, the majority of the reptilian beings relevant to Earth's current situation are described as having origins in star systems beyond Earth's solar system. The most frequently cited locations of origin in the research literature are the Orion constellation, the Zeta Reticuli system, associated more commonly with the gray beings but described in some accounts as having reptilian inhabitants as well, the Alpha-Draconis system, for reptilian groups most directly affiliated with the Draconian Empire, and various other stellar locations that have been mentioned in different accounts, but not consistently enough to treat as firmly established. The Orion Association is particularly significant and recurs across multiple independent research traditions. The Orion star system, or more precisely, certain star systems in the region of the sky associated with the Orion constellation as seen from Earth, is described in multiple research traditions as the location of a significant reptilian civilization or of multiple reptilian civilizations, some of which are in alliance with or under the authority of the Alpha-Draconian Empire, and some of which are more independent or even in opposition to Draconian authority. The Orion Wars, described in several research traditions, a series of cosmic conflicts in the Orion region involving both reptilian and human-type civilizations, are described as one of the most recently concluded large-scale interstellar conflicts affecting this part of the galaxy, with refugees and migrants from those conflicts contributing to the complex alien landscape in and around Earth. The specific reptilian groups that interact most directly with Earth are, in many accounts, relatively recent arrivals in comparison to the ancient terrestrial reptilian lineage, beings who came to this solar system within the past few 100,000 years, or even more recently, attracted by the biological wealth of Earth, the strategic significance of the solar system, the presence of the existing human civilization as a manageable population, and the opportunities for resource acquisition that Earth's unique characteristics present. Their relationship to the deep terrestrial reptilian lineage is complex, sometimes cooperative, sometimes competitive, always informed by the awareness that they are operating in a territory that has far more ancient claimants than themselves. The relationship between reptilian and Alpha-Draconian authority. The precise nature of the relationship between the various reptilian groups and the Alpha-Draconian Empire is one of the most important analytical questions in this entire subject, and it is one that does not have a single, simple answer. The relationship varies significantly across different reptilian groups and different time periods. Understanding the general contours of this relationship, however, is essential before examining the reptilian presence on Earth in detail. The closest analogy available in human political experience is the relationship between a dominant imperial power and a diverse set of vassal states, client kingdoms, and affiliated but semi-independent polities that exist within the imperial sphere of influence. The Alpha-Draconians are the imperial center. The various reptilian groups occupy positions at different distances from that center, some closely aligned and directly serving Draconian imperial interests, some more loosely affiliated, some technically independent but practically constrained by the reality of Draconian military and political power in their region of the galaxy. The reptilian groups most directly relevant to Earth operations appear to occupy a subordinate but operationally significant position within this system. They are not simply puppets of the Draconian royal class with no independent agenda. They have their own interests, their own territorial claims, and their own specific motivations for their presence on Earth that are not entirely derivative of Draconian imperial strategy, but those independent interests exist within a framework that the Alpha-Draconian Empire has established and maintains. A framework in which the Earth is ultimately Draconian-claimed territory, and in which the activities of reptilian groups on Earth exist within the parameters that Draconian authority permits and occasionally directs. This nuanced relationship between reptilian operational independence and Draconian ultimate authority is important for understanding why the reptilian presence on Earth has the specific character it does. More directly engaged with human affairs, more operationally specific, more embedded in human social structures, while the Alpha-Draconian presence maintains the more remote, supervisory quality described in Part 6. The reptilians are, in this framework, the operational layer of a management system whose strategic architecture is Draconian. They are the on-the-ground managers of an imperial territory whose ultimate ownership resides at a higher level of the cosmic hierarchy. Reptilian physical description, biology, shapeshifting, and variance. If the Alpha-Draconian physical form is defined above all by its size, by the overwhelming, immediate presence of a being whose scale places it in a physically dominant relationship to every human it encounters, the reptilian physical form is defined by something more complex, and in some ways, more unsettling, its range. The reptilian beings relevant to Earth's situation manifest across a spectrum of sizes, appearances, and biological configurations that is not matched by any single species description. And at the most dramatic end of that range, the end that has produced the most controversy, the most dismissal, and, in the testimony of the most credible witnesses, the most unequivocal descriptions, lies the capacity for shapeshifting, the apparent ability of certain reptilian beings to present a physical appearance that closely or exactly resembles a human being, and to shift between that human appearance and the underlying reptilian biological form under certain conditions. We will address the shapeshifting question directly and in detail because it is the dimension of the reptilian biological reality that has the most direct implications for understanding the claimed reptilian presence within human social structures. But first, we build the biological portrait systematically, as we did with the Alpha-Draconians, beginning with the most consistently described physical characteristics of the bipedal operational reptilian type. The standard bipedal reptilian physical description. The most frequently encountered reptilian type in the research literature, the type described in abduction reports, underground facility encounters, and direct contact testimonies from credible witnesses, is a bipedal, upright walking being of humanoid general structure, but with reptilian biological features throughout. The following description synthesizes the most consistent elements across the broadest range of independently derived accounts. Height ranges from approximately 5 feet to over 8 feet, with the most common reports clustering between 6 and 7.5 feet, tall by human standards, but not the extraordinary scale of the Alpha-Draconian form. This size is consistent with a being that can operate in human-scale environments, that can move through standard doorways, interact with human individuals without the paralyzing scale differential that Alpha-Draconian encounters produce, and move with some degree of concealment through spaces designed for human use. This size range is also consistent with the operational role these beings appear to play: direct interaction with humans, management of terrestrial facilities, oversight of abduction procedures, in a way that the much larger Alpha-Draconian form is not. The body is bipedal and bilaterally symmetrical: 2 legs, 2 arms, a torso, and a head arranged in the same general configuration as the human form. The legs are described in most accounts as structured with a slight inward curvature at the knee and an outward rotation at the hip joint that produces a characteristic walking gait described by some witnesses as loping or slightly swaying. The feet are described as 3 or 4-toed with clawed tips. The arms are long relative to body proportions, terminating in hands with 3 to 5 fingers equipped with claws, described in some accounts as retractable. The torso is described as broadly built, particularly in the shoulder and chest region, which is described as wide and heavy in males, but somewhat less so in the females of the species, where a sexual dimorphism is described that is notable, but less extreme than in the Alpha-Draconian population. The musculature beneath the scale covering is described as powerful and dense, with a strength-to-mass ratio that exceeds the human norm significantly. The scale covering varies in texture and prominence. In most operational accounts, the scales are smaller and more supple than the heavy dorsal armor of the Alpha-Draconian form, more similar to the scales of a monitor lizard than to the armored scales of a crocodilian. The color range reported is broader than in the Alpha-Draconian descriptions. Green in its many shades is most common, but brown, gray, dark blue, and black are all reported, sometimes in mottled or patterned configurations. The presence of pigmentation patterns, striping, spotting, or mottling, is noted more frequently in reptilian descriptions than in Alpha-Draconian descriptions, possibly reflecting the greater genetic diversity across reptilian subspecies or the influence of different evolutionary environments. The head and sensory systems. The head of the operational reptilian type is large relative to the body, though less extremely so than in the Alpha-Draconian form, with a somewhat flattened cranial profile and a pronounced snout or muzzle region that is more projecting than in the Alpha-Draconian face description. The cranial structure is described as without the posterior elongation characteristic of the Alpha-Draconian high caste form, though this may vary across reptilian subspecies and lineages. The eyes are the most commented upon feature, as in virtually every alien contact tradition. The reptilian eyes are described as yellow to gold in iris coloration in the majority of accounts, though green and orange are also reported. The slit pupil is universal in the descriptions, a vertical slit that can expand dramatically in low light and contract to an almost invisible line in bright light. The overall impression of the eyes is described consistently as cold and assessing, not blank, not empty of intelligence, but absent the warmth and emotional expressiveness that human eyes carry as a default. Multiple witnesses have described the reptilian gaze as the experience of being assessed, not seen as a person, but assessed as an object, a variable, a resource, or a threat. This description is consistent with the reptilian cognitive architecture and its orientation toward hierarchy assessment and strategic evaluation. The olfactory sense appears to be highly developed, consistent with the reptilian biology. Some accounts describe the reptilian beings as using what appears to be a flickering tongue, shorter and less pronounced than a snake's tongue but functionally similar, to sample the chemical environment, suggesting a functioning Jacobson's organ or equivalent chemosensory apparatus. The ability to detect human fear through chemical signals, the specific hormonal and metabolic changes that accompany fear responses, is described as a routine capability of these beings and as one of the tools they use in managing interactions with human subjects. The hearing apparatus varies across accounts. Some descriptions include small but visible ear structures. Others describe what appears to be a flat, membrane-covered auditory structure, flush with the side of the head. The consistency of sound-based communication in accounts of reptilian interaction with humans suggests that their auditory range overlaps sufficiently with human auditory range for verbal communication to be practical, though the specific characteristics of the reptilian voice, described in multiple accounts as hissing, multi-harmonic, unusually resonant, or carrying undertones below the normal human hearing threshold, suggests that the full range of reptilian sonic communication extends beyond what human hearing can process. Biological differentiation, male, female, and caste variation. The reptilian species, as described in the research literature, are not reproductively homogeneous. They are sexually differentiated, and the differences between males and females are described with enough consistency across accounts to note. Female reptilian beings are described as generally somewhat smaller than males, with a different scale pattern in the head and upper torso region, and with behavioral characteristics that differ in specific ways that are relevant to their operational roles. The female of the species is described in several accounts as particularly associated with the management of abduction procedures involving human females and genetic material collection, roles that require a specific combination of physical capability and what might loosely be described as a management-oriented rather than combat-oriented behavioral mode. The caste variation within the reptilian presence on Earth mirrors, in a somewhat compressed form, the caste structure of the Alpha-Draconian Empire. There appear to be warrior types, larger, more physically aggressive, with a behavioral profile oriented toward combat and threat management. There appear to be scientist or engineer types, described in some accounts as slightly smaller, with proportionally larger eyes, behavioral profiles more oriented toward observation and technical manipulation, and the beings most commonly described in the context of genetic and biological procedures in abduction accounts. And there appear to be leadership or administrative types, described as distinct in bearing and behavioral presentation, with an air of authority that other reptilian beings in their presence acknowledge through behavioral deference. The hierarchical deference behaviors observed in reptilian group interactions, described in accounts where multiple reptilian beings are present simultaneously, mirror the hierarchical structure of the Alpha-Draconian Empire, but with what appears to be somewhat less rigidity. Reptilian subordinates, in the presence of reptilian superiors, adopt behavioral postures of deference that are describable and consistent, but the chemical enforcement of hierarchy that is so central to the Alpha-Draconian social structure appears to be present in the reptilian system in a somewhat less absolute form, possibly reflecting the greater internal diversity of the reptilian civilizational complex. Cold blood and warm agenda, reptilian metabolism and diet. The metabolic characteristics of the operational reptilian type are described in ways broadly consistent with what the underlying reptilian biology suggests. A system that is more metabolically flexible than the strictly endothermic human system, but that is significantly affected by environmental temperature in ways that the Alpha-Draconians' more advanced thermoregulatory system is not. The reptilian beings in underground facility contexts are consistently described as preferring warmer temperatures than the ambient temperature of most surface environments. Facilities associated with their presence are described as uncomfortably warm by human standards, with temperatures well above normal human comfort ranges. This preference for warmth is consistent with an ectothermic or semi-ectothermic metabolism that depends on environmental heat for optimal metabolic function. The implications of this thermal dependence are strategically significant. A civilization whose physical performance depends on environmental temperature will naturally gravitate toward warm environments, and Earth's subsurface environments, where geothermal heat maintains elevated temperatures, are metabolically preferable to the surface environments of temperate and polar latitudes. The reptilian diet, as described across multiple accounts, is primarily carnivorous. The specific dietary preferences described in some accounts are among the most disturbing elements of the reptilian biological picture, and they bear directly on the agenda that the reptilian presence pursues with respect to the human population. Multiple accounts, from abduction survivors, from witnesses in underground facility contexts, and from contactees who describe direct communication with reptilian beings, describe the reptilian beings as having a particular preference for the consumption of specific biological compounds found in human and animal tissue that are produced under conditions of extreme stress or fear. Adrenaline, in particular, the specific human stress hormone, is described in several accounts as a substance the reptilian beings seek from human and animal sources. The biochemical composition of the blood and tissue of beings who have died in states of extreme terror is, in these accounts, a dietary resource of specific value to the reptilian metabolism. This dietary fact, if it is a fact, and the convergence of independent accounts gives it more credibility than comfort would prefer, connects directly to the behavior patterns associated with the reptilian presence in ritual contexts, in historical sacrificial practices, and in the specific methods of the most extreme underground facility accounts. It also connects to the broader claim that the reptilian presence on Earth has historically engineered conditions of human fear and suffering not only for strategic and political management purposes, but for directly dietary ones, that the suffering of the managed human population is, from the reptilian perspective, not a regrettable side effect of management practices, but a desired product of those practices. The shape-shifting question, what the accounts describe. No aspect of the reptilian biological reality generates more controversy, more dismissal, and more insistence from credible witnesses than the claim of shape-shifting. The description of reptilian beings as capable of presenting an appearance that closely or exactly matches a human being, and of certain human individuals as being reptilian beings presenting in human form, is the element of the reptilian research tradition most thoroughly associated with David Icke, and most thoroughly ridiculed by critics who see it as the obviously insane conclusion of an otherwise intriguing inquiry. It is important, therefore, to be precise about what the accounts actually describe, because the dismissive summary of Icke says all the politicians are actually lizard people who can turn into lizards is a significant distortion of the more nuanced claims in the research literature. The accounts fall into several distinct categories. The first category describes a technological shape-shifting capability, not a biological ability of the reptilian body itself, but the use of advanced technology to project a holographic or field-based human appearance over the reptilian body. The technology involved is described in various terms across different accounts, but the functional description is consistent. A device, either worn by or implanted within the reptilian being, generates a field of coherent electromagnetic or quantum field energy that projects a visual and tactile representation of a human appearance. This projected appearance is convincing at normal interaction distances, but may break down under specific conditions. Intense emotional states of the wearer, specific electromagnetic interference from external sources, and under observation through certain optical frequencies that the human eye does not process, but that some recording technologies can detect. The second category describes a genuine biological shape-shifting capability present in certain reptilian subspecies, an ability that operates through the rapid reconfiguration of cellular and subcellular structures rather than through externally projected technology. This capability, if it exists in the way it is described, would represent a level of biological complexity and controllability that has no analog in any known Earth biology, but that is consistent with what one might expect from a lineage with access to 4 billion years of genetic science, and that has been deliberately modifying its own biological substrate for strategic purposes throughout that history. The most credibly documented category of evidence for the shape-shifting phenomenon is the witness testimony of individuals who describe seeing specific human-appearing individuals undergo a visible and frightening change in their apparent physical appearance under conditions of emotional intensity, in moments of extreme anger, during rituals, or in contexts where the normal maintenance of the human appearance was disrupted. These witnesses are not people who claim to have seen lizards on television screens. They are, in the majority of well-documented cases, individuals who were in close physical proximity to the person in question, often in positions of professional or personal intimacy, and who describe a direct perceptual experience of seeing the human apparent person's face or hands briefly display scales, vertical slit pupils, or other distinctly non-human features. The reliability of individual human perception under extreme stress is, of course, a legitimate concern. Misperception, hallucination, and the confabulation of anomalous experience are real phenomena that must be taken seriously in evaluating claims of this kind. But when the same specific description, scales briefly visible, slit pupils appearing under emotional stress, a shimmering quality in the skin and features that precedes and follows the visible change, appears in the accounts of witnesses who have no connection to each other, who describe different individuals in different contexts, and who in many cases had no prior knowledge of the reptilian research tradition and its specific claims, the convergence of the description cannot be dismissed as simply the product of shared cultural mythology. Reptilian hybrids, the human-reptilian interface. The question of shapeshifting is closely connected to, but distinct from, the question of reptilian hybrids, beings who carry both reptilian and human genetic material in a combination that may produce a physical appearance that is essentially human, but that is accompanied by specific physiological and neurological characteristics that reflect the reptilian genetic inheritance. The hybrid question is one of the most important in the entire reptilian research tradition because if hybrid beings exist, beings of partly reptilian genetic heritage who are capable of living and functioning as apparently normal human beings, the implications for the reptilian infiltration of human social structures are both obvious and profound. A reptilian intelligence that can produce biologically human-appearing offspring through hybridization with human beings has solved the most significant practical problem in any infiltration program: how to put its own representatives in positions of human power without requiring constant technological concealment or the management of a clearly non-human appearance. The hybrid program, the deliberate creation of reptilian-human genetic hybrids through both conventional reproduction and technological genetic engineering, is one of the central claims in both David Icke's research and in a broader body of abduction testimony that describes genetic material collection as a primary purpose of reptilian abduction activities. The specific characteristics attributed to hybrid beings vary across accounts, but certain recurring features include atypical blood types, particularly Rh-negative blood, which lacks the Rh factor antigen common to most human blood, and which some researchers connect to non-human genetic lineages. Neurological architectures that differ from the human norm in ways consistent with enhanced reptilian brainstem function at the expense of limbic system warmth and empathic resonance. Specific physical characteristics, including elongated skull shapes, unusual eye coloration, and specific dermatological features. The elite human bloodlines that David Icke and other researchers have identified as carrying reptilian genetic inheritance are, in this framework, not simply influential families who have maintained power through ordinary mechanisms of wealth accumulation and political networking. They are, in varying degrees, genetic hybrid lines whose reptilian inheritance is both the source of their specific psychological orientation toward power, domination, and emotional detachment, and the mechanism by which the reptilian presence maintains its Earth management capability across generations without requiring constant fresh reptilian presence on the surface. Underground biology: how reptilians maintain themselves. The practical biology of reptilian beings living in underground environments presents several questions about how these populations maintain themselves, reproduce, feed, and preserve their health across generations in an environment radically different from the surface world. The accounts that address these questions provide a picture of an underground civilization with both biological and technological solutions to the challenges of subterranean existence. The underground facilities associated with reptilian presence are described as constructed or naturally occurring systems that are maintained at temperatures, atmospheric compositions, and humidity levels optimized for reptilian biology. The use of geothermal energy for temperature maintenance and power generation is described in multiple accounts, consistent with both the metabolic needs of the beings and the absence of solar energy in underground environments. Food sources in underground contexts are described as including both animal populations maintained specifically for this purpose and, in the more disturbing accounts, human and animal biological materials obtained through the surface world through the mechanism of abductions and other more covert acquisition methods. The reproduction of underground reptilian populations is described in ways consistent with the reptilian oviparous reproductive biology, egg-laying, with eggs maintained in controlled temperature environments that substitute for the surface environmental conditions that would normally regulate the incubation of reptile eggs. The size of these underground populations is not known with any precision, but the accounts suggest communities ranging from a few dozen to several thousand individuals in specific underground complexes, with connectivity between these complexes that makes the underground reptilian population a distributed civilization rather than isolated pockets. This underground civilization, ancient, biologically adapted to its environment, with both technological and biological tools for maintaining its existence in a world humans rarely access, is the physical foundation of the reptilian presence on Earth. Reptilian infiltration, control systems, and the underground network. The territory between the ancient world and the modern one is long, and the reptilian presence has moved through every era of human history with a consistency of purpose that, once recognized, cannot be unseen in the historical record. It is present in the institution of divine kingship in Mesopotamia and Egypt. It is present in the mystery schools and priesthoods of the ancient world, those carefully maintained reservoirs of forbidden knowledge whose initiatory hierarchies preserved, in increasingly obscured form, the practical science of managing human populations through the manipulation of their spiritual frameworks. It is present in the blood oaths and secret traditions of the medieval European nobility, in the cathedral-building Masonic lodges, in the formation of the great banking dynasties of the Renaissance, in the establishment of the transnational secret societies that emerged in the 17th and 18th centuries as the modern world management infrastructure was being laid. And it is present, in ways both more and less visible than any of these earlier manifestations, in the institutions and power structures of the world that human beings inhabit today. The mechanism by which the reptilian presence maintains this historical continuity of influence is not a simple one. It is not a secret room where lizard beings sit around a table planning humanity's future, though that caricature is the image that dismissive critics reach for. It is a layered, redundant, self-reinforcing system of influence that operates through genetics, through institutional structures, through psychological and social engineering, and through the specific capabilities, psychic, technological, and biological, that the reptilian presence can bring to bear on the management of a large, complex, and potentially resistant intelligent population. The mechanism of control: 5 interlocking systems. The reptilian control of human civilization, as described across the research literature, operates through 5 primary interlocking mechanisms that are mutually reinforcing and collectively constitute a management system of extraordinary effectiveness. The first mechanism is genetic control, the maintenance of the hybrid bloodline program described in Part 8. The families and lineages that carry significant reptilian genetic inheritance occupy, in a pattern that has been consistent across recorded human history, the positions of maximum social power. This is not coincidental or the result of any single historical process. It is the systematic product of a breeding management program that selects for these genetic lines to be positioned in power-holding roles, and that manages, through various forms of influence including the direct management of marriage alliances and succession decisions, the continuation of those genetic lines in those positions. The persistence of specific family groups across thousands of years of supposedly turbulent and unpredictable human history in positions of power and influence is the most visible surface expression of this genetic management. The second mechanism is institutional capture, the infiltration and control of the key institutions through which human civilization organizes its collective life. This includes governmental and legislative institutions, financial institutions, banks, central banks, investment structures, military and intelligence institutions, religious institutions, educational institutions, and, most recently, and perhaps most importantly, media institutions. The reptilian influence in these institutions is not typically exercised through the direct presence of reptilian beings in human-appearing form at every level. It is exercised through the placement of genetically managed human proxies in key positions, the management of institutional cultures through secret societies and fraternal organizations that serve as recruitment and loyalty management systems for the human proxies, and the psychic and technological manipulation of key human decision-makers in critical moments. The third mechanism is the management of consciousness and belief systems, the manipulation of the frameworks through which humanity collectively understands its situation and makes its decisions. This is perhaps the most sophisticated and most important of the 5 mechanisms because a population whose consciousness is successfully managed does not need to be physically coerced into compliance. It manages itself through the internal structures of belief, fear, and desire that the management program has installed. Religion, as it has been administered through the major institutional religious traditions, has been one of the primary tools of this consciousness management, providing a framework of meaning that places human beings in a subordinate, petitionary relationship to divine authority, an authority that, in the reptilian framework, ultimately traces back to the beings who presented themselves as gods in the ancient world, that directs human emotional and ritual energy into channels that serve the management agenda, and that pathologizes or suppresses the direct, unmediated spiritual inquiry that would lead human beings to perceive the actual nature of their situation. The fourth mechanism is the engineering of human social conditions, the deliberate design of the economic, political, and cultural conditions under which human populations live in ways that maximize manageable outputs and minimize the development of characteristics that would make the population more difficult to manage. The maintenance of economic scarcity for the majority of the human population, the design of social conflict along lines of race, religion, nation, and class that keep the human population fighting each other rather than recognizing their common management situation, the engineering of educational systems that produce skilled workers rather than independent thinkers, and the design of media and entertainment systems that occupy human attention with content that reinforces the management framework rather than questions it. All of these are, in the research tradition's analysis, deliberate design features of a managed civilization rather than the incidental products of imperfect human institutional evolution. The fifth mechanism is direct physical and technological intervention, the use of the most direct tools available to the reptilian presence to manage specific situations, suppress specific threats, and ensure specific outcomes. This includes the management of individual human leaders through direct psychic influence, or through more physical mechanisms of blackmail, dependency, and threat, the use of directed energy and other weapons technologies in specific political and military interventions, and the maintenance of the underground and undersea facilities through which the physical reptilian presence on Earth is sustained, and from which its most direct operational activities are coordinated. The underground network, bases, tunnels, and deep operations. The physical infrastructure of the reptilian presence on Earth is one of the most extensively documented dimensions of the subject in whistleblower testimony, and it is one of the areas where the convergence of independent accounts from credible sources is most striking. The picture that emerges is of a vast underground network of facilities, some naturally occurring and modified for habitation, some entirely engineered, connected by an extensive tunnel system that in its most fully elaborated descriptions spans multiple continents and provides the physical infrastructure for a civilization that has maintained continuous subterranean existence through the entirety of recorded human history and long before. The Dulce, New Mexico facility is the most extensively documented specific location in this network in the American research literature. Phil Schneider's account of a government-affiliated underground facility in this region that was shared between human military and intelligence personnel and non-human beings of multiple types, including large reptilian beings in the lower levels, is the most detailed first-hand account of this specific location. Thomas Costello, a security officer who claimed to have worked in the Dulce facility, provided before his disappearance what remains the most comprehensive description of the facility's layout, the nature of the beings present, and the activities conducted there. Costello described a 7-level facility with human and government-affiliated activities in the upper levels and non-human beings, including both gray beings and large reptilian beings, in the lower levels, where the activities described included genetic research, hybridization procedures, and the maintenance of what he described as a large captive human and animal population being used for experimental and biological resource purposes. The accounts of the Dulce facility are among the most disturbing in the entire research literature, and they are included here not to promote sensationalism, but because they represent what multiple independent and credible sources have described as the most direct physical expression of the reptilian-human managed relationship on American soil. A physical facility in which the managed nature of the human population, its reduction to a biological resource, is expressed in its most literally concrete form. Beyond Dulce, the research literature describes similar facilities at multiple other global locations. The Pine Gap facility in Australia, operated officially as a joint Australian-American intelligence and satellite tracking facility, is described by multiple researchers as having a significant underground component that extends far beyond the official installation and that includes non-human activity. Facilities in the Himalayan region, in specific locations in Europe and the British Isles, and in Antarctic locations are described across various accounts, all sharing the general characteristics of deep underground construction, elevated temperatures, non-human inhabitant populations, and activities involving both biological and technological research of a type that significantly exceeds what the ostensibly human-controlled surface world acknowledges as existing. The tunnel networks connecting these facilities are described as extending at depths below the deepest human mining operations, depths at which geothermal heat provides the warm temperature environment that reptilian biology prefers, at which human detection through surface-level surveillance is effectively impossible, and at which the geological stability of the bedrock provides a permanent, earthquake-resistant living environment. The construction of some elements of these tunnel systems is described as predating human civilization and as the work of either the ancient terrestrial reptilian civilization or of technologies applied by off-world groups with access to tunnel boring capabilities far beyond current human technology. The more recently constructed elements include both facilities built through standard, if classified, human engineering and facilities whose construction involved non-human technology, specifically a nuclear-powered tunnel boring technology that melts rock ahead of the boring head to create smooth-walled tunnels without the excavated spoil that conventional boring produces, leaving no surface evidence of the construction activity. Secret societies as interface mechanisms. The relationship between the reptilian presence and the human elite bloodlines is not managed through direct, overt communication between non-human beings and their human proxies. It is managed, in most of the operational accounts, through a sophisticated interface mechanism, the secret society network that has been one of the most persistent features of human civilizational organization throughout recorded history. Secret societies, from the ancient mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Mesopotamia, through the medieval esoteric orders to the Freemasonic and Rosicrucian traditions of the modern era, and extending to the more contemporary and less publicly acknowledged organizations that operate at the very highest levels of human power, serve a specific function in the reptilian management architecture. They are the mechanism by which the knowledge of the management system is preserved and transmitted within a carefully controlled group, by which human proxies are identified, recruited, evaluated, and promoted based on their utility to the management agenda, by which loyalty to the agenda is secured through a combination of initiation ceremonies, which create psychological bonds and moral investments in the continuation of the initiate's relationship with the organization, exclusive access to power and privilege, which creates material dependency, and blackmail through the use of the most extreme elements of initiation ceremonies as documented evidence of crimes that create permanent leverage over the initiates concerned. The hierarchical structure of the major secret societies is, in the research tradition's analysis, not a human organizational design. It is a deliberate reflection of the reptilian and ultimately draconian cosmic hierarchy installed in human institutional form to normalize the hierarchical principle and to create within the human management class a subculture whose values, aesthetic sensibilities, and organizational models align with the values and models of the beings who manage them from above. The most senior levels of these hierarchies, the levels above the public-facing structures of organizations like Freemasonry, above the 33rd degree, into the inner circles of organizations that do not have public names, are described as the points where human elite proxies make their most direct connection to the non-human management layer above them through both psychic communication, facilitated by specific ritual technologies that create the conditions for reptilian telepathic interface, and, in some accounts, direct physical contact with non-human beings in controlled underground or isolated facility settings. The function of the initiation ceremonies themselves in this framework is worth examining in detail because they reveal the specific psychological and potentially biological mechanism by which the reptilian management system maintains loyalty and alignment among its human proxies. The most extreme initiation ceremonies described at the highest levels of the most senior secret society hierarchies include elements that are, by any human moral standard, deeply transgressive and criminal. Ceremonies involving ritualized trauma, blood consumption, and sexual violence. The consistent presence of these specific elements across multiple independent accounts, separated by geography and historical period, suggests that these are not random acts of depravity, but functionally deliberate components of a designed system. The deliberate traumatization of an initiate serves several purposes simultaneously. First, it creates a form of psychological bonding through shared transgression. The human psychological dynamic by which participation in deeply violating acts creates a sense of exclusive membership in a group defined by its willingness to transgress, and in which the shared secrecy of the transgression creates intense loyalty bonds among participants. Second, it may serve the biological dietary interest in the specific hormonal and biochemical profile of traumatized individuals, the adrenal and cortisol compounds produced by extreme stress experiences. Third, it creates psychological fragmentation, a trauma-induced alteration of normal cognitive function that, in specific extreme cases, produces what trauma psychology describes as dissociation, and what the reptilian management system appears to exploit as a mechanism for creating cognitive structures in key human proxies that are more susceptible to psychic programming and direction than the intact, undamaged human psychology. The global financial architecture, money as a control system. The reptilian influence over human civilization's financial architecture is one of the most practically important dimensions of the management system because the financial system is the nervous system of modern human civilization, the mechanism through which every resource allocation decision is made, every power relationship is maintained, and every possibility of meaningful resistance to the management system is either funded or defunded. The claim in the research tradition is not merely that specific wealthy families have accumulated large amounts of money and used it to buy political influence. That is a mundane observation that requires no non-human intelligence to explain. The claim is that the global financial architecture itself, the system of central banks, private banking dynasties, international financial institutions, and currency systems, was designed and is maintained as a control tool rather than as a neutral mechanism for efficient resource allocation. The specific features of the current global financial architecture that most clearly express this design include the creation of money as debt by private banking institutions, which means that every unit of currency in existence is owed back to a private bank with interest, creating a structural condition in which the total money supply can never be sufficient to repay the total debt, and in which the banking system has permanent leverage over every participant in the money economy. The concentration of the money creation function in a small number of private central banks that are not subject to democratic oversight or meaningful governmental control, and the design of the international financial system through institutions like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, in ways that systematically extract wealth from developing nations and concentrate it in the financial institutions of the major Western powers. The families most prominently identified in the research literature as carrying significant reptilian genetic inheritance, the Rothschild family, the Rockefeller family, and their allied dynastic financial entities, are not, in the research tradition's analysis, merely wealthy families who happen to build successful banking businesses. They are the human face proxies of a financial management system that was deliberately designed to create and maintain the specific conditions of human financial dependency that serve the broader management agenda. The design of the system, the specific structural features that ensure its tendency toward concentration and dependency, reflects an intelligence and a long-term perspective that goes beyond what ordinary human financial ambition would produce. It reflects the design intelligence of a management system that has been maintaining analogous control structures over human civilizations for thousands of years, adapting the specific institutional forms to the technological and political conditions of each era while preserving the fundamental principle. A small, carefully managed group controls the money, and through the money controls everything. Media and information control, managing the narrative. The management of information in the modern era, the control of what human populations know, what they believe, and what frameworks of interpretation they apply to their experience, is the most recently developed and, in some ways, the most sophisticated dimension of the reptilian management system. It is also the dimension that is currently under the most pressure from the information diffusion capabilities of the Internet, which has created, for the first time in modern history, a channel of information distribution that the management system has not yet fully brought under control. The modern media landscape, the handful of massive corporations that own the overwhelming majority of newspapers, television networks, film studios, music companies, and now increasingly the major internet platforms, is the current expression of a long-standing management interest in controlling the channels through which human populations receive information about the world they inhabit. The specific content patterns of this managed media environment are consistent with the management agenda. The consistent amplification of social divisions, the normalization of fear as a baseline emotional state through news content that relentlessly emphasizes threat, danger, and instability, the trivialization and marginalization of spiritual and consciousness-expanding content, the promotion of materialist and consumption-oriented values at the expense of the inner-directed, cooperative, community-building values that would be most threatening to the management system, and the complete, systematic exclusion of any serious discussion of the non-human presence and its role in human affairs. The personnel who manage the major media institutions, like the personnel who manage the major financial and governmental institutions, are not all conscious participants in a reptilian management conspiracy. Most are simply people who have been selected through the institutional filtering processes of elite education, professional networking, and social capital to occupy positions in institutions whose culture, incentives, and ownership structure reliably produce the content patterns that serve the management agenda. They do not need to know they are participants in a management system. The system is designed to produce the right outputs through structural incentives that operate independently of individual conscious awareness or intention. But at the very top of the media ownership and management hierarchy, at the level of the individuals and families who own the major media conglomerates and who set the fundamental parameters of their editorial and content policies, the research tradition suggests a more deliberate management awareness, individuals who understand, at some level that varies across individuals from partial to complete, that the media institutions they control serve a purpose that goes beyond commercial profit, and who maintain the management agenda in those institutions through a combination of personal conviction, the social networks of the elite secret society complex, and the psychic and material influences of the non-human management layer above them. The ritual dimension, blood, power, and the energetic economy. The most difficult element of the reptilian management system to address in a documentary context, because it is simultaneously the most lurid, the most subject to sensationalist distortion, and the most credibly attested dimension of the whole, is the ritual dimension. The claim that the management system includes a religious and ceremonial practice maintained by the human elite proxies and directly connected to the non-human reptilian presence that involves blood rituals, sacrificial ceremony, and the deliberate generation of specific emotional and biological compounds for use by the reptilian beings and by the elite human proxies themselves. The evidence for the existence of such practices in the ancient world is unambiguous. Sacrificial ritual, including human sacrifice in specific cultural contexts, is documented in the archaeological and textual record of multiple ancient civilizations, from the Aztec sacrifice complex to the Phoenician child sacrifice tradition, documented in both classical texts and the archaeological evidence of the Tophets, to the sacrificial practices described in the earliest Vedic texts, to the pre-dynastic Egyptian ritual killing associated with the said festival. The common thread in these ancient sacrificial traditions is not simply the killing of a victim. It is the killing of a victim under specific conditions, at specific times, in specific places, with specific accompanying rituals that are designed to maximize the generation of the specific biochemical profile associated with fear and death, and to channel the energy released by this generation to specific beings or forces. The claim in the modern research tradition is that this ancient sacrificial complex did not disappear when the human civilizations that practiced it ceased their surface-level operations. It went underground, literally in some cases, and was preserved in the most restricted chambers of the secret society hierarchy that managed the continuity of the management system through the transition from ancient to modern civilizational forms. The specific claims about the perpetuation of ritual sacrifice at the highest levels of contemporary elite power structures are among the most serious and the most contested in the entire field, and this documentary will not repeat specific claims without noting that they remain unverified through any publicly available forensic evidence. What can be said is this: the testimony is extensive. It comes from multiple independent sources across multiple countries, and it is consistent in its specific descriptive details in ways that suggest a common underlying reality rather than independent fabrications. Whether that testimony describes what it claims to describe is a judgment that each investigator must make based on their own assessment of the weight of evidence. The reptilian agenda: religion, modern operations, and technology. We have now established the reptilian biological reality, the mechanisms through which they maintain influence over human social structures, and the physical infrastructure through which their presence on Earth is maintained. What remains before we can make the full comparative analysis is a comprehensive account of the reptilian agenda, what they want from humanity and from Earth, how that agenda has been expressed throughout modern human history, what technologies they deploy in pursuit of it, and how the current phase of that agenda differs from its historical precedents. The reptilian agenda, like the Alpha-Draconian agenda, is ultimately about resource acquisition and management, but the specific character of the resources the reptilians seek and the specific methods they employ in seeking them reflect the particular nature of the reptilian civilizational complex, its terrestrial entanglement, its multiple and sometimes conflicting subgroups, its hybrid human-reptilian bloodline program, and its specific biological needs and preferences. The energetic economy: why humanity is a resource. The most fundamental question about the reptilian agenda is, what do they actually want? The most consistent answer across the research literature operates at two levels simultaneously: a physical level and an energetic level. At the physical level, the reptilian beings want territory, specifically the rich biological and mineral resources of Earth, and they want a managed human labor and genetic resource population to provide those resources in an ongoing and sustainable way. These are, in a sense, the most ordinary colonial motivations, resources and labor, and they require no unusual explanatory framework beyond the recognition that a powerful civilization with resource needs is looking at a weaker civilization with resource wealth and doing what powerful civilizations with resource needs have always done throughout human history. But the energetic level is where the reptilian agenda distinguishes itself from ordinary colonialism and begins to approach something that requires a fundamentally different conceptual framework to understand. The claim, made by Alex Collier, David Icke, Michael Salla, and numerous other researchers from different perspectives and different evidentiary bases, is that the reptilian beings, and possibly the Alpha-Draconian beings above them, have a specific use for the particular quality of energetic output that the human population generates when it is maintained in states of specific low vibrational consciousness. This output is described in various terms. Loosh, in the vocabulary popularized by Robert Monroe's out-of-body experience research. Psychic energy, in more conventional parapsychological language. Consciousness emissions in the more physics-oriented accounts, but the core claim is consistent. Human beings in states of fear, anger, grief, suffering, and psychological confusion generate a specific energetic signature that is, for the beings who have cultivated and rely on it, a form of nutrition or sustenance. This claim is among the most difficult to evaluate empirically because it requires a model of consciousness that mainstream physics does not currently validate. A model in which consciousness is a real force in the physical universe, capable of generating field effects that extend beyond the individual nervous system and that can be absorbed and utilized by beings with the appropriate biological or technological capability. But this model is not as alien to serious scientific inquiry as its dismissal by mainstream institutions implies. The physics of consciousness is one of the most actively discussed frontiers in fundamental physics, with serious researchers including Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff proposing quantum mechanical models of consciousness that would, if correct, imply exactly the kind of real-world energetic effects that the Loosh hypothesis describes. And the traditions of virtually every human culture that has explored consciousness seriously, meditation traditions, shamanic traditions, mystical and esoteric traditions, consistently describe consciousness as a real force in the physical universe, with effects that extend beyond the boundary of the individual physical body. If human consciousness generates real energetic outputs, and if the reptilian beings have developed either the biological capability or the technology to harvest those outputs, the entire architecture of the reptilian management program becomes coherent in a new way. The maintenance of human populations in chronic states of fear, anxiety, stress, and suffering is not merely about preventing revolution or suppressing the development of threatening human capabilities. It is about maintaining the production of the specific energetic commodity that constitutes one of the reptilian presence's primary interests in maintaining a large, emotionally active human population. The religious engineering project, God as management tool. The reptilian management of human consciousness across history has nowhere been more total or more ingeniously constructed than in the domain of religion. The claim in the research tradition is not that all religious experience is manufactured, nor that the genuine spiritual impulse of human beings is simply a product of management manipulation. The claim is more specific and more disturbing, that the specific institutional forms through which human spiritual impulse has been most universally channeled, the major organized religious traditions, were deliberately constructed or captured and managed by the reptilian presence to redirect the human spiritual impulse away from direct, empowering, consciousness-expanding engagement with the nature of reality and toward managed, hierarchical, submissive religious frameworks that serve the management agenda. The specific features of the major institutional religious traditions that most clearly reflect this management design include the theistic framework that positions God as a being external to the human individual, infinitely superior, demanding submission and worship, and whose will is mediated through institutional religious authorities rather than available through direct individual experience. This framework, present in the Abrahamic traditions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, that collectively claim the majority of the world's religious population, positions the human being as subordinate, unworthy of direct divine access, and dependent on institutional mediation for connection to the divine. It is, in the research traditions analysis, not a description of the genuine nature of human spiritual reality, but a management construct designed to redirect the human spiritual impulse toward a hierarchical, submission-oriented religious experience that produces the specific behavioral and energetic outputs the management system desires. The specific god figures of the ancient world, the Anunnaki of the Sumerian texts, the various divine beings who established the first religious institutions and to whom the first sacrificial practices were directed, were, in the framework of this analysis, not metaphorical expressions of humanity's highest spiritual aspirations. They were actual non-human beings, reptilian and possibly draconian, who presented themselves as gods to early human populations and who designed the first institutional religious forms specifically to channel the worship, the sacrificial offerings, and the psychic and emotional energies of the managed human population toward themselves. The transition from those ancient direct relationships to the more abstract monotheistic frameworks of the later Abrahamic traditions represents a refinement of the management tool, a more sophisticated, more scalable, and more durable consciousness management system that could function without the constant physical presence of the beings who designed it. The modern era, from religion to media. As traditional religious authority has declined in many parts of the world, the consciousness management function that religion historically served has been transferred with remarkable efficiency to the media and entertainment complex. The transition from churches to screens is, in the research traditions analysis, not a story of human liberation from primitive superstition. It is a story of management adaptation. The successful migration of the consciousness management function from one institutional vehicle to another, more contemporary and more total one. The television screen, in particular, has served as the primary consciousness management tool of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. And the specific content patterns of commercial television, the emphasis on consumption, the normalization of hierarchical social structures, the amplification of fear through news content, the promotion of materialist values through advertising, the trivialization of spiritual and philosophical inquiry, and the provision of entertainment that fills the time and attention capacity that might otherwise be devoted to the kind of reflective, consciousness-expanding activity that the management system is designed to prevent. Are, in the research traditions analysis, features rather than bugs. They are the deliberate output of a consciousness management system that has simply updated its delivery mechanism for the technological conditions of the modern era. The specific claims about the mechanisms through which the content of television and other electronic media is managed to serve these purposes are, like many elements of the reptilian research tradition, contested and subject to varying levels of verification. The ownership concentration of the major media corporations, the revolving door between media leadership and the political and intelligence establishment, the specific institutional cultures of the major networks and film studios, and the documented cases of deliberate content management by government and intelligence agencies. These are all matters of documented public record that support the general claim of conscious management at the institutional level, without requiring that every producer and journalist be aware of the deeper framework their work serves. But beyond the ordinary mechanisms of institutional culture, editorial policy, and ownership interest, the research tradition describes a more direct management mechanism for specific high-impact content, the involvement of intelligence and non-human management layer representatives in the specific content decisions of major entertainment properties, film franchises, television programs, music industry products that are identified as having particular potential to influence public consciousness. The specific nature of this involvement varies across accounts, but the general pattern described is of senior decision-makers in major entertainment companies receiving explicit direction through the secret society networks that connect them to the management hierarchy above them, about specific content that should or should not reach the public through the entertainment vehicles under their control. Reptilian technology, what the Earth-based presence commands. The technology available to the reptilian presence on Earth, while not at the extraordinary baseline of the Alpha-Draconian civilization, is far in advance of anything in the public human technological domain, and represents, in the estimation of the research literature, technology that is likely the product of a combination of ancient reptilian technological inheritance, off-world reptilian and draconian technology transferred to the Earth-based operations, and reverse-engineered or independently developed human-reptilian collaborative technology developed in the underground facilities where human and non-human researchers are described as working together on specific projects. The propulsion technology available to the Earth-based reptilian presence includes both the anti-gravity craft that have been reported in the vicinity of underground facilities and the more advanced interstellar-capable vessels that connect the Earth-based reptilian groups to their off-world affiliated civilizations. The anti-gravity technology, the ability to create and direct a gravitational field independent of the natural gravitational environment, is the fundamental enabling technology for the disc-shaped, triangle, and other unconventionally maneuvering craft that have been reported in the vicinity of known or suspected underground facility locations. This technology has been reverse-engineered to varying degrees in classified human programs, but the version operating within the reptilian underground complex is described as significantly more sophisticated than the human-developed variants. The genetic technology available to the Earth-based reptilian presence draws on the same fundamental draconian genetic science described in Part 5, adapted and applied to the specific context of Earth's biological environment. The underground facilities associated with reptilian presence are described as containing genetic research laboratories of sophisticated capability, where hybridization programs, cloning technology, and biological modification programs are conducted on both human and animal subjects obtained through the abduction and other collection mechanisms described earlier. The specific outputs of these programs, hybrid beings, cloned individuals, genetically modified animal specimens, are described across multiple whistleblower and abductee accounts, with enough consistency to suggest that the genetic research in these facilities is real and ongoing, whatever the specific details of its precise methodology. The surveillance and monitoring technology available to the reptilian presence extends well beyond the capabilities of the most advanced publicly known human surveillance systems. The ability to track and monitor specific individuals through a combination of electromagnetic sensing, psychic monitoring, and implant-based tracking technology is described across multiple accounts as a routine capability of the reptilian management system. The implant technology, involving the insertion of small biological or technological devices in human subjects during abduction events, is described as serving both monitoring and behavioral influence functions, tracking the physical location and physiological state of implanted individuals, and, in more advanced variants, providing a mechanism for psychic influence that bypasses the normal resistance of the target's own electromagnetic field. The current agenda, the endgame push. The current expression of the reptilian agenda on Earth is, by the consensus of the research tradition, in an accelerated phase, a push towards specific outcomes that represents a departure from the patient, generational management approach that has characterized the program historically. The reasons for this acceleration are discussed differently across different accounts, but several recurring themes emerge. The first is the technological convergence point that human civilization is approaching, the emergence of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and surveillance technology at levels that, if properly integrated under management control, would create the most complete human population control system that has ever been achieved. The specific technologies of concern include advanced AI systems capable of monitoring and predicting human behavior at a population level, genetic modification technologies approaching the capability to make permanent heritable changes to the human genome, and surveillance infrastructure capable of continuous, comprehensive monitoring of every individual in a technologically connected population. The management system is described as pushing urgently toward the integration and control of these technologies before their potential for human liberation, their potential to be used by humanity for its own benefit and sovereignty rather than under the management system's control, can be realized. The second driver of the current acceleration is the awakening dynamic described at the end of Part 6, the spreading human awareness of the management system's existence and the growing human demand for genuine sovereignty and authentic spiritual and political self-determination. The management system's response to this awakening is described as a combination of accelerated integration of the control technologies described above and an attempted global crisis engineering program designed to produce the conditions of fear, desperation, and perceived need for centralized management that would make the human population more, rather than less, willing to accept the specific institutional changes the management system is pushing toward. The specific institutional changes described in this context include the creation of a single global governance structure with authority over all human populations that would eliminate the distributed sovereignty currently embodied in the national state system and replace it with a unified management architecture more directly accessible to non-human management direction. The creation of a single global digital currency system that would give the management system complete visibility and control over all economic activity by every individual on Earth, and the progressive elimination of the legal and institutional protections for individual privacy, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and freedom of conscience that represent the accumulated resistance of previous generations of humans to exactly the kind of total management the current program envisions. Whether these developments are inevitable and what humanity's options are in the face of them is a question we will address directly in Part 12. Before that, however, we turn to the analysis that the entire documentary has been building toward: the direct, systematic comparison of the Alpha-Draconian civilization and the reptilian civilization, examining the ways they differ and the ways they overlap, and what those differences and overlaps mean for understanding the situation humanity is in. The reptilian relationship with gray beings, a management subcontract. Before closing this part, one important operational dimension of the reptilian presence on Earth deserves attention: the relationship between the reptilian beings and the gray beings who have, in the popular imagination and in much of the abduction research literature, become the face of the extraterrestrial presence on Earth. The gray beings, the small, large-headed, dark-eyed beings most commonly described in abduction accounts and most represented in popular culture's image of aliens, are not a subject of primary focus in this documentary, which is dedicated to the comparison of the Alpha-Draconian and Reptilian civilizations. But understanding the gray-reptilian relationship is important for understanding how the reptilian operational agenda is actually executed on Earth, because the Greys are, according to multiple research accounts, the primary operational labor force for many of the activities, abductions, genetic collection, implant procedures, reproductive experiments, that constitute the most direct reptilian interventions in human lives. The relationship is generally described as hierarchical and subordinate. The Greys perform the direct contact work under the direction of reptilian beings who supervise or oversee the operations. The gray beings are described in multiple accounts as having been themselves created or significantly modified by reptilian genetic engineering and as functioning in relation to the reptilian management structure in something like the role of a highly specialized and technically proficient worker class, beings without significant independent agency who execute specific technical tasks as directed by the beings above them in the management hierarchy. This triangular structure, Alpha-Draconian authority at the top, reptilian operational management in the middle, gray beings executing direct human contact work at the base, is one of the most important structural features of the non-human management presence on Earth, and it is a structure that directly mirrors the general architectural principle of the Alpha-Draconian Empire: layered hierarchy, specialized function at each level, and ultimate authority maintained at the top, while operational details are managed by subordinate classes. It is the galaxy's oldest management structure applied to Earth-specific operational requirements. The definitive comparison: Alpha-Draconian versus Reptilian. We have spent the first 10 parts of this documentary building the most comprehensive portraits available of two extraordinarily significant non-human civilizations. Now we perform the analysis that the whole edifice has been constructed to support: the direct, systematic, point-by-point comparison of the Alpha-Draconian and Reptilian civilizations across every major dimension of their existence. This comparison is not merely an academic exercise. It is the map that allows one to navigate the complex terrain of the non-human presence on Earth with clarity, to understand what one is dealing with in any specific context, and to make the judgments about priority, approach, and response that the reality of this situation demands. The comparison is organized around 13 major dimensions: origin and age, physical characteristics, social structure, technology, philosophical worldview, relationship to Earth, relationship to humanity, management methods, agenda on Earth, relationship to each other, known vulnerabilities, relationship to the galactic community, and the long-term trajectory of each civilization with respect to this planet. In each dimension, we examine where the two civilizations overlap, where they diverge, and what the specific differences mean. Dimension 1. Origin and age. The Alpha-Draconians are, by every credible account, vastly older than any reptilian civilization relevant to Earth. At approximately 4 billion years of civilizational development, originating in the Thuban star system in the Draco constellation, they represent the deepest antiquity of intelligent life available in this region of the galaxy. Their age is not merely a biographical detail, it is the organizing fact of their entire civilizational character, the foundation of their claim to cosmic authority, the source of their extraordinary technological and philosophical depth, and the basis of their orientation toward other civilizations as inherently inferior and therefore subject to their management. The reptilian civilizations relevant to Earth's situation represent a dramatically younger set of entities. Even the most ancient of the claimed terrestrial reptilian lineages, described in the Lacerda account as having originated approximately 650 million years ago, is less than 1/7 the age of the Alpha-Draconian civilization. The off-world reptilian groups that are most operationally active in the current Earth context are, in most accounts, considerably younger still. Civilizations that may have been spacefaring for tens or hundreds of thousands of years rather than billions. This age difference is not merely quantitative, it reflects a qualitative difference in civilizational depth, in the accumulated philosophical, technological, and strategic experience that shapes how each civilization approaches any situation. The practical implication of this age difference for their relationship to Earth is significant. The Alpha-Draconians have a historical relationship to this solar system that predates not only human civilization, but, according to some accounts, the formation of the solar system itself. The reptilian groups, even the most ancient terrestrial lineages, came to their relationship with Earth in a context where the Alpha-Draconian claim was already ancient and already expressed. They are not original claimants on equal footing. They are, however, their specific relationships to the Draconian Empire are configured, operating in a space that the Draconian authority defined before them. Summary of Dimension 1. Alpha-Draconians, far older, 4 billion years, originating in the Draco-Thuban system with the deepest temporal authority. Reptilians, younger, ranging from hundreds of thousands to hundreds of millions of years depending on the specific group, with origins scattered across multiple star systems and possibly including ancient terrestrial lineages. The age difference confers a qualitative depth advantage to the Alpha-Draconians that shapes every other dimension of the comparison. Dimension 2. Physical characteristics. The physical contrast between the Alpha-Draconian form and the operational reptilian form is one of the most immediately apparent and practically significant differences between the two civilizations. The Alpha-Draconian royal and noble castes are beings of enormous physical scale, 14 to 22 feet or more, with heavy biological armor, wing structures in the higher castes, and a physical presence designed to enforce immediate hierarchical dominance at the most primal sensory level. The reptilian bipedal operational type is typically between 5 and 8 feet tall, large by human standards, physically formidable, but operating in the general scale range of a human-accessible environment. This size difference has direct implications for how each civilization interacts with humanity. The Alpha-Draconian form is not designed for human-scale interaction. It does not fit in human spaces, cannot interact with human individuals at a scale that would allow anything resembling normal social interaction, and communicates by its sheer physical presence, a dominance differential so extreme that any interaction with a human being is, from the beginning, a relationship between categories that cannot be equalized. The reptilian operational form, while impressive and intimidating, exists in a physical scale range where interaction, even if deeply unequal, can occur in a shared physical space. The biological armor of the Alpha-Draconian form, the heavy dorsal scales of hardness exceeding human-made materials, is another significant distinguishing feature. The reptilian scale covering is tough by biological standards, but is not described as providing the same near-impenetrable protection as the Alpha-Draconian dorsal armor. The reptilian beings are more physically vulnerable, more operable in a variety of environments, and more subject to the practical constraints of a physical form that has not been as maximally optimized for combat survivability as the Alpha-Draconian soldier form. The wing structures of the Alpha-Draconian royal class have no equivalent in the reptilian descriptions. This feature, which connects the Alpha-Draconian royal form to the dragon archetype of virtually every ancient mythology, is exclusive to the Draconian nobility and marks an absolute physical distinction between the two civilizations. Summary of Dimension 2: Alpha-Draconians, much larger, more heavily armored, with wing structures in the royal class, a more specialized and combat-optimized biological form. Reptilians, human scale range, more biologically flexible, some subspecies with potential shape-shifting capability, designed for operational environments that include human-scale interaction. Dimension 3: Social structure. Both civilizations operate within hierarchical social structures that reflect the reptilian cognitive architecture from which both evolved or were designed. But the specific character of the hierarchy in each case differs in ways that have important operational implications. The Alpha-Draconian hierarchy is described as extraordinarily rigid and genetically determined. Caste membership is fixed at birth by genetic assessment. Movement through the hierarchy is severely constrained by biological boundaries that cannot be overcome through individual merit or ambition within certain absolute limits. The royal bloodline is a separate biological category distinguished by specific phenotypic markers, the white coloration, the wings, that make its members physically identifiable, and the authority of that bloodline is enforced by a combination of genetic pheromonic chemistry, psychic dominance, and the absolute violence that the military apparatus of the empire can deploy. This is the most rigidly hierarchical and most biologically enforced social structure described in the research literature. The reptilian social structure is hierarchical, but less rigidly biological. The diversity of reptilian subspecies and the complexity of the reptilian civilizational complex, multiple independent and semi-independent groups with different histories and different relationships to the Draconian authority structure, means that the reptilian social world is messier, more politically complex, and more subject to the kind of internal conflict, alliance building, and strategic maneuvering that characterizes political life in any environment where the hierarchy is not absolutely biologically enforced. There are clearly dominant and subordinate positions in the reptilian social world, and those positions are not without biological underpinning, but the existence of multiple distinct reptilian groups with their own internal hierarchies, their own territorial claims, and their own specific agendas means that the reptilian world is, compared to the Alpha-Draconian world, something approaching politically complex rather than simply hierarchically ordered. The human elite proxy management system is, interestingly, a feature of both civilizations' Earth operations, but it is more central and more institutionally elaborate in the reptilian system than in the Alpha-Draconian system. The Alpha-Draconians manage Earth primarily at the strategic level through the overall framework of the management program. The reptilians manage it at the operational and tactical levels through the specific human proxy institutions and bloodlines that the reptilian presence maintains and directs on the surface world. The secret society network that serves as the interface between the reptilian management layer and the human proxy layer is, in this comparative analysis, a primarily reptilian-managed system rather than a directly draconian one, though the ultimate authority that the secret society hierarchy ultimately answers to traces back to the draconian imperial framework above the reptilian operational layer. Summary of Dimension 3. Both are hierarchical. Alpha-Draconian hierarchy is more rigid, more biologically enforced, and more institutionally unified. Reptilian hierarchy is more complex, more politically dynamic, and more directly interfaced with human social institutions through the proxy and secret society systems. Dimension 4. Technology. The technology comparison between the Alpha-Draconians and the Reptilians is the most dramatic and the most unambiguous of all the dimensions. The Alpha-Draconian civilization, with 4 billion years of continuous technological development, operates at a technological baseline that is not merely superior to the reptilian technological level, but categorically superior, not a difference of degree, but a difference in kind. The Alpha-Draconian technological capabilities that have no described equivalent in the reptilian context include the temporal modeling and possibly temporal manipulation capabilities described in Part 5, the most advanced levels of the group psychic consciousness technology, the deepest level of genetic engineering capability, designing organisms from fundamental biochemical principles rather than modifying existing templates, and what multiple accounts describe as a level of mastery over the fundamental forces of physics, gravity, electromagnetism, the quantum vacuum, that represents a physics of engineering rather than an engineering that works within fixed physical constraints. The reptilian technological level is, while vastly superior to human technology, more comprehensible in terms that can be roughly mapped onto the trajectory of human technological development extended by a few thousand years. Advanced propulsion, directed energy weapons, sophisticated genetic engineering, advanced surveillance and tracking technology, psychic amplification devices. These are the technologies of a civilization that has solved the problems that humanity has not yet fully solved, but that exist on a recognizably similar developmental trajectory. The Alpha-Draconian technology is something else, the product of billions of years of development on a trajectory so far ahead of the current human position that its endpoints are simply not imaginable in current human terms. This technological gap has important implications for the relationship between the two civilizations. The reptilian beings, whatever their tactical and operational sophistication on Earth, are not the technological equals of the Alpha-Draconian Empire. They exist within the Empire's technological framework, use technology that is in significant part derived from or permitted by the Draconian technological baseline, and are subject to Draconian technological superiority in any direct confrontation. This technological dependency is one of the practical mechanisms through which Draconian authority over the reptilian operational layer is maintained. Summary of Dimension 4. Alpha-Draconians hold an enormous and qualitative technological superiority over all known reptilian civilizations. The reptilian technological level, while far beyond human capability, exists within a framework enabled and constrained by the Alpha-Draconian technological baseline. Dimension 5. Philosophical worldview. Both civilizations operate from variants of a dominator philosophy, a worldview that places power, hierarchy, and resource acquisition above the sovereignty and well-being of less powerful beings. This shared philosophical foundation is the deepest source of their civilizational kinship and the primary reason they are sometimes conflated in research accounts. But the specific character of the dominator philosophy in each civilization reflects their different evolutionary histories and civilizational depths. The Alpha-Draconian dominator philosophy is described as a fully worked out, internally consistent metaphysical system, a genuine cosmic philosophy in which the hierarchy of power is the natural order made manifest and in which the domination of the less powerful by the more powerful is not merely permitted but is the expression of the highest cosmic principle. This is a philosophy that has been refined and debated across 4 billion years of civilizational history by a species with extraordinary cognitive depth. It is not simply predatory pragmatism. It is predatory pragmatism elevated to a metaphysical principle and defended with sophisticated philosophical argument. The reptilian philosophical worldview is described in less detail across the research literature, possibly because fewer credible accounts address it directly. What emerges is something more pragmatic and less philosophically elaborated, a worldview oriented toward survival, resource acquisition, territorial control, and species perpetuation that reflects the more immediate and less cosmically abstract concerns of civilizations that are, compared to the Alpha-Draconians, still operating in the mode of competitive expansion rather than the mode of mature imperial management. There is something in the reptilian accounts, particularly in the Lacerda account and in direct communication described by various contactees, that suggests a resentment quality, a sense of grievance and dispossession that is absent from the Alpha-Draconian philosophical stance. The Alpha-Draconians do not feel dispossessed. The reptilians, particularly the terrestrial lineages who were displaced by the emergence of humanity, sometimes do. Summary of Dimension 5. Both are fundamentally dominator philosophical. The Alpha-Draconian version is more deeply elaborated, more cosmically confident, and more metaphysically articulated. The reptilian version is more pragmatic, more resentment-inflected in specific contexts, and more directly expressed through territorial and resource-oriented behavior rather than through philosophical framework. Dimension 6. Relationship to Earth. The Alpha-Draconian relationship to Earth is one of distant proprietorship, the relationship of an absentee landlord to a specific property in a large portfolio. Earth is of interest, worth managing, worth protecting from being claimed by competing civilizations, and worth the investment of a specific management program. But it is not uniquely precious from the Alpha-Draconian perspective. It is one important node in an empire of many nodes, managed by a subordinate layer with local responsibility and relatively limited direct oversight from the imperial center. The reptilian relationship to Earth, specifically in the case of the most Earth-entangled groups, is one of intimate, long-term, deeply personal investment. For the terrestrial reptilian lineages, Earth is literally home, the planet of their evolutionary origin, the world to which they are biologically and psychologically adapted across hundreds of millions of years of evolution. For the off-world reptilian groups that have established long-term presences in Earth's underground environments, it is a territory that they have inhabited across timescales that make human recorded history appear very brief. The reptilian relationship to Earth, in these most entangled cases, carries an emotional charge, a sense of possession, familiarity, and territorial identity that the Alpha-Draconian proprietorial relationship simply does not. This difference in the character of the Earth relationship is one of the most important distinctions between the two civilizations for understanding their behavior. The Alpha-Draconians will manage Earth in whatever way most efficiently serves the Empire's interests, and will potentially be willing to make large-scale changes to the management approach, including changes devastating to the human population, if the strategic calculus supports such changes. The most Earth-entangled reptilian groups have a different risk calculus because Earth's ecosystem and human population are not merely resources to be managed, but a home environment and a territory that they have intimate relationships with. Their management agenda is constrained by a degree of investment in Earth's specific character that the Alpha-Draconian perspective does not share. Summary of Dimension 6. Alpha-Draconians, proprietorial and distant, managing Earth as one asset among many. Reptilians, intimately entangled, some groups with evolutionary origins here, with a personal and territorial relationship to the planet that creates different constraints and different motivations. Dimension 7. Relationship to humanity. The Alpha-Draconian relationship to humanity is one of pure utility assessment. They view human beings as a managed species whose genetic material, labor, psychic energy output, and strategic value to the empire make them worth the investment of a multi-millennial management program. The human being, in the Alpha-Draconian accounting, is an interesting genetic experiment and a productive resource. Beyond that, it is of no concern. The suffering or flourishing of individual human beings, the specific content of human cultural and spiritual development, the quality of human individual lives. These are not variables in the Alpha-Draconian calculation. They are irrelevancies. The reptilian relationship to humanity is more complex and more ambivalent. It includes the pure utility assessment characteristic of the dominator orientation, but it also includes elements that are specific to the reptilian situation. The resentment of the terrestrial groups, who regard humanity as the usurpers of their surface world. The psychological complexity of the hybrid bloodline management, in which reptilian beings maintain quasi-familial relationships with the human-reptilian elite proxy lineages, and a specific quality of fascination with and antipathy to the human emotional and creative capacity that several accounts describe as a persistent theme in direct reptilian communication with human contactees. The reptilian fascination with human emotional life, the specific intensity of human love, grief, creativity, and spiritual experience is described in several accounts as something that reptilian beings approach with a mixture of contempt and envy. Contempt because these emotional experiences are associated with the soft biology of the warm-blooded mammalian form that the reptilian cognitive architecture typically devalues, and envy because the depth and richness of human inner life represents an experiential dimension that the reptilian cognitive architecture does not readily access. This ambivalence, contempt and fascination, domination and envy, produces a quality of human-reptilian interaction that is distinctly different from the pure cold utility calculation that characterizes the Alpha-Draconian approach to humanity. Summary of Dimension 7. Alpha-Draconians, pure utility view, no personal investment, entirely transactional. Reptilians, more complex and ambivalent, incorporating resentment, territorial jealousy, hybrid relationship complexity, and a specific fascination with human emotional and creative life. Dimension 8. Management methods. The management methods of the two civilizations reflect their fundamental strategic orientations. The Alpha-Draconian management of Earth operates primarily at the level of cosmic and historical framework. The establishment of the long-term management agenda, the design of the human genetic program, the management of the broader galactic political context to ensure that Earth remains within the draconian sphere of influence, and the oversight of the reptilian operational layer that executes the specific day-to-day management functions. Their direct intervention in human affairs is minimal, the minimum necessary to maintain the overall framework and to address specific situations that the reptilian operational layer cannot manage independently. The reptilian management methods are, by contrast, operationally specific, intimately involved in the details of human civilizational management, and expressed through a far wider range of direct interventions: the genetic bloodline program, the secret society interface, the underground facility operations, the psychic management of specific human individuals, the direct control of financial and governmental institutions through proxies, and the ongoing abduction and genetic research programs. The reptilian management approach is, in military terminology, a full-spectrum operation. It operates at every level simultaneously, from the grand strategic to the individual tactical. The psychic management capabilities of both civilizations are significant, but they differ in their application. Alpha-Draconian psychic influence on humanity appears to operate more broadly and more collectively, influencing the overall direction and character of human consciousness at a civilizational level through mechanisms that may include specific embedded programs in the human neural architecture, deliberate management of collective human belief systems through the historical management of religion, and the maintenance of specific energetic conditions in Earth's electromagnetic environment that suppress specific human consciousness capabilities. Reptilian psychic management is described as more individual and more targeted. The specific psychic influence of individual human leaders and key decision-makers, the management of specific human proxies through direct psychic programming, and the ritual mechanisms through which specific human consciousness states are induced in the context of secret society ceremonies. Summary of Dimension 8. Alpha-Draconians, strategic, minimal direct intervention, focused on framework and oversight. Reptilians, operational and full spectrum, involved in every level of human civilizational management through specific institutional and individual mechanisms. Dimension 9. Relationship to each other. The relationship between the Alpha-Draconian civilization and the Reptilian civilizations is, as we have discussed throughout this documentary, one of structural authority combined with operational delegation. The Alpha-Draconians are the supreme authority in the relevant hierarchy. The reptilian groups operating on Earth exist within a framework that the Alpha-Draconian imperial authority has established and maintains, and they are ultimately subordinate to that authority even when they possess significant operational independence. But this is not a simple command and obey relationship with constant top-down direction. The practical reality of a civilization spanning multiple star systems means that local operational authority is genuinely delegated, and the reptilian groups managing Earth's day-to-day affairs are not receiving constant specific direction from the Alpha-Draconian Imperial Center. They are operating within an established framework according to principles and parameters that reflect Draconian authority, with the implicit understanding that major strategic decisions and any actions that significantly affect the imperial interest must be consistent with that authority. The tensions in this relationship are real and have been noted by multiple researchers. Specific reptilian groups, particularly those with the longest and most intimate relationship to Earth, have interests in this planet that do not always align perfectly with the imperial management agenda of the Alpha-Draconian Empire. The terrestrial reptilian lineages in particular have a territorial investment in Earth's specific character that may create friction with Alpha-Draconian strategic decisions that would modify or exploit Earth's biological and physical characteristics in ways that damage the home environment of the terrestrial reptilian civilization. Whether these tensions have ever risen to the level of genuine conflict between specific reptilian groups and the Draconian authority is a question that the available accounts address only partially, but the suggestion of possible reptilian-Draconian friction over specific Earth management decisions appears in enough independent sources to be noted as a real dynamic in the overall picture. Summary of Dimension 9. The Alpha-Draconian Reptilian relationship is one of structural authority with operational delegation. The Alpha-Draconians are the ultimate authority. The Reptilians are operationally autonomous within the framework the Draconian authority establishes. Real but typically managed tensions exist between the two levels, particularly regarding Earth-specific decisions where reptilian territorial investment and Draconian imperial strategy may not perfectly align. Dimensions 10 through 13, vulnerabilities, galactic context, and trajectory. The final four dimensions of the comparison can be addressed more concisely because they draw on conclusions that the preceding analysis has already established. Regarding vulnerabilities, the Alpha-Draconian civilization's primary weakness in the relevant context is the constraint imposed on its Earth operations by the galactic political environment. The other civilizations in the galactic community, whose opposition to the Draconian imperial model creates limits on what the Draconians can do unilaterally on this contested planet. The reptilian presence on Earth is more vulnerable in a different way. Its deep entanglement with the human world makes it more susceptible to the specific risk that the human population will become sufficiently aware of the management system to disrupt it. A sufficiently awakened human population, one that has developed the consciousness capabilities to perceive reptilian psychic manipulation, to identify and refuse the management architecture, and to demand genuine sovereignty, represents a threat to the reptilian Earth management program that no military capability can simply neutralize. The Alpha-Draconian program is vulnerable to the galactic political environment. The reptilian program is vulnerable to the awakening of its managed population. Regarding the galactic community context, both civilizations exist in a galaxy that includes numerous other civilizations with different agendas and different relationships to Earth. The Alpha-Draconians face organized opposition in the form of the cooperative galactic federations that challenge the imperial model. The reptilian presence on Earth faces pressure from Pleiadian, Syrian, and other human lineage-affiliated civilizations that support humanity's sovereign development and that have been described as providing various forms of assistance to human awakening and resistance that operates within the constraints of the galactic political agreements surrounding Earth. The presence of these benevolent or more cooperative extraterrestrial interests does not eliminate the Alpha-Draconian or reptilian management programs, but it does significantly constrain them and provides humanity with allies and resources in the resistance to those programs that would not otherwise be available. Regarding trajectory, the Alpha-Draconian Imperial System's trajectory is toward the continued management of Earth within the Imperial framework, with an ongoing tension between the consolidation agenda and the resistance from both the human awakening and the galactic political pressure. The reptilian group's trajectory is more diverse and more contested, some groups pursuing the accelerated consolidation described in Part 6 and 10, others described in some accounts as in various stages of reconsidering their relationship to humanity and the management agenda, and the most ancient terrestrial lineages described in some accounts as having already evolved to a point of partial separation from the operational agenda of the newer off-world groups. Summary of dimensions, 10-13. Both civilizations face real constraints and vulnerabilities. The Alpha-Draconian constraints are primarily galactic political. The reptilian vulnerabilities are primarily tied to the awakening of the managed population. Both exist in a galactic context that includes meaningful opposition. Both have complex and contested trajectories with respect to Earth. The Master Table, key differences at a glance. Drawing together everything in this comparison, the essential differences between the Alpha-Draconian and reptilian civilizations as they relate to Earth and humanity can be summarized across the key dimensions as follows. In terms of age and origin, the Alpha-Draconians are incomparably older, with 4 billion years of civilizational history from the Thuban star system. The reptilians are younger, more diverse in origin, with some groups native to Earth. In terms of physical form, the Alpha-Draconians are dramatically larger, more heavily armored, with the royal class bearing wings. The reptilians are human scale, more physically flexible, with some groups possessing shape-shifting capability. In terms of social structure, the Alpha-Draconian hierarchy is biologically rigid and cosmically unified. The reptilian hierarchy is politically complex, more diverse, and more directly interfaced with human social institutions. In terms of relationship to Earth, the Alpha-Draconians hold Earth as one asset in an imperial portfolio. The reptilians, especially the most Earth-entangled groups, have a deep personal and territorial relationship with this world. In terms of management approach, the Alpha-Draconians manage at the strategic and framework level. The reptilians manage at every operational level, including direct infiltration of human institutions and the hybrid bloodline program. In terms of relationship to humanity, the Alpha-Draconians view humans with pure cold utility. The reptilians view humans with a more complex ambivalence that includes territorial resentment, dietary dependency, hybrid relationship complexity, and a specific fascination, antipathy toward human emotional and creative life. In terms of their relationship to each other, the Alpha-Draconians are the supreme authority. The reptilians are operational delegates within a draconian established framework with genuine but constrained autonomy. These differences, taken together, paint a picture of two civilizations that are related but not identical, allied but not unified, pursuing overlapping but not always identical agendas on a planet that is, from both of their perspectives, a resource and a territory worth managing, and that is, from the perspective of its human inhabitants, home. The bigger picture, humanity's path, forward, and conclusion. Over the previous 11 parts, this documentary has constructed the most comprehensive, comparative portrait currently available in the public domain of two of the most significant non-human civilizations in Earth's immediate sphere of influence. We have followed the Alpha-Draconians from their origins in the ancient Thuban star system, through the development of a civilization of incomprehensible age and scope, through the Lyran Wars that defined the fundamental polarity of intelligent civilizational life in this galaxy, to the specific mechanisms of their Earth management program and the role they play in the long-term shaping of human civilizational development. We have followed the reptilians from their multiple evolutionary origins, some cosmic, some possibly native to Earth itself, through their complex relationship to the Draconian imperial framework, to the intimate, multi-layered, institutionally embedded management program through which they have maintained influence over human affairs across the entirety of recorded history and into the present. Now, in this final part, we face the question that all of this investigation has been building toward. What does it mean? What does understanding all of this imply about the situation humanity is in, about the options available to human beings as conscious agents in a situation whose full dimensions have been concealed from them, and about the trajectory of the relationship between humanity and these two ancient civilizations going forward? These questions do not have simple answers, but they have answers, and the research tradition that this documentary has drawn from points toward them with more clarity than the superficial treatment of this subject in most available sources allows. The frame resets, human history understood correctly. The first implication of everything documented in this investigation is the most fundamental. The history of humanity, as it is taught in schools, as it is encoded in the dominant cultural narrative of every modern civilization, as it is assumed in the basic operating models of economics, politics, and social organization that govern contemporary human life, is not wrong in its details exactly. It is wrong in its frame. The facts of human history are, in many cases, accurately recorded. But the framework within which those facts are arranged, the assumption that human civilization is the product of purely human agency, developing autonomously from primitive origins toward an ever greater mastery of nature and an ever more complete realization of human potential without any significant non-human intervention or management, is false. Human civilization is not simply the product of human agency, it is the product of human agency operating within a managed environment, an environment in which the specific opportunities available to humanity, the specific constraints it operates under, the specific crises it experiences, the specific direction its institutions and beliefs tend to develop, have been significantly shaped by non-human intelligences pursuing non-human agendas. The Alpha-Draconians shaped the genetic template of the human being itself. The reptilian presence shaped the institutional, religious, financial, and political architecture within which human beings have organized their collective life across millennia. The gray beings, operating under reptilian direction, have maintained an ongoing program of biological management that has affected the genetic development of the human species in specific ways, and the broader galactic community, the civilizations that have interests in Earth's positive development, has exerted what influence it can within the constraints of galactic politics and the principle of non-intervention with developing civilizations. This does not mean that human achievement is meaningless or that human agency is illusory. It means that human achievement has occurred within a context that has both constrained and enabled it in ways that humanity has not been aware of. And it means that the potential of human achievement, the full scope of what humanity is capable of when operating with full awareness of its situation and full access to its genuine capabilities, is vastly greater than anything the managed civilization of the current era has demonstrated. The management program has not only exploited human capabilities, it has suppressed them, deliberately and systematically maintaining the human population at a level of conscious development well below its genuine potential, because a fully actualized human species would not be the manageable resource that the management program requires. The human genetic heritage, more extraordinary than taught. The second major implication of this investigation concerns human genetic and consciousness potential. The human being is not, as the dominant narrative of modern biology implies, simply a particularly successful primate that happened to develop symbolic language and abstract reasoning through a gradual process of natural selection. The human being is, in the framework that the evidence of this investigation supports, a product of deliberate genetic engineering by multiple highly advanced non-human civilizations. engineering that introduced into the human genome a constellation of capabilities from multiple non-human lineages that, in their full expression, would represent a level of consciousness and capability that the management program has spent millennia preventing from manifesting. The Lyran genetic heritage in the human lineage, the service to others, empathically capable, creatively expansive aspect of human consciousness, represents a connection to one of the most spiritually and consciously developed civilizational traditions in this galactic region. The development of that heritage, in full, would produce human beings of extraordinary empathic depth, creative power, and conscious capability, the psychic potential embedded in the human neural architecture, the telepathic, intuitive, and consciousness expansion capabilities that human traditions of meditation, shamanism, and mystical practice have always accessed, and that mainstream culture systematically marginalizes, represents genuine biological capabilities that are part of the human genetic inheritance. The Alpha-Draconian genetic contribution to the human lineage, the hierarchical, strategic, territorial aspect of human psychology, is not simply a curse. It is, in its balanced integration with the Lyran heritage, a source of organizational intelligence, strategic clarity, and the ability to operate effectively in complex competitive environments. The tragedy of the human condition, from this perspective, is not the presence of these competing genetic heritages, but the deliberate suppression of the integration between them. The management program's specific interest in amplifying the reptilian brainstem aspects of human cognition, hierarchy-seeking, fear-reactive, submission-prone, while suppressing the higher integration of these elements with the empathic, creative, consciousness-expanding aspects of human nature that would produce the most fully realized version of the human potential. Understanding the human genetic heritage in this way, as a deliberate synthesis of multiple cosmic lineages carrying extraordinary potential that has been systematically managed and suppressed, is both the most challenging and the most empowering implication of this investigation. Challenging because it requires abandoning the comfortable fiction of purely human origins and the simplicity of the standard evolutionary narrative. Empowering because it means that the suppression of human potential is not a permanent condition rooted in human biological limitations. It is an external management situation that is, in principle, capable of being recognized, resisted, and ultimately ended. The awakening and what it means for the management program. The current expansion of human awareness, described throughout this documentary, the awakening of broad public consciousness to the suppressed realities of human history, the non-human presence, and the nature of the management program, is not an accident and is not simply a product of better information technology. It is the expression of a genuine developmental trajectory in human consciousness that has been building against the management system's sustained efforts to prevent it for the entirety of the period that the management system has been active. The human consciousness is, according to multiple independent research traditions from both the exopolitical and the spiritual philosophical domains, in the midst of a developmental shift that is both biologically and cosmically significant. The biological aspect of this shift is the ongoing activation of human neurological capabilities, psychic, intuitive, empathic, creative, that have been suppressed or dormant in the managed population, but that are part of the genuine human genetic inheritance and that are, under specific conditions of reduced stress, expanded awareness, and active conscious development, beginning to express themselves in the human population with increasing frequency and intensity. The cosmic aspect of this shift relates to the galactic cycles described in multiple ancient traditions, the precession-related astronomical cycles, the astrological ages, the various cultural frameworks for understanding the periodic shifts in cosmic conditions that affect the development of consciousness on inhabited worlds. The current period is described across these traditions with remarkable convergence as a period of expanding cosmic energy availability. A shift in the energetic environment of the solar system and Earth that increases the available energy for consciousness development and makes the suppression of that development increasingly difficult to maintain at the levels the management program has historically achieved. The management system's acceleration of its consolidation agenda, described in Part 10, is partly a response to this cosmic shift. a recognition that the window in which the current management approach can be maintained is narrowing, and that the opportunity for full implementation of a more total control architecture must be seized before the awakening dynamic reaches a threshold at which it can no longer be contained or redirected. Whether the management system succeeds in this acceleration, or whether the awakening dynamic develops faster than the consolidation program can implement, is the central question of the current historical moment. The galactic support structure. Humanity is not alone in this. One of the most important correctives to any reading of this documentary as a simple story of human helplessness in the face of overwhelming non-human power is the reality of the galactic support structure that exists for humanity's sovereign development. The Alpha-Draconian and Reptilian management program does not operate in an uncontested environment. It operates in a galactic community that includes multiple powerful civilizations, Pleiadian, Sirian, Arcturian, Andromedan, and others, whose values are oriented toward the service to others principle, whose interests include the positive development of Earth's human civilization, and who have been providing various forms of support, guidance, and protection to humanity throughout the period of the management program. The nature of this support is constrained by galactic principles regarding the sovereign development of young civilizations, principles that prohibit direct intervention in the affairs of a developing world in ways that would override the free will and autonomous development of that world's population. This means that the benevolent galactic presence cannot simply arrive, defeat the management system, and hand humanity its freedom. That would be as much a violation of human sovereignty as the management program itself, however well-intentioned the intervening parties might be. What they can and do provide is information through contactees and channeled communications that gives the awakening human population access to the broader framework of its situation. Energetic support through specific cosmic broadcasts and field adjustments that strengthen the conditions for human consciousness development. Specific diplomatic and military constraints on the Alpha-Draconian and Reptilian management programs that prevent those programs from escalating their intervention beyond certain limits. And what might be described as catalytic support, the subtle provision of conditions that accelerate the human awakening dynamic without overriding the human agency that must ultimately be the source of any genuine transformation. The research tradition represented by Alex Collier and others who have had contact with benevolent extraterrestrial groups consistently describes these groups as regarding humanity with respect and hope, as seeing in the human species a potential that, if fully realized, would make Earth and its human civilization one of the most remarkable in the galactic community. This is not empty encouragement. It is the assessment of civilizations that understand the human genetic heritage and that recognize in it a combination of qualities: the emotional depth of the mammalian lineage, the creative and spiritual capacity of the Lyran heritage, the strategic intelligence of the reptilian contribution, that, if integrated in full consciousness, would produce something genuinely extraordinary. What individuals can do, the practical response. The question of what an individual human being, confronted with this information, can practically do is one that this documentary must address directly rather than leaving in the realm of inspiring but vague call to action. The answer is more concrete than one might expect. The most important and most direct individual response to the management program is the development of personal consciousness. This is not a vague spiritual platitude. It is a specific strategic recommendation grounded in the specific nature of the management program. The reptilian management system operates primarily through the exploitation of specific human psychological vulnerabilities. The fear response, the submission to hierarchical authority, the unconscious expression of the reptilian brainstem in social and political behavior, and the susceptibility to the psychic manipulation that exploits the uncritical acceptance of externally generated consciousness states as one's own. All of these vulnerabilities are reduced, directly and significantly, by the development of conscious awareness, by practices of meditation, reflective inquiry, emotional intelligence development, and critical thinking that increase the degree to which an individual human being is living from the full depth of their awareness rather than from the reactive, managed surface of their conditioned responses. This is why the management program has systematically marginalized and trivialized every tradition of consciousness development in human culture. Meditation, shamanism, genuine esoteric and philosophical inquiry, the authentic inner traditions of the major religions before they were institutionally captured. These are not merely interesting hobbies or cultural curiosities. They are practical technologies for the development of human consciousness capabilities that directly threaten the effectiveness of the management system. A human being who has developed genuine meditative depth is significantly less susceptible to psychic manipulation, significantly more capable of perceiving the management system's influences as external rather than internalizing them as their own thoughts and desires, and significantly more connected to the full depth of the human genetic heritage, including the Lyran lineage, empathic, and creative capabilities that the management program suppresses. The second practical response is the development of genuine community, the cultivation of authentic human relationships based on the empathy, cooperation, and mutual care that represent the highest expression of the mammalian social heritage. The management program depends on human isolation and division, on keeping the human population fragmented into competing groups, suspicious of each other, individually vulnerable to the management system's psychic and institutional pressures. Genuine community, the building of relationships based on real, mutual support, shared values, and authentic communication, is the most practical resistance to this fragmentation strategy available to ordinary human beings without access to military or institutional power. The third practical response is the simple act of knowing. The management program depends on the ignorance of the managed population, a population that knows the broad outlines of the management situation, that knows the non-human presence is real, that knows the management system operates through specific institutional and psychological mechanisms, that knows the human potential is greater than the managed civilization has been allowed to demonstrate, is a population that is already, by virtue of that knowledge, more resistant to the management program than the uninformed population that the system was designed to manage. The dissemination of this knowledge, not as conspiracy theory, not as entertainment, but as the serious investigation of the most important practical question of human existence, is itself one of the most significant acts of resistance available to any individual, which is, of course, why the management program has invested so much effort in making this knowledge socially unacceptable, psychologically associated with mental illness and social marginality, and institutionally inaccessible through the conventional channels of media and education. The long view, where this leads. The timescale on which this situation will be resolved is not a human timescale. The Alpha-Draconian and Reptilian presences on Earth are ancient, powerful, and deeply invested in maintaining the current arrangement. The awakening dynamic, however real and however accelerating, does not resolve an ancient and sophisticated management program in a single generation. The trajectory of this situation, from the research tradition's perspective, extends across a period that may be measured in generations rather than decades. But the direction of the trajectory matters more than the specific timeline, and the direction, according to the most thoughtful and most consistently optimistic assessment in the research tradition, is toward resolution in humanity's favor. The management program, for all its sophistication and historical success, faces a fundamental challenge that it has never previously encountered in the same form: a managed population that is developing, at an accelerating rate, the consciousness capabilities that make it increasingly unmanageable. The history of the management program is a history of a system designed to manage a population that did not know it was being managed, and whose spiritual and psychic capabilities were kept below the threshold of effectiveness. As those capabilities develop, as the knowledge spreads, and as the galactic support for human sovereign development continues to operate against the management system's containment efforts, the long game of the Alpha-Draconian and Reptilian programs faces a variable that their billions of years of experience has not fully prepared them for: Because while the Alpha-Draconians have been managing planetary populations for longer than the Earth has existed, and while the Reptilian Earth Management Program has been running successfully since the first human civilizations emerged, neither civilization has previously encountered precisely this combination, a planetary population that carries the full range of the Lyran human consciousness heritage, that is approaching a period of cosmic energy expansion that amplifies consciousness development, that has the accumulated knowledge of multiple supportive extraterrestrial civilizations available through multiple disclosure channels, and that is increasingly, however slowly, however imperfectly, however partially, waking up. A final note on the nature of this investigation. Before the conclusion, an honest acknowledgement. Everything presented in this documentary is, to varying degrees, unverifiable through the standard instruments of the materialist scientific paradigm. The evidence is overwhelming in its consistency and its convergence across independent sources, but it does not meet the criteria for peer-reviewed publication or courtroom admissibility. It is evidence of the kind that intelligence analysts work with. Patterns of testimony, convergence of independent accounts, circumstantial corroboration, historical analysis, and the judgment of experienced investigators about what the accumulated weight of available information most probably means. This kind of evidence, while not meeting the highest standard of scientific proof, is not nothing. It is, in fact, what the majority of important practical decisions in human life are made on. We do not have peer-reviewed proof of most of what we act on daily. We have evidence, the weight of testimony, the convergence of observation, the internal consistency of explanation, the fit between the hypothesis and the available data, and we make judgments accordingly. The hypothesis that the Alpha-Draconian and Reptilian civilizations exist have the characteristics described in this documentary and have played the roles in human history and current affairs described here is, in the assessment of this investigation, consistent with the available evidence in a way that the conventional alternative, the assertion that the entire accumulated body of testimony is false, delusional, or fabricated, is not. The specific details of the hypothesis are open to revision as new information becomes available, as all good working hypotheses are. The fundamental claim that powerful non-human intelligences of reptilian nature have been involved in human affairs for a very long time, that they include at least two distinct civilizations with different characters and different relationships to humanity, and that those differences matter practically for how humanity understands and responds to its situation, is supported by evidence that the honest investigator cannot simply ignore. Conclusion: 2 dragons and 1 world. In the ancient world, the dragon was not merely a monster to be slain. It was a symbol of the most primal, most powerful forces in nature, forces that could destroy or could protect, forces that required understanding and relationship rather than simple conquest. The myths of every culture place the dragon at the intersection of the cosmic and the earthly, the most ancient and the most current, the most terrifying and the most potentially transformative. The Alpha-Draconians and the Reptilians are, in the fullest sense available to this investigation, the 2 dragons of human mythological memory, the beings who inspired those ancient symbols, who were present in the world when the first human minds were working out how to represent what they experienced, and who have remained present, in one form or another, through every subsequent chapter of human history. They are real, they are different from each other, and understanding the difference, understanding the cosmic empire of the ancient Draconian royals versus the intimate, terrestrially entangled, operationally specific reptilian management structure is not merely intellectually interesting. It is the knowledge that allows a human being, confronted with the non-human presence in whatever form it manifests, to know what they are looking at. The Alpha-Draconian civilization is ancient beyond human comprehension, powerful beyond human measure, managing this planet from a perspective of cosmic proprietorship that encompasses billions of years of galactic history. They are the architects of the framework within which Earth's history has played out. They are the most powerful single civilization that humanity will ever need to understand. And they can be understood. Their logic is consistent, their philosophy is coherent, their agenda is legible. which means they can, in principle, be engaged with, negotiated with, and ultimately in the long trajectory of a fully sovereign humanity, related to as the ancient beings they are, rather than the invisible proprietors they have preferred to remain. The reptilian presence is older than human civilization on this world in some of its lineages, more intimately woven into the fabric of human social and institutional life, more directly responsible for the day-to-day management conditions under which humanity lives. They are not a simple enemy, they are complex beings with complex agendas, some of whom are described in the most nuanced accounts as capable of change, of reconsidering their relationship to humanity as the human awakening makes the old management approach increasingly untenable. The history of human-reptilian interaction is not uniformly one of exploitation. Ancient traditions from multiple cultures describe reptilian beings who functioned as teachers, as protectors of specific human lineages, as complex figures whose relationship to humanity was never simply one-dimensional. That complexity is worth remembering and worth preserving in any analysis that seeks to be honest rather than merely alarming. Both civilizations are, ultimately, part of the story of consciousness in this universe. Part of the long, complex, extraordinary story of intelligence developing in the physical world, encountering other intelligences, learning through those encounters what it is and what it can become. Humanity's encounter with these two civilizations has been, by any human standard, extraordinarily difficult, deeply unjust in many of its specific manifestations, and marked by a power differential so extreme as to seem, at first exposure, insurmountable. But the universe is not static. Power differentials shift. Consciousness develops. Civilizations that seemed permanent have ended. Species that seemed permanently manageable have awakened. The Alpha-Draconians have been managing planets since before the Earth existed, but they have never managed this planet at this moment, when the human species, carrying the full genetic heritage described in this documentary, is in the midst of the specific developmental phase it is in now. They are experienced, they are patient, they are extraordinarily capable, but experience, patience, and capability operating on the basis of an outdated model of the situation they are managing is no guarantee of continued success. The management program was designed for a humanity that did not know what it was, the humanity that is beginning to know what it is, what it carries, what it is capable of, and who has been managing it and why, is a different kind of management challenge than any in the 4 billion-year history of the Alpha-Draconian Empire. That is, in the end, what this documentary is for. Not fear, not helplessness, not the comfortable numbness of simply returning to the managed surface of everyday life and pretending the dragons are not real, but the specific quality of informed, clear-eyed, grounded awareness that comes from understanding your situation fully, from knowing who the players are, what they want, how they differ, and what it means that you are now one of the people who knows. Knowing is the beginning of everything. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. Drop a comment below with your thoughts. I love hearing from you. Check out more videos on the screen, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care.